In the past, they only appeared in supernatural accidents, with some being gentle and harmless, but others solely aiming to cause harm. Over time, the number of these spirits increased, and they began hunting humans for fun. This forced humanity to hide in order to survive until one day, the spirit dominators appeared. These dominators formed contracts with these entities to fight against these evil specters and malevolent dominators. And the contract is made through an item known as a spectral vessel. Thus, by performing a ceremony, those chosen by the ghosts qualified enter the academy and become dominator candidates. At the second Dominator Academy in Liu City, today is the summoning ceremony, where the contracting spirit will be evoked. Even imagining failure fills everyone with fear, as it could mean the end of their life. It is said that a normal citizen must produce at least 10 children before the age of 30 in the city if they fail. And that is the least of their worries, as it is possible to die during the ceremony if they fail. But suddenly, someone appears, drawing everyone's attention. In this case, the 15-year-old student Lin Feng thinks this is his chance to turn things around. 10 years ago, when Lin was a child, people said he had no talent and that his spectral vessel was a disgrace. Because of this, his parents abandoned him, and on the streets, he began to be mistreated by other kids who had better contracting spirits and ethereal auras. However, Lin didn't take it lying down, and one day kicked one of the bullies square in the face. Today, he knows he must become strong so no one can mock him again, and this drives him to be determined to succeed in the ceremony. Breaking the silence, the odd person informs everyone that he will be the evaluator in charge of the summoning ceremony. In this case, he orders the students to stop stalling and take their spectral vessels, which are individual objects. With this, he instructs the students to memorize their mental spirit into the vessel. But Lin still doesn't know how he will summon a spirit with the object he has. Returning to the professor's explanation, he states that after a long maturation period, the spirit will be summoned. As the event begins, one of the vessels starts cracking and leaking blood. Meanwhile, a girl's ring begins to heat up, making her extremely uncomfortable. In response, the instructor explains that when the vessel comes into contact with the ethereal aura, a reaction occurs, signaling the spirit has been awakened. Then others continue attempting to stimulate their vessels for the same reaction. But the instructor warned that if there was no reaction, it meant the spirit had already disappeared and that those individuals could leave. At this, one of the children becomes angry and tells the instructor to shut up, claiming he isn't even human to be listened to. Indeed, he is merely a puppet controlled by a dominator. Now Lin has bigger problems to deal with, such as his unresponsive vessel. Faced with this, the earlier bully appears to mock the protagonist's situation. Because the vessel isn't responding, he suggests the boy become a breeder, as that's all he'll be good for. Pridefully, the bully tells the losers to give up, which makes the earlier boy want to fight him. However, before he can do anything, the instructor casts some kind of spell, causing the boy to collapse. This leaves the protagonist impressed by the power of a spirit tamer. The instructor, on the other hand, becomes irritated and warns that those without a contracting spirit are not on the same level as the others to argue. Thus, Lin sees no other option but to leave the room. Outside, while the professor talks about spirit summoning, the protagonist questions whether he truly lacks the ability to summon anything. Inside the room, one by one, the students begin successfully completing the process to become dominators. But suddenly, something catches everyone's attention as a sharp blade emerges from within the bully, causing him to scream for help. It becomes clear that the bully's contractor is a malevolent spirit. The moment it manifests, the student's body is overtaken, making him attack his peers. Fortunately, the bully's attack only causes superficial injuries, but he continues to chase the panicked students. However, as he witnesses all this, the protagonist questions why the instructor does nothing to help. And as the bully leaves the room, he encounters Lin and charges at him with bloodlust. Before the worst could happen, the boy's contracting spirit, called the System, is detected. Then the spirit begins to take the form of a little girl who appears in front of Lin, surrounded by a magical circle. Obviously, our protagonist doesn't understand why his contracting spirit is a little girl. The System announces that a spiritual piddle and 50 experience points have been obtained, in addition to the spirit's ability being shattering. Despite finding it strange, Lin still thinks the little girl is cute, and the System informs him that the spirit can be enhanced with the pill. Knowing he is in a dangerous situation, he decides to use it, evolving the spirit from rank F to E and improving his body by 30%. All of the protagonist's senses are enhanced, and now the mission Connection is opened, asking for a name to be given to the contracting spirit. At this point, the boy remembers his past and decides to name her Tong Tong, awakening a summoner spell called the Shadow Mode. However, the bully only becomes angrier and more powerful, engulfed in darkness. Then the instructor appears and orders the students to stand behind him, as the delinquent is entering berserk mode. At this moment, the protagonist is about to fight against a rank D spirit. Since he doesn't know what Tong Tong can do, he understands it's best to be cautious. But now that Lin is a spirit tamer, he grabs a chair and decides it's time to prove his worth. When an attack comes his way, the boy manages to dodge, noticing an improvement in his reaction time. He counters, completely destroying the wooden chair. But that isn't enough to defeat the bully, so he increases the size of his blade and attacks again. The protagonist becomes desperate, unable to dodge, but fortunately, his spirit saves him. Before he can even be surprised, the spirit transforms into a red version, destroying his opponent's weapon. This transformation causes massive destruction along with an unparalleled release of aura. The protagonist is stunned by this transformation, and the instructor is even more shocked. Back in the fight, the little girl lands a magical strike on the bully's face, followed by another blow that sends him flying, completely breaking his weapon. This causes the boy to pass out and return to his normal state. With the first battle completed and the protagonist having killed a malevolent specter, he gains stats and another spiritual pill. Thus, he realizes that things are different from what the teacher said, but the rewards are incredible. Without delay, the contracting spirit returns to normal and to her spiritual vessel, as she seems to have used too much ethereal soul. Witnessing all of this, the students greatly admire the protagonist's performance and think they should stick by his side no matter what. The instructor is also very impressed, praising Lin and saying that compared to him, the others are cowards. In any case, that's all for today, and those who remain are now spirit tamers in training. Before leaving, the instructor announces that he will report the incident to the outer city and that they will meet again another day. In his mind, all he can think about is that summoning a first-rank spirit is something extraordinary. For this reason, the instructor starts questioning who Lin Feng really is. After everything he has been through, the protagonist hopes that together with Tong Tong, they can become the best. In the oldest area within Liu City, the protagonist lies on his bed, looking at his vessel. Out of curiosity, he decides to summon Tong Tong. As expected, the temperature drops when a spirit appears. Getting straight to the point, the hero praises his spirit for her performance today, but she doesn't respond. In this case, he wonders if the girl is unconscious or if he needs to level up to interact with her. At that moment, the system announces that because Lin talked to Tong Tong for 5 minutes, he earned points indicating the existence of daily tasks. Looking at his stats, the boy notices the Shadow Mode spell, something he's never heard of, especially since spirits don't usually have summoner spells. Very cleverly, he thinks he should stop using the spiritual pill until he understands how the system works to avoid drawing attention. Even though he can't touch the girl, Lin gains experience by attempting to pat her. He also gains experience by trying to teach her to read and watch a movie together. Moreover, spending time with the contracting spirit alone completes some missions. At the end of the day, the boy farms a total of 50 spiritual experience points and 10 affinity points. So he decides to sleep because the next morning he has Dominator training, but it ends up being difficult with her staring so much. On the second day at the Academy Gate, as Lin passes by, everyone is talking about the boy who defeated a rank D malevolent spirit on his own. Some are even discussing the idea of getting closer to the protagonist in the future. Without wasting time, the excursion leader tells the students to get on the bus. One thing that catches attention is that there are spirits inside the truck. However, for some reason, Tong Tong doesn't react to any of them as they don't seem to have ill intentions. Still, for the others, Lin not reacting is something to be admired. In any case, the person in charge shows up and tells the students to stop being impressed by spirits. This is because the outer city is full of them, but if they don't possess a malevolent aura, there's nothing to worry about. Additionally, the person explains that in the future, the students will learn that humans can be far scarier than spirits. After a long journey at Gate 4 of Liu City, some men order the vehicle to stop. The driver asks for permission to pass, explaining that they are from the 2nd Spirit Dominator Training Unit. This earns them a free pass to continue advancing through the tunnel. From the window, the children are amazed by the city as there is a golden wall just like the rumors said. It's a layer of gold 1 meter thick, designed to prevent malevolent spirits from crossing. Gold has the ability to block all ghostly attacks, and the inner city uses these walls for protection. With that, the trip ends and the spirits start leaving the bus like normal people. Outside, the large outer city of Liu City is revealed. As for the spirits, someone asks why they're all staying close to middle-aged men. The protagonist explains that after the age of 40, these men no longer have reproductive value and are only left with physical labor. However, obviously, no one pays attention to the explanation since they are in the presence of the Academy's famous student. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the earlier instructor shows up and tells the students to follow him. He then explains that the kids will have 3 months to become dominators and will be given a map with a tracker and a spot in the area with buildings. Each house contains sealed spirits, and to claim them, one must defeat the spirits. Teams can be formed, or students can fight the guardian alone, and the larger the house, the stronger the spirit. Obviously, the strongest spirits reside in the mansions, and the instructor mentions that anyone brave enough can try their luck there. Thus, the day is set for the mission, and the system will reward Lin with spectral redemption and experience based on the size of the house. Without delay, a beautiful girl appears and kindly asks if Lin would like to form a team with them. But the protagonist declines without even thinking, saying he's the type who works alone. This leaves the girl very embarrassed because she's never been rejected like that before. Consequently, a boy from the group asks where Lin is heading, and Lin simply walks toward the mansion area. Upon arrival, the hero notices that the atmosphere there is indeed different. Seeking information, he asks an old man how to enter the mansion, but the man only advises Lin to leave. This is because the mansion isn't meant for normal students, and it's been 10 years since anyone succeeded. In this case, the hero asks if no one has tried, but the old man replies that they have. However, all that awaited them was death, as the spirits in this mansion are at least rank C. If Lin survives but the spirit dies, he will have to become a breeder. Hearing this, the protagonist understands the risk is indeed high but decides to use the pill to reduce the rank gap. Tong Tong then evolves to rank D, and Lin receives an 80% physical enhancement. With that, the hero heads for the mansion, leaving the old man completely desperate. But Lin feels confident because with his spirit's malevolent mode, Tong Tong should definitely reach rank C. Inside, Lin begins to wonder where the rank C spirit might be hiding. Looking up, the boy unexpectedly spots it, but as he pursues, it simply vanishes. However, the hero hears the sound of food being prepared, leading him to think the spirit is in the kitchen. So Lin rushes to the spot, but upon arrival, everything is in disarray and the noise stops. Suddenly, from behind the boy, a knife approaches, only to be stopped at the last second by Tong Tong. By entering a fight, the spirit runs off, attracting the hero's contracting spirit. This makes the protagonist desperate, and other malevolent spirits take the opportunity to attack Lin in the kitchen. Faced with this, the hero is confused about why there are so many ghosts instead of just one, and worried because he can't summon Tong Tong. But since he has no time to think, the boy starts running, dodging all the attacks. At least Lin received a physical enhancement, making him much faster. With this, he escapes from the room, and unexpectedly, the spirits disappear. Because of this, Lin decides to test if they only activate when someone enters the room, and when he steps inside, his theory is confirmed. Due to the restrictions of the area, they were trying to lure the boy to the second floor. However, the hero forgot to look for Tong Tong, so he starts running again. When he reaches the banquet hall, he shouts for the girl to run away, saying it's a trap. Above the boy is the ghost that attacked Tong Tong, likely the main body prepared to stab him. Without thinking twice, Lin slashes it with his golden dagger, but unexpectedly, the cut has no effect. However, when the monster tries to pursue the hero into the hall, it simply disintegrates, revealing that it is just a puppet. The others, however, notice the intruder's presence and move closer to attack him. By drawing their attention, our hero can now call this contractor back into the vessel. After doing so, he quickly runs through the hallway and jumps off the mansion, landing on the ground and creating a hole into the basement. A few seconds later, Lin wakes up feeling a bit dizzy, thinking that dealing with a rank C spirit is truly challenging. But when the boy looks closer, right in front of him is a strange monster that keeps making a bizarre noise. This is the main body, a soul-devouring monster incapable of moving and feeding on souls to grow stronger. In front of the guests, the monster attacks Tong Tong, and the girl defends herself until one of the strikes hits her. To help his contractor, the hero draws his dagger and starts cutting the tentacles, but ends up getting caught. The little girl tries to help her master, but the protagonist begins to be devoured, and its consciousness starts to fade. Meanwhile, outside the mansion, the instructor asks if Lin Feng really entered alone, and the old man says yes. Hearing this, the teacher rushes to save his student. But as Lin was being devoured, Tong Tong began transforming into her red version. Once fully transformed, she grabbed her master's hand and entered the monster along with the hero, embracing him. At that moment, a red energy started emanating, even alerting the instructor, who descended immediately. But unexpectedly, an explosion occurred right in front of him, even frightening the old man outside. When the dust settled, the teacher realized the rank C spirit had been defeated. With the battle over, the contractor returned to the vessel, and the system awarded Lin 1,000 experience points and 1 spiritual potential point. The instructor left, understanding there was no need to stay. Returning to her original form, the instructor was actually a girl who was very impressed, so her butler asked if she had discovered anything. In response, Yan, the leader of Leaf City's branch, explained that a boy named Lin Feng has a spirit with a very powerful second state. In this case, the butler suggested that the hero was someone very lucky, but the leader disagreed. To her, the protagonist has a psychic body. The butler, in turn, was alarmed because people with this composition are usually sent to the barracks right after birth. It is said that people with a psychic body can control multiple contracting spirits, and in the early Chaos era, only these individuals were tamers. But they often didn't live long or were killed by stronger spirits. After 100 years of using blood, sweat, and tears, these people found safe ways to nurture themselves. Back at the mansion, the old man now praised the young boy and handed him a key, saying he had high expectations for the hero. Additionally, he instructed the boy to go to the floor and register to retrieve the spiritual credential. With that, several students gathered in the common area, and some of them thought everyone must be the same. Although they heard rumors that a girl managed to get a house in the noble area, which to them was completely unrealistic. When it's our hero's turn, the secretary asks for his name and key. But when the key is thrown onto the table, the secretary becomes very startled and asks if the boy really defeated the mansion's spirit. Immediately, the rumor spreads, and the students can't believe someone defeated a rank C spirit alone. In any case, the blonde congratulates Lin for being the first under 20 to achieve this feat and hands him the credential. Additionally, he informs Lin that there's a reward of 10,000 credits for expenses, but the rest must be earned through missions. Grateful, the hero thanks him and leaves. As Lin departs, a girl becomes envious because she only received 3,000 credits, while another wonders if Lin would let her live with him if she were his girlfriend. Later, Lin calls Tong Tong and thanks her for a job well done. He also mentions that with the reward they received, they can go shopping, and unexpectedly, Tong Tong nods in agreement. This startles Lin as he begins to think that his contractor has finally awakened her own consciousness. In the outer area of Liu City on Suzaka Street, a voice announces that passengers who wish to disembark should do so now. Our hero then exits along with his contractor and heads to a store called No Taboos. Even after earning 10,000 credits, Lin decides to be frugal and spend only 1,000 on essential items. However, upon reaching the checkout, he realizes a bedsheet costs 800 credits, and the clerk explains it's due to the city's current crisis. In this case, the hero decides not to buy it, using the excuse that it's been quite hot lately. Regardless, the clerk asks if the other items are also his, and as he turns around, the hero sees Tong Tong the pile of things. Among them, most are rolls of toilet paper. As a result, the protagonist spends 639 credits. At the snack area, the girl fills the cart, leaving the hero indignant because he thought ghosts couldn't eat. In the clothing section, the girl grabs a lot of items and even more in the weapons section. At this point, the inventory storage reaches its limit and an upgrade requires 500 credits, making Lin even more anxious. By nightfall, the two return home having spent a total of 9,187 credits, but at least the spirit's favorability increases by 30 points. However, the hero knows he must be cautious with spending because ghosts are expensive. Back at the mansion, they now need to complete missions to earn points. Otherwise, they'll run out very soon. The association requires them to complete 12 missions in 3 months, allowing them to gain rankings for the master title. Lin, for his part, thinks it won't be difficult, but when checking the rewards, he notices all the missions are in City E. Only 2,000 credits are given for eliminating a rank S spirit, which makes the hero want to target a stronger one. Skipping to the medium rankings, there are a few decent ones in the outer city, but the challenge is capped at rank C. However, just as the hero chooses the Water Ghost mission, someone else selects it. Still, it doesn't matter because another good mission offering 15,000 credits involves a ghost stealing rice. The next day in the designated city, our hero notices the place feels very empty for a defense front. Outside Liu City, there are many fortresses defended by spirit masters, though some ghosts manage to infiltrate occasionally. The first defense line is the safest as it has many large factories and warehouses. Jumping to the food handling area of the city, a worker asks if Lin can really handle the problem, and the hero replies confidently. In this case, another worker instructs the protagonist to follow a gray flag to the cave in the mountain. It's said this ghost is difficult to locate and Lin may have to stay there for a few days. However, our hero doesn't mind, which leaves the workers confused by the boy's reckless attitude. But since the boy seems eager to die, one of them remarks they won't intervene. In this world, there's a lot of mist, and the city uses special devices to disperse it. However, in the jungle, there's only half an hour of sunlight daily, during which ghosts hide, referred to as the safe time. After a long walk, the boy finds the cave entrance. Upon arriving, Lin asks one of the guards if this small place is really the food reservoir. The guard confirms, but not before explaining that appearances can be deceiving and that the place can isolate human auras during an invasion. In this case, the protagonist decides to take a look, and inside, Lin reflects that this ghost is not the attacking type but the kind that causes trouble. Recently, a ghost spirit master came, but as soon as the human entered, he disappeared, which is why they couldn't find him. Thus, Lin called Tong Tong to begin the hunt, which scared the men quite a lot. Getting straight to the point, the hero asks his contractor if she can sense the ghost's aura. The girl points outside, but before anything else, Tong Tong also transforms into her second level. However, now a third eye opens on her forehead, revealing a possible new ability. Without wasting time, she indicates the ghost's position, pointing at the second guard. Suddenly, something green starts moving and making a creepy noise in the boy's pocket. This shows Lin that the hunger ghost was actually hiding in his pocket. The monster then begins to take over the guard's body, possessing him and making him attack the others. Faced with this, the first guard screams, asking what Lao Kai is doing. But the hero simply intercepts him with a kick to the face, sending him flying. Even so, the spirit keeps advancing relentlessly, making the protagonist realize it's a possession. At this moment, the hero's body has already been strengthened twice, so it's certain that normal people would have been hurt. But it seems the boy feels nothing, as if he's gained a high combat capacity. However, Lin has Tong Tong to fight as well. With a quick dash, the girl simply grabs Lao Kui's throat and shoves her hand into his mouth. She then pulls out the malevolent spirit from the guard and throws it toward the boys. With that, the environment turns completely dark, and the first guard thinks they must have been devoured by the hunger ghost's stomach. But the hero knows this is actually the ghost's territory, a personal space created and fully controlled by the spirit. Once inside, the territory prevents others from seeing the place, and it's said only powerful spirits have such a domain. Within the spirit's domain, several mouths open with creepy tongues, and one of them grabs the guard and devours him, leaving Lin completely powerless. Another mouth opens, this time at the hero's feet, to devour him. But quickly, he stabs the monster with his golden dagger. staving himself at the last second. However, from within the cut, something begins to make a loud noise along with some red sparks emerging from the ghost's mouth. This happens because the hero's contractor managed to detect and easily break the territory, which left Lin very impressed. With the mission complete, the protagonist receives 10 favorability points and 800 experience points, as well as the talent Devour. However, Tong Tong seems a little worried, so Lin pats her head, saying everything is fine. Later, back in the food handling area, the workers are surprised to see the hero there. One of them asks if the boy acted like a coward and came back with his tail between his legs. But the protagonist replies that he returned because he already killed the spirit, leaving the man in disbelief. This disbelief grows even more when an inspector appears to report that the ghost's aura is gone. In this case, the worker apologizes profusely for not recognizing the boy's power and says the rewards will be transferred to his account soon. By nightfall, the boy receives 15,000 points, and combined with his current total, he reaches 15,800 points. At this moment, a new mission appears to reach rank C in 3 days. If successful, Tong Tong will gain a ghost territory, which is quite valuable. Lin hadn't noticed until now, but when his contractor reached 3 stars, her potential limit increased along with the XP required to evolve. The Devour talent in turn is very useful, but the hero knows he only won easily because the last spirit was relatively weak for rank C. In any case, if they want to reach this level in 3 days, they'll need to increase their tally by defeating several easier spirits. Back outside the city, some young men are discussing the shortage of rank D missions. However, they note that even forming a group of 5, it would be difficult to complete one of these missions. This raises the question of how one group manages to complete and pick up other missions so quickly, this group being Lin's. Ghost after ghost, our hero steadily completes all the rank D missions. And each time, the protagonist gains more experience and increases his favorability with its contractor. Until finally, after long and tiring days, the two stop to rest by a campfire. The system notifies Lin that the spirit can now evolve, prompting him to activate the option immediately. Upon reaching level C, the boy's body strengthens by 50% and Tong Tong gains the skill rip. Additionally, she acquires the Phantom Territory ability, which makes Lin very curious to see how it works. Thus, he wonders how to activate it and decides to test it. At the second defense line of Liu City, the hero prepares to showcase his Phantom Territory against a spirit that should be at least rank B. But before that, other people head toward the temple gate. From outside the temple, someone asks about the identity of the malevolent spirit, as it dares to display its territory in the defense area. Because of this, one person suggests it's a trap, but a bald man among them comments that the 3 are rank B and have nothing to fear. Thus, they agree the bald man will focus on attacking while the other 2 deal with the haunted territory. Wasting no time, they enter the temple, but they find an abandoned place. One of them then informs the leader that the room is empty and there's no treasure there. The other notes that the place isn't large, so the ghost spirit must be behind that door. This leads the group to break down the gate, but they are startled to find a strangely hung piece of clothing. It scares the dominators, but it turns out to be just a coat hanger. Still, the clothing suggests it could be a girl's room, and the bald man starts finding it very strange. In any case, if there were truly a ghost, the spirit would have reacted, so they begin to suspect it's outside. However, before leaving, one of them screams, having found the ghost inside the makeup mirror. In this case, the bald man commands his ghost bone spirit to leave the vessel. Unexpectedly, neither his ghost spirit nor those of the others respond. The bald man quickly realizes this must be a rare phantom territory and that they shouldn't have entered. But it's already too late to escape, and as the door closes, the 3 meet their end. With this, the entire place vanishes, and after some time, other people arrive. Among them, a blonde girl informs her leader that the 3 are dead and that all were rank B spirit masters. The leader, in turn, recalls they've been tracking this for half a month, and now it has finally appeared. In light of this, she suggests the ghost is searching for something, piquing the blonde's curiosity. The girl explains she isn't certain, and the blonde says she'll analyze the corpses with the technical team. If they figure out what it's looking for, they can set a trap. Thus, the leader leaves 3 clones with the group and instructs the girl to notify all masters in the region to avoid taking missions, as the city will be sealed. Back to the hero's perspective, he's surprised to see more rank C missions available. This makes Lin suspect that others may have died, but he decides not to dwell on it and instead tests Tong Tong's new ability. He accepts a mission to eliminate the malevolent forest assassin spirit in Liu City's second defense line. The mission includes collecting the spirit's body within 2 days, and while walking through the forest, the hero sees the lifeless body of a farmer, and several others, indicating this ghost kills its victims in the same manner. Half an hour later, as he walks, Lin notes that the fruit forest is truly enormous. But suddenly, he encounters the same corpse he saw upon arriving. Turning in alarm, he realizes that suddenly there are many identical ones. For this reason, even though it looks exactly like the fruit forest, Lin knows he may have entered the ghost's territory. The spirit then reveals its claws and attacks, but although the hero predicts it, he can't touch it. Brutally, the ghost begins strangling the protagonist, but luckily, Tong Tong appears to save the day. As expected, this is a hanged ghost that uses a special ghost rope, making it impossible for normal humans to grab. Despite that, it can hang people to death, essentially making it immortal when facing humans. The battle, however, is not yet over because the bodies of the actual corpses start being controlled. Our hero then orders his contractor to finish them all, and Tong Tong not only transforms but also generates energy claws. This causes all the bodies dominated by the ghost to simply evaporate. At the end of the battle, the boy obtains a ghost spirit pill and some other items. However, since the ghost didn't even activate Tong Tong's territory, our hero starts to believe that rank C is no longer a challenge for him. Fortunately, he did manage to acquire some items, such as the Ghost Core, which is a type of token resource. Meanwhile, in the outer area of Liu City, some people are discussing a very strong ghost in the region. One of them mentions hearing about it as well and says that the city gate will remain locked for 24 hours because of it. Others express concern about how ghosts are more numerous and reproduce faster than humans. In this case, one of the men mentions the promising young Lin, who managed to secure a place in the mansion on his first attempt. Obviously, no one believes it, but at another table, a hooded figure comments that if the boy doesn't have a unique physical constitution, his spirit's potential must be very high. Therefore, if they can kill him secretly and obtain the ghost spirit, the two of them will definitely become rich. In the hero's residential area, a young boy talks with the hooded figures from before, saying he feels envious of Lin for having his mansion. However, in the past few nights, its lights remain off, which indicates that Lin has been out completing missions. The hooded man is clearly impressed by Lin's boldness, but the boy explains that Lin isn't normal and that his spirit is almost rank C. Regardless, the boy asks why they're looking for him, but the men only give the excuse that they're curious. Since Lin isn't in the city, one of the suspects asks what they should do, and the other doesn't hesitate to say they will hunt him outside. Additionally, after killing him, the criminal plans to use his grave sack to capture the hero's spirit and get rich. In any case, the outer city is very large, but the same man claims to have a trick. Back on the protagonist's excursion, he steps out of the cabin at dawn and asks Tong Tong if she really protected him all night. The girl shyly replies yes, as though asking to be praised. In response, the protagonist pats her head and thanks his contractor. Activating the satellite signal on his mission device, Lin prepares to find another rank C mission. But he notices some unread messages, including one that says all the spirit masters have returned to the city because of a powerful ghost. Another message is from Xiao Di, the boy from before, warning him about the hooded men who came looking for him and likely have bad intentions. Faced with this, Lin thinks it won't be easy for them to find him, but reality soon sets in. Since no one but him has completed a mission above rank E in recent days, his location becomes obvious every time he accepts one. The system rule is that when a mission is chosen, it disappears from the panel. So once they know the hero has selected a mission, they'll quickly set up camp to ambush him. If that's the case, Lin can't wait to face them. With this, the boy accepts the Xiaofeng Mountain mission and heads to the quarry to eliminate the rock ghost at the city's first line of defense. That's because the association never defined that a mission could be completed before being accepted, so Xiaofeng will only serve as bait for now. Back from the hooded men's perspective, they are relieved to finally locate Lin. Upon seeing this, they rush off, hoping to reach the mountain faster than the hero. Once there, the older man tells the younger one to wait a bit because it seems Lin hasn't arrived yet. However, inside the quarry cave, our hero is already eliminating the monster in the region. At the quarry team's residential area, a man questions whether the explosion just now was caused by the boy. The protagonist responds affirmatively and asks for the rewards, but the man believes there's been a mistake since he recently checked and no one had accepted the mission. Lin clarifies that he's not lying and shows his device, proving he accepted the mission just moments ago. Back at Xiaofeng Mountain, the brothers notice another mission has been accepted, this time the quarry. The younger one asks if there might be another spirit master working in the area. And the older man responds that's probably true, so the two conclude that the best decision is to separate. However, before leaving, he warns his younger companion not to attack Lin if he encounters him, but to send a message instead. 2 hours later, the hooded figure arrives at the quarry and the town elder informs him that a boy indeed eliminated the ghost. The delinquent then questions where the boy went, asking for his destination. But all the elder knows is the general direction, which is enough for the man to sprint away. The elder, though injured, quickly grabs his device while grumbling about the attitude of that spirit master. Meanwhile, in another region, the hero receives a message from the elder confirming that someone is indeed pursuing him. 3 hours earlier, the hero had devised a plan with the village elder to provide false information to the pursuer in exchange for 5,000 credits. So far, it seems they believe the boy is weak, but the plan is working since, if one is at the quarry, it means they split up. They think the hero has just left the quarry and are likely waiting for him to take the next mission. In this case, the protagonist decides to go along with their expectations, bringing Tong Tong to fulfill their desires. The cold water cave, the next mission, is far away, meaning they can't meet there just yet. While the elder sends a message indicating he's heading to the cave to set an ambush, our hero goes in the opposite direction toward Xiaofeng Mountain to find the younger pursuer, becoming the predator this time. However, this area is dangerous and there's no guarantee things will go as planned. Suddenly, the hero's vessel begins to glow, and Tong Tong awakens in her second form. Without delay, she embraces her master, creating a defensive area and leaving Lin very confused. Looking closer, the protagonist notices a red lightning streak in the sky, the source of the danger. After it passes, the girl reverts to her normal form, and Lin realizes that powerful enemies must be passing through. The system explains that this ability is a variant of domain skills called Phantom Shield. Turning to the system's roulette, the hero decides to test his luck and earns the skill Phantom Repair. It's said the host can repair phantom artifacts with the spirit's cooperation and enhance his own tools. The repair skill is directly ingrained in the boy's mind but requires Tong Tong's power to function. Initially, the protagonist obtains a broken phantom cord, so he asks the girl to hold out her hand. She condenses her spirit and Lin instructs her to release part of it to connect the broken cord. The repair succeeds, upgrading the broken phantom cord to a normal one capable of binding ghosts. The hero thinks it's not bad and could serve a purpose in a future battle. At this moment, a group of people greets the protagonist and the boy asks if they're talking to him. The blonde girl from before asks Lin if he saw a red lightning bolt earlier, but she dismisses the question, assuming he would have died if he had. After their conversation, the protagonist suspects the light that frightened Tong Tong is likely the ghost from the outer city. Luckily, it's not heading in Lin's direction, so the boy knows you must act quickly. At the first line of defense, oddly, the corporation has not detected any ghostly fluctuations. A subordinate comments to the leader that it's very difficult to kill 3 rank B ghost masters, even for a rank A. Before responding, the girl simply spits out the coffee she was drinking, complaining it's too bitter, prompting the boy to apologize profusely. She doesn't take it too seriously, and suddenly her device rings with a report of ghost traces. In this case, the leader asks for the location, but before answering, the informant mentions encountering a student along the way. Naturally, this immediately makes the girl consider the possibility that it's our hero. Meanwhile, the blonde girl jokes if the leader will stop secretly eating sweets, but she smiles and replies she won't. Back at Xiaofeng Mountain, the protagonist hides and starts searching for the Ghost Master pursuer. Thinking they plan to ambush him, Lin figures the delinquent must be in the temple. When he arrives through a hole in the roof, the boy overhears the hooded figure talking to his brother. Lin, meanwhile, is already above the criminal, but unaware of this, the man continues talking, saying he has already found a buyer for the hero, offering 7 million. Unexpectedly, the protagonist discovers that besides wanting to kill him, they also plan to sell his spirit. This audacity makes Lin send Tong Tong into combat without hesitation, but to defend himself, the hooded man summons his rank C spirit. With that, a duel begins between the two spirits, and while they are occupied, the hero takes the opportunity to go after the master. Positioning himself behind the criminal, he stabs him with his golden dagger. However, this causes the criminal's spirit to awaken its ghostly domain. Now with his master safe and everything under his control, the spirit begins attacking, launching hundreds of cats. But with her awakened form, Tong Tong simply focuses her energy and starts expanding, overpowering the cat's spirit. In an immense release of power, Tong Tong's ghostly domain emerges, overshadowing the hooded man's. As the location transforms into an amusement park, the hero thinks that his spirit is truly like a child. However, the place still exudes a very strong malevolent aura. From the park's rides, Tong Tong manages to manifest her attacks as if they were truly alive. The toys charge toward the hooded man's spirit, and a battle between them ensues. Fortunately for the criminal, he manages to escape quickly before being captured. But just behind him was one of the most dangerous ones. Opening its giant, terrifying mouth, a massive toy devours the hooded man. This causes the man's ghostly domain to collapse. Now, the ghostly domains from both sides begin to fade, but upon returning, the hero is puzzled as to why he's no longer at Xiaofeng Mountain. Instead, he finds himself in a mysterious place with a purple atmosphere and a bridge. The hero suspects there is another layer of ghostly domain, but with the sound of a gong, the hooded man's ghost spirit takes off at full speed. Lin tries to order Tong Tong not to pursue it, but unexpectedly, she doesn't follow his command. The cat-like spirit passes by a palace with 2 giant hands on either side. Inside this place, there's a pair of shoes that seem eager to run, but are imprisoned. The protagonist realizes he must not let his spirit enter. This becomes the perfect time to use the repaired ghost rope. Without wasting any time, Lin throws the rope, successfully capturing Tong Tong and pulling her back. This brings both of them back to the normal environment of Xiaofeng Mountain. After all the chaos, the hero asks if his spirit is okay, and she happily shows that she managed to grab the red shoes from the palace. At the same time, elsewhere, the red comet continues streaking across the sky. Suddenly, it changes direction toward a squadron, prompting the blonde to warn everyone to prepare. But unexpectedly, the entity veers away before reaching them, soaring back upward. The girl realizes it's searching for something else. Back on the mountain, this system notifies that the ghost can evolve again with a ghost spirit pill, and Lin doesn't hesitate to accept. With this, Tong Tong advances to rank B, gaining the ability Swallow, which absorbs energy and items from opponents, while Lin's strength is doubled. Additionally, the system gives the hero a new task, to choose a second ghost and form a bond with it. Among the vessels the protagonist currently has, there are many options, but by intuition, Lin decides to choose the shoes that Tong Tong brought. However, the first task that appears is to return the shoes to their owner. The problem is that the other part of the set tends to reunite, and Lin must survive the process. Later that night on Xiaofeng Mountain, the hero finds it strange that he hasn't found the hooded man's corpse. He suspects the man might have been devoured by the palace earlier, considering even the shoes were there. In any case, he finds the communication device but realizes he now needs to prepare a place to fight. This is because the owner of the shoes must have noticed and is likely heading toward the area. 10 minutes later, the hero positions himself at the edge of the mountain summit. From there, he can clearly see the surrounding areas. While waiting, Lin informs another pursuer that he found the target at Xiaofeng, luring the man to the location. And in this case, all the boy could do was take a nap while the man came running toward him. However, despite the night being full of monsters, the hooded figure manages to defeat them all and continues advancing. But to his dismay, a very powerful person was nearby and sent a message to Lin. This person is the guild leader, and recognizing the situation, she alerts the others. Without wasting time, she informs them that the 15-year-old Prodigy boy is being pursued by a ghost master. The blonde, on the other hand, considers the day a disaster, and since the distance is still far, the leader also reminds her about the message board. Back on the mountain, the leader's message reaches the hero, and she nudges him to wake him up. Opening his eyes, Lin asks if the instructor came to talk about the malevolent spirit, but the leader asks if he actually saw it. In response, the hero confirms he did, but the real issue is about a ghost master coming after him. From his demeanor, Lin reveals he already knew this, which leaves the leader concerned because she wouldn't be able to protect him. Regardless, on the communication radio, the hero's plan is a success as the other hooded figure has just arrived. In this case, the instructor asks what the boy plans to do and jokingly tells him not to get captured. Noticing Lin's calm demeanor, she asks if his spirit is already at a high rank. Without hesitation, the hero confirms it is, leaving the leader utterly impressed by his rapid growth. She concludes that Lin likely possesses a hidden state body that only appears once every 100 years. Getting to the point, she asked about the plan, but the hero simply says she'll see when she watches. After a long journey, the hooded figure arrives and via radio, his younger brother instructs him to head to the summit tree. However, upon arrival, the man sees no sign of his partner. At the base of the tree, though, he notices a shiny red shoe that catches his attention. In a secure location, a note asks if the embroidered shoes are really the artifact the bride is seeking. The hero confirms they are since they're part of the set, and as she's almost there, the target will be this man. In this case, the leader understands that if the bride is stronger, she will defeat him, and if she's equal, she will tire him out. Soon enough, from a distance, the bride approaches at high speed, leaving the hooded figure puzzled by what he sees in the sky. She stops in front of the man, radiating her powerful presence. The moment she arrives, the bride engulfs the entire mountain in her ghostly territory. Switching perspectives, the hero wonders where the leader went. At that moment, she appears with her group, greeting the boy and leaving him confused about whether she's truly the guild leader. The girl, for her part, asks why Lin doesn't recognize her. Sincerely, the hero explains that he always thought the leader was an older man in his 40s. This slightly irritates the blonde, but the leader takes it as a compliment. Changing the subject, thanks to the boy, the malevolent spirit has revealed itself, and now the leader can eliminate it. However, the one benefiting the most is the hero, as he will complete the mission, defeat the bride, and keep a shoe in his inventory. In any case, the mission begins, and after a warning not to summon spirits right away, everyone enters the place. Noticing the vibrant colors and lights everywhere, the hero thinks this would indeed be a great place for a wedding. The leader, however, orders everyone to stop so she can scout the area. She summons one of her puppets, but as it begins to fly, immediately disintegrates. Understandably shaken, the leader commands the others to hurry and summon their ghosts. Unexpectedly, none of them can sense or summon their spirits. Realizing this, the girl immediately understands that the group needs to leave as quickly as possible. However, just as with the others, the gate slams shut, and no amount of force can open it. At that moment, everyone hears a scream, and the earlier hooded figure is thrown from a hall to the gate, hitting the ground and staining it with blood. This catches the hero's attention, but the presence of the rank B spirit, a bride in a wedding dress, captivates him even more. The blonde asks what they should do now, and the leader advises against acting rashly, as she plans to sacrifice herself to awaken Shou Bai. The hero, however, asks if the ghosts can be summoned if the domain is separated for a while, to which the girl responds affirmatively. In that case, Lin summons Tong Tong, leaving everyone astonished at his ability to call upon his ghost. The system is quite powerful and imposes no restrictions on interacting with the ghosts despite its many problems. With this advantage, the hero manages to use his ghostly domain. Since this is equivalent to an independent space, the warriors are now able to summon their ghosts and counterattack. This results in massive explosion from the sheer number of attacks by different spirits. Among those that appear are Feng Yu, a rank C, and Shou Bai, a rank B. The hero realizes that these are the true ghosts under the leader's command as opposed to the others, which were merely supports. Without wasting time, Xiaobai uses her spear to try and pierce the monster, while Fengyu provides long-range support. However, the bride manages to trap all the feather attacks with red threads to defend herself. Despite this, the strength of the two spirits seems equal, creating the perfect opportunity to deploy the shoes. At this point, the hero shouts for everyone to stop attacking immediately, leaving the leader very confused. Regardless, the warriors cease their attacks, and unexpectedly, the monster does not counterattack. With this, the hero removes the remaining shoe from his inventory and starts walking toward the spirit. He informs the ghost that he has found her shoe and is willing to return it. The ghost accepts, completing the mission without the need for a confrontation. Watching this unfold, the leader asks if the boy is truly planning to take the bride as his second ghost. She warns that capturing and controlling a malevolent spirit would be an extremely dangerous task. Back to the ghost, she puts on the missing shoe, and an explosion of energy occurs, leaving everyone astonished by the immense power. From within the massive aura, the fully formed Ranka version of the bride in her wedding dress emerges. Faced with this, the guild leader orders everyone to stay alert as the ghost's energy has doubled in strength. Even the hero is now concerned, but the spirit simply walks forward as everyone braces for the worst. Xiaobai prepares to attack, but before anything happens, the Rook finds themselves outside again. They are visibly relieved, but the leader notices Lin is missing, meaning the ghost's domain is still active. This is a very bad situation, but the blonde knows that boy isn't ordinary. The leader Yan asks since when she's thought that way about him, leaving the girl embarrassed. Regardless, Yan tells everyone to rest and assures them she will handle the matter of the boy. Before anything else, however, she forbids spreading information about the bride's unique special domain. Back in the domain, the hero wonders why everyone suddenly disappeared. At that moment, a second mission appears, tasking him with going to the bride's room and helping her comb her hair. Immediately, the boy heads to the location, but he's unsure how to comb the ghost's hair since he can't see it. Upon closer inspection, he notices that the mirror reveals the ghost's face, and beside the table sits the comb. Using the mirror, which reflects the ghost's image, the hero guides himself. This allows him not only to sense but also to truly comb her hair, improving the ghost's expression significantly. Thus, the mission is completed with a favorability gain, but another appears with the objective of stopping the bride's wedding. The spirit then blows a mysterious gas, and Lin gradually loses consciousness while hearing promises of marriage. Later, he opens his eyes and finds himself in the place and time where the spirit once lived. At the same dressing table, the ghost asks her husband if she looks beautiful after getting ready. The girl is Xuanhua, 17 years old, from the wealthy Chuan family, and with a smile, she asks if the boy is surprised by her appearance. Extending her hand, she gives the same cone to her husband. But the hero questions what she called him, prompting the girl to interpret it differently, saying that since they are married, casual names are no longer appropriate. In this world, Lin Feng is Lin Zimo, 18 years old, the third son of the Yangzhou Academy family, and a childhood friend of the girl. Faced with everything, the protagonist wonders how he will stop this wedding if the girl wants to get married. At another moment, a relative of Lin Zimo is completely opposed to the marriage between the two. This is Xuan Yu, 20 years old, the eldest son of the Xuan family, and he opposes the wedding because the bride should be from a large family that could help the other. To be honest, the day before, General Guangwei had already been sent to propose marriage to Xuanhua. Xuan Yu tries to argue that, despite being 48 years old, the general isn't a bad option, but now the hero understands what stopping the wedding truly means. Regardless, an invitation letter was written, and the eldest brother innocently handed it to his younger sibling to read. However, the letter actually spoke of the girl's laments about being forced to marry the general against her will. She explained that she had tried to escape and leave her family but was locked up by her parents. She expressed her wish to meet the boy in another life. Furthermore, because of the general's high authority, she begged the boy not to intervene. Lin thinks the girl's situation is very similar to his own childhood. To him, no matter how times change, humans remain greedy, using their children as tools to fulfill their parents' desires. However, this time, the hero decides to make a difference and not let the same happen to Xuanhua. On the appointed day, the wedding ceremony begins with a musical group arriving to escort the bride. Among the staff is our hero, disguised to infiltrate the event. Lin is there because he wants to see with his own eyes what kind of general would force a marriage. But as the carriage's curtain lifts, the boy notices that inside there is only an empty suit of armor. In this case, the hero asks an attendant nearby why the groom isn't present. The man responds that the groom died 3 days ago, leaving the protagonist completely confused. Still, a wedding was a wedding, but this one was about to become a ghost wedding. Amidst all this, a priest prays to the sun and moon gods, as well as the ghosts and spirits of the Yellow River, to cleanse the oil and light the lamp. He then asks the sealed souls with the mysterious phoenix and the soldiers of death to pave the way for eternal peace. So far, Lin had only heard that ghost weddings were meant for two deceased individuals, not between a living and a dead person. On the bride's side, a servant informs her lady that it's time to go. She says that after drinking this peanut porridge with red dates, the girl will have many children. The father orders his daughter to hurry because the general is waiting, so she begins eating. Back to the hero's perspective, Lin runs thinking he must find Suanhua quickly. He pushes through the crowd until he reaches the bride and sees that she's fine. Obviously, the girl is confused to see her former husband there, but Lin tells her he's come to take her away, making her very happy. The father, however, becomes angry and orders the boy to stop interfering with the girl's wedding. Lin doesn't care and simply pulls Suanhua to start running. By now, the boy has already sent people to distract the guards at the gate, so all they need to do is get on the carriage to escape. But suddenly, the young lady lets go of the hero's hand and collapses, coughing blood. Obviously, the protagonist is confused, but as he holds her, the girl mentions that the earlier porridge was poisoned. Hearing this, the girl's mother cries and explains the situation with the general, saying only souls can marry him. The father says the process only took this long because of the mother's insistence. However, the hero yells at them, calling the situation absurd. He then demands to know where the cure is, grabbing the father's robe and ordering him to act quickly. At that moment, some guards appear and easily restrain the boy on the ground. In response to the earlier question, the man states that the arrow flower poison is incurable. Still, Suanhua isn't sad because someone cared about her. For this reason, before dying, she realized her former husband was with her and was able to pass on. Thus, some attendants began bringing the coffin that had been prepared in advance. The hero, meanwhile, spares no words in cursing the miserable family that ruined their daughter's life. But for the father, it was a child's duty to sacrifice herself for the sake of others, and he remarks that if the boy were 20 years older, he might understand. In any case, the patriarch cannot allow outsiders to know about this. Two men then grab the boy and drag him to a well, throwing him down right in front of his beloved. Later, the ceremony begins as if the girl had died 2 days earlier. Alongside the general, who had passed away 3 days before, they all welcome the bride. However, atop the coffin, people begin to see something very strange. It is the bride's spirit, born from the girl's accumulated resentment. To avenge all she had suffered, she ended everyone's lives, bringing true despair. At the bottom of the well, the hero laments the pain he feels, barely able to breathe. Outside, the sky turns red, much like the clothes Suanhua used to sew. And so, in this tragic way, the story of the two came to an end. In another moment, the hero awakens to find a little girl speaking in front of him. Here, Lin is 6 years old, and a girl named Tong Tong asks for the boy's name. She also offers him a piece of bread, which he eats desperately, making her a little worried. Seeing this, she asks if they can take the boy with them, but her grandfather firmly refuses. Later, after much conversation, the man understands that the little boy is there because he was abandoned by his parents. Lin's mother had said he was a useless child who would only waste resources, and naturally, the old man found this incredibly cruel. Regardless, the elder advised that if the little boy wanted to cry, he should do so for one day. Lin then broke down, saying he hated his family but missed them nonetheless. This prompted the little girl to hug him for comfort and declare that she would be the hero's new mother. Returning to reality, the protagonist realizes he is being hugged by his spirit and the illusion fades. However, they are still in a ghost domain, but since the current Suanhua is unaware, Lin doesn't allow Tong Tong to attack. The bride begins to walk away, so the two decide to follow her to see where she is going. The ghostly territory has now completely transformed into a place filled with lights. Ahead, they see the wedding shaman's soul bells. As expected, marriage is the girl's heart demon because even after becoming a ghost, the scene keeps repeating in the domain. Thus, the hero decides it's time to break this cycle of pain. Quickly, he commands his spirit to destroy the ghostly carriage. However, the girl cannot pass through the main area, revealing the presence of a barrier only Suanhua can cross. But it isn't just one barrier, the entire place is distorted by a ghost spell. Upon closer inspection, the bells capture Lin's attention, and he realizes they are controlling the ghost's spirit, drawing Suanhua to the carriage. She continues moving toward it, and as a heart demon, Lin knows she is determined. He places himself in her path and shouts for her to stop, asking if she has forgotten her past. For a few seconds, the ghost pauses but then passes through the protagonist. She keeps moving because, with her current favorability, Lin lacks the power to convince her with words. However, there is still one method worth trying, so the boy ties himself with the ghost rope and jumps into the well. At the bottom, he finds Lin Zemo's skeleton, along with a scripture about meeting again in another life. Unfortunately, this never happened because his beloved became a malevolent spirit. Nonetheless, the boy takes Zemo's calm and returns to the bride's room, where the two parts are reunited. This releases a dense energy that interferes with the bells. Suanhua senses it and instinctively begins moving toward the hero. The protagonist then asks if she remembers this calm. The bride's hand reaches for the object, and after taking it, she begins to cry profusely. Even after waking up, however, she continues running toward the gate. This time, she destroys the portal and demolishes the entire interior with impressive speed. Unfortunately, it's not effective because the carriage regenerates instantly. After being attacked, it transforms into a giant monster that, with a roar, destroys the ground beneath it. Faced with this, Tong Tong charges forward and the hero thanks her, but after cutting the monster's legs, they regenerate. It appears this ghost is immune to physical attacks, so the hero retreats slightly. He lights a Molotov cocktail and throws it into the carriage's interior, setting everything ablaze. With this, the ghost is seemingly defeated, but from the charred remains emerges an even more powerful version. Our hero is quite worried, but Xuanhua unleashes an impressive fire ability. When the carriage ghost attacks, the bride counters by setting it aflame. In this case, the hero orders Tong Tong to assist the bride by restricting the monster's movements. Once the spirit is restrained, Xuanhua uses her ropes to wrap around the carriage and completely incinerate it. Thus, the mission is a success and favorability with the bride increases by 20 points. This now makes it possible to bind her as the second ghost. The system prompts the boy to offer his blood and lift the bride's veil. With no container to store the blood, the bride begins licking the hero's cut finger. This makes the protagonist think she might be treating him as her groom. With the bond established, the boy earns another chance to spin the roulette and now has an A-rank spirit on his side. With the domain still active, the hero starts analyzing his new ghost. Her stats are excellent, but some abilities stand out, such as an arrow that brings the phantom territory along and moves at high speed. Additionally, the boy now has a dual territory, which could provide a significant advantage against future enemies. Without wasting more time, he spins the roulette and gains the skill Break Phantom Pattern. Suddenly, the boy hears a strange sound that grabs his attention. The sound is the galloping of a horse, and the hero wonders if it's a human or a ghost. He decides to leave, taking Xuanhua with him, but when the phantom territory disappears, Lin finds himself in a new location. In this case, the protagonist assumes the bride used the flash ability after hearing the sound of a potential malevolent spirit. Since she chose to use the ability, it suggests they need more information to handle the situation. Regardless, the location is near Liu City, prompting the hero to decide to return. At the Coastmasters Association, Yan is very surprised to see the boy alive. This is because there had been no information about him for the past 3 days. As for the bride, Lin proudly announces that he resolved the situation. This, of course, leaves the leader astonished to be in the presence of such a talented boy. Shigen suspects this is the result of his hidden spiritual body, but Lin humbly attributes his success to her cooperation. Setting aside the gratitude, Yan asks for a more practical benefit. She invites Lin to join the Ghostmasters Union, but the idea of having to work doesn't appeal to the hero. In this case, she explains that his position would be as a special member, requiring him only to participate in major missions in exchange for considerable authority. Authority doesn't sound bad to the hero, as it would help him uncover information about Xuanhua's enemy and the mysterious temple. He accepts, which makes the leader very excited. Unexpectedly, she asks if she looks pretty, and blushing, the boy awkwardly says yes. With that response, she pushes him against the wall while explaining the benefits Lin will receive. But as always, a random person shows up to interrupt, though they quickly realize their mistake and leave. Returning to the main topic, she informs Lin that joining the union requires level recognition conditions. Even though the boy is already very strong, since he's still in the internship period, he can only become a recognized member after the ranking event. With a smile, Yan asks her future companion to prepare, saying she'll be rooting for him. At night, in the mansion area, before sleeping, the boy reflects that tomorrow is the ceremony. Xuanhua is resting at the moment, but Lin believes that with Tong Tong, everything should be fine. However, just as he's about to fall asleep, the girl's spirit emerges from the comb, scaring our hero. And with a somewhat strange expression, she lay beside the protagonist and spent the entire night staring at him. In the morning, Lin wakes up in a panic to the sound of his alarm clock. Fortunately, Xuanhua, treating the boy as her husband, ensures he doesn't oversleep. However, getting dressed is still something the hero prefers to do on his own. Later, a host excitedly welcomes everyone to the Ghost Master evaluation ceremony. This time, there are over 3,000 participants, so she announces that it will be thrilling and declares the event open. She explains that most participants are recent graduates, but there are also some from other years, including an intern. In the stands, the greedy redhead from before notices Lin, and someone comments that passing the exam requires more than just combat power. This proves true during the event, as some people see the protagonist and doubt his ability to succeed. The first round, the written exam, begins, and anyone who answers incorrectly on any of the 30 questions will be disqualified. By question 23, 1/3 of the participants have already been eliminated, and the questions become increasingly difficult for the veterans. However, for our hero and 50 of his students who pass, the exam was far too easy. The second round involves a mental test where 3 examiners release the auras of their malevolent spirits to challenge the students. The first examiner summons a rank D spirit, and while many tremble in fear, Lin remains unaffected. Next, a rank C spirit is summoned, and the master tries to encourage the students. However, most begin to collapse under the aura's pressure, including the senior class Prodigy. The blonde who falls is Luna, the genius of class 1, and everyone had been certain she would pass. But as if a rank C wasn't enough, the final examiner, Elder Gu, steps forward. From his chest emerges a rank B spirit, sending the audience into a frenzy. As a result, even more students fall, leaving only 9 to advance to the next stage. This is the most anticipated moment as the students ascend the classification stage to summon their spirits for analysis. The first to go is Maiqian-2, but his rank F spirit results in disqualification. Next, Gao Shang steps up, revealing a rank D ghost, which is well above average. Then it's the hero's turn, the only remaining student. As Lin ascends the stairs for the test, some murmur about rumors of him possessing a unique physical body. Confidently, Gao Shang bets that the intern won't pass, even claiming he'll lead an armored vehicle if proven wrong. However, Lin focuses on making an appearance without drawing too much attention. He summons Tong Tong, but the moment the audience sees her, they immediately sense her immense aura. The boy rooting for Lin hopes the spirit is at least rank C. But when the machine generates the result, everyone is shocked to discover the intern's ghost is rank B. Expressions of envy and astonishment are evident in the crowd, while the supportive boy beams with pride. The host is ecstatic, announcing that this is the first time a student has reached rank B, and the device confirms it accurately. However, as everyone celebrates, someone sneaks up behind the hero and stabs him. Maiqian-2 shoves the protagonist aside, captures his spirit, and seals it. As Lin processes the situation, the man removes an artificial mask, revealing himself as the hooded figure. With a sinister grin, he declares his intent for vengeance for his brother's death. This is Yishan of the Oil Goo Corporation, now wielding a rank B malevolent ghost. The hero realizes that not only did this man survive, but he also returned far more powerful. The host declares a state of emergency as the audience descends into panic. Elder Gu intervenes, stating that Yishan's forced synchronization with a malevolent spirit will drastically shorten his lifespan. Another examiner joins the fight, but is easily defeated due to his inferior spirit. Not only him, but all others are also taken down. And as if that weren't enough, the attacks are laced with poison. As the final strike heads toward him, the hero reflects on how hard the hooded man worked for his revenge. But today, Yishan will fail because the hero still has Xuanhua at his disposal. And being an A-level spirit, she simply wraps Yishan in her threads and explodes him into pieces. Obviously, the examiners are left in disbelief at what they are witnessing, but one of them notices that she is also a malicious spirit. The elder, in turn, finds it strange that the ghost can kill without even needing to open a ghostly domain. However, after analyzing, everyone realizes that this is the bride who sealed the city, causing their despair to grow even more. In the stands, the red-haired girl hugs the boy with bowl-cut hair, and the two cry for their lives. Nonetheless, what the bride does is release Tong Tong from his imprisonment, and the system gives the boy a corpse-wrapping bag. Thus, the hero thanks Xuanhua for her help, and her level is accidentally revealed, leaving everyone in silence. In this case, the two in the stands understand why the malicious spirit did not attack. Amidst expressions of surprise and concern, the host asks if this is the boy's second ghost. Therefore, since he can no longer hide his trump card, Lin responds affirmatively, leaving everyone silent once again. But after this moment of calm, the situation shifts and the audience shouts, declaring the boy a hero. From all directions, Lin receives countless praises, and some even suggest that the boy should become the Academy's director. Without further delay, the host announces Lin Feng's rank as an A-class Ghost Master. And standing in the center of the arena, everyone enthusiastically chants the name of our hero. The next day, however, the protagonist is overwhelmed by several people insisting on becoming his disciples. This has been happening for 7 days, and during all this time, the hero hasn't been able to sleep even once. Because of this, he realizes he can no longer stay in the city, and in the meantime, he uses the ghost territory. The problem, however, is that despite being alone, the atmosphere and the words of resentment are far from pleasant. At this point, the protagonist needs to go shopping, but he knows he will be surrounded, even though he has money to spend. He really wants to spend money, but outside, the host of the event is doing a report, and everyone is participating. Even the guild leader is there, but she understands that the situation is becoming unsustainable for the boy. Later, at headquarters, a hero asks if Yan is really heading to High City. She replies that she's going on a business trip and that the boy will follow her as part of his training. It is mentioned that High is one of the 5 great cities, and one of the branches of the Ghost Master Association is located there. In the west, besides the south and north, all have an area considered the largest city, and in High, as there are many strong people, it's possible to sell ghost tokens. Thus, the hero sees this as a good opportunity because Chuanhua's territory has many of these tokens. In any case, Yan tells the boy to get ready so they can leave the day after tomorrow, but Lin finds the girl's expression a bit strange. 2 days later, the hero asks how far the city is, and Yan says they are a few hundred kilometers away. They will pass through a desert area with many traps and a B-class master. But since the association has a private road, everything will be easier. In this case, Lin realizes that the school's teaching is limited and that there are many things he still doesn't know. But in any case, now his next goal lies in High City. 5 hours later, the pair arrive at the junction of the desert area from Liu City to High City. Then our hero jumps out of the car and the leader informs him that they have arrived at the port. With that, the two head toward a giant submarine to continue their journey across the sea. Indeed, the water is safer. Even though there are water ghosts, their number is much smaller than on land. Inside, Yan explains that the distance is greater, but the trip will be safer because the gold-painted submarine prevents ghosts from sensing humans. Thus, the journey proceeds without major issues through the sea surrounding the desert. At this moment, the radio announces that they are about to arrive at the western port of Hai, so everyone needs to prepare to disembark. But our hero falls asleep and his head accidentally lands on the leader's chest. This wakes him up very embarrassed, but just in time to leave. It is said that Hai City has 8 million people and many strong coast masters. The spiritual individuals from the eastern area reside there, and the association also publishes far more missions than in Liu City. Moreover, since this is a place the leader knows well, she says the boy can stay in the room. Inside her residence, while serving tea, the girl asks to see the phantom tokens. So our hero calls for Tong Tong and asks her to bring the phantom spirit. With that, the rank B token, Small Axe Head, appears. And Yan is completely shocked, which prompts her to question how the boy managed to obtain it. In response, the hero explains that besides this one, there are 5 more, all found within the bride's wedding territory. Obviously, the girl is at a loss for words, as this is the first time she's seen something like this, since most of these spirits are nurtured by masters from a young age. Getting straight to the point, Yan mentions that the spirit will sell for at least millions and tells Lin to rest while she contacts the auction house. In the house's bathtub, the protagonist finally begins to enjoy a relaxing evening. But as he remembers that Hai City also has many high-level missions, Lin thinks his spirits will grow stronger soon. Suddenly, the hero notices Xuanhu's presence in the bathroom, even though he's certain he locked the door. However, locking the door is useless against a ghost unless it's sealed with gold. Anyway, the hero asks what Xuanhua is planning to do, but she doesn't respond and simply crouches behind him to wash his back. Then, after a few minutes, the hero leaves the bathroom deeply embarrassed, with a mission of bathing with the ghost completed. Yan quickly notices this and becomes confused about what made the boy's face turn so red. After that, Lin goes to bed, and once again, his ghost is lying next to him. Still, for him, waking up to such a beautiful face isn't bad, so the protagonist gives her a goodnight kiss and gains favorability. Somewhere near Hai City's defense area, a bald man says, "Well done," to the rank B evil spirit that had been troublesome but was finally defeated. However, another member of the Ghost Masters group comments on the sound of a horse's gallop. Then, everyone leaves the house, but before anything else, the bald man warns them to prepare for battle because it's likely not human. Without wasting time, everyone activates their spirits to face the approaching rider emerging gradually from the mist. However, they didn't expect to encounter an S-rank General Coast spirit. As a result, they are terrified, but the bald man remains confident that they can win with their accumulated coast territories. He couldn't be more wrong, as everything is destroyed with just one charge from the Headless spirit. At the same moment it broke their defenses, the ghost finished them all with its sword, leaving no survivors behind. Back at the leader's building, the hero realizes he slept and woke up naturally, but now it's already afternoon. However, as he becomes aware, he notices his 2 ghosts are with the leader beside his bed. This naturally startles the boy, prompting Yan to apologize for scaring him. She comments that the hero looks so comfortable sleeping that she didn't wake him for the morning meeting, but during that time, Xuanhua already prepared 5 breakfasts. With that, in front of all those wonderful dishes, the hero asks if Xuanhua made them. With a happy expression, Yan simply enjoys the meal while praising the girl. Getting to the point, the leader informs that during the auction, all the rank B spirits sold for about 20 million. As a result, our hero spits out what he's eating, as he never expected to get rich so quickly. However, with auction fees, taxes, and agency work deducted, the hero will only keep 13 million, which he has no issue with. Thus, the girl tells the protagonist to eat at ease, as she still has something to handle at the agency, which makes Lin curious. Then she explains that near Liu, the heads of a small group of ghost masters were severed by an evil spirit. At that moment, a man named Zhu appears, apologizing for not showing up earlier and telling the girl she doesn't need to worry anymore. He is the co-leader of Hai City's Ghost Masters Association and assures Yan she can leave this responsibility to him. However, the girl states she didn't come to the city for a vacation, but since she has no information, Zhu insists she shouldn't go. Anyway, the man says he's already arranged everything and mentions that he'll show the recording of the decapitating ghost. Then the recordings begin in the mist, and the hero quickly notices the sound of a horse, the same one he had heard in Xuanhua's territory. For now, with just a few seconds of video, the spirit finishes everyone off and leaves. In this case, the hero suggests that the horse is the ghost of a master, but upon reviewing the video, the boy notices that the rider has no head, and it is precisely Headless that the association calls him. But since the information has already been collected, Zhu comments that he will send his daughters to track him. Leader Yan agrees to let this man handle it this time. However, upon further reflection, the hero realizes that the honor is the same as the general who was married to Xuanhua, making it possible that this is the malicious spirit of the carriage. Moreover, even after changing cities, he continues to pursue them, so the system opens a mission to annul the girl's engagement by destroying the marriage certificate. After recalling that the ghost territory forcibly activated the marriage mode, the hero believes he will find the certificate in the domain. Then, inside the ghost territory, everyone starts searching until the protagonist finds a red paper. On this paper, there are ghostly words leading Lin to decide to simply tear it apart. However, the marriage certificate regenerates like the ghost carriage, but with Swan who has firepower, the object is burned, and the mission progresses by 50%. But since it wasn't fully completed, the hero believes there is another bond with the general, and he needs to face him to win the girl's freedom. Faced with this, Lin goes to a cave to complete an A-rank mission. Now that the girl's marriage certificate has disappeared, finding her won't be easy, but the general can easily destroy an A-rank master. That's why the hero is in this cave. He needs to grow stronger. Meanwhile, in the northern part of High City, a team led by Zhao finds other lifeless bodies. Thus, the man asks Ling and Yu how they interpret the situation. Ling, in turn, comments that the master was defeated about an hour ago, while Yu says they can track the spirit by the energy of the horse's hoof prints on the ground. In this case, Zhou becomes excited about the progress, and an hour later, the group continues their pursuit. During the journey, Yu orders the car to stop because the ghostly hour is growing more intense, indicating that the monster is near. Thus, Zhu orders all the lights to be turned off and informs the group they will have to adapt to moonlight to fight. Then he announces that 5 teams will split up and surround the area, prioritizing trap setup and avoiding rushing in. The platoon proceeds with the mission, and Ling sends her butterfly spirit to gather some information. But despite dealing with something so dangerous, Zhao's plan is still to capture the monster alive. Following Ling's butterfly, it advances until it is trampled by the ghost's horse. With this, the girl feels a bad premonition, but Yu tries to comfort her sister, reminding her that there are 30 ghost masters, including 3 A-rank ones. Therefore, the girl hopes that everything will truly work out, and at the same moment, the Headless begins to approach. Wasting no time, Zhu orders all teams to use their concealed ghost territories to seal the area. However, the general doesn't evade, so the association's co-leader warns everyone to prepare for battle. Unexpectedly, the ghost manages to destroy the territory with great ease, frightening the warriors. And since the spirit's ability is very unique, the leader understands that they need to act now to help. However, so far, a team of 7 B-class individuals has been instantly defeated by the monster. In this case, the Elder activates his spirit Jin Wu and asks it to use the ghost territory to stop the general from advancing. Then a massive area is created, and fortunately, the monster can't break through as easily. This is expected from a territory formed by 3 A-rank masters, so the man believes the coast is cornered. Shouting loudly, Zhu orders Wei Ming and Adi to attack the general with him while sparing the horse. But suddenly, the ghost's speed begins to increase, and the warriors start telling the leader they will need help. From within the general's cloak, he releases a spirit that attacks the co-leader's neck. Thus, the monster manages to slice the bird's spirit in half, leaving everyone desperate. And, as if things couldn't get worse, the general opens his own ghost territory. What leaves Zhu terrified is that all this release of power will cause the interior to collapse. As several are eliminated by the monster, the leader tries to escape with some warriors. But it was already too late to prevent the destruction, and several ghosts start emerging from a crystal portal. From inside the truck, Ling tries to warn that other team members haven't arrived, but the leader says they can't wait any longer. Therefore, they step on the accelerator while Team 3's car is being targeted. Unfortunately, they couldn't go any faster due to the risk of overturning, so the ghosts ended them. And with terrible luck, a car fell right onto the cab of the leader's truck, causing the engine to stop and the truck to crash into a tree. In this case, the plan now was to quickly hide in the storage area because it was a place painted with gold. Inside, the little girls ask if their father is hurt, but he simply tells them to keep quiet. However, there was a hole in the gate of the truck's storage compartment. So Ling decided to peek through the gap, but saw the general's horse at that very moment. This made the girl think they were doomed and wanted to die right there. However, unexpectedly, the general ignores them because someone far more important to him appears. Meanwhile, the protagonist opens the storage area, finds the 3 of them, and calls them to escape. In a very clever move, the hero avoids confrontation and simply uses the girl's flash ability to escape with the survivors. In the 13th defense zone of High City, everyone is treated, and while Ling expresses gratitude, her father complains about losing his second spirit. In response to the thanks, Lin says it was nothing and that he was just passing by coincidentally. But suddenly, Zhu grabs him, crying, and asks the boy to request Yen's help for the mission in exchange for any rewards. 3 hours earlier in the Ghost Cave, Lin defeats a rank B spirit and obtains a used ghost territory fragment that can be used to strengthen his own. However, this was the first time our hero had heard of such a thing. Additionally, Lin obtained the Ghost Cloak, which conceals presence and matches others. Despite being a bit ugly, the hero decides to try it on, and since it changes shape, it's quite convenient. In the cave, the ghost's aura is denser, as expected, showing that this is the perfect place to farm. So our hero progressed from the outermost part to the deepest, defeating everything in his path, until they defeated a rankest spirit, obtaining 2 more ghost territory fragments. However, this time the fragments were blue, and in addition, Lin obtained ghost grass, whose purpose he doesn't yet understand. The first thought that comes to mind is that it's used to feed ghosts, but the hero dismisses this idea. With that, the system notified him that Tong Tong could evolve with the help of a pill, and upon accepting, the girl advanced and Lin's body was strengthened threefold. Additionally, Tong Tong gained a new spell called Mutation, and her favorability increased significantly. Lin, in turn, was aware that all these rewards were thanks to the association, and there were only a few days left for Xuanhua to ascend to rank S. Later, as expected, there was another exit, and since walking at night wasn't convenient, the hero thought of getting a motorcycle. The Flash ability can teleport, but only within a small area and at the cost of energy, so Lin thought it would be good to get the general's horse. After all, during this time, wilderness areas have many bad paths. However, suddenly the hero hears a different sound. And upon going to the location, Lin saw the Headless general and all the destruction he was causing. As expected, it wouldn't be a simple enemy, but since the boy didn't have enough information, he decided to return to the city. However, at that moment, the co-leader's truck appeared and crashed into the tree, and seeing this, Lin thought that if he didn't intervene, it would be discovered by the ghost. In summary, that's what happened, and thanks to the hero, both Ju and his daughters were saved. Then in the infirmary, Ju pleads with Yan to help since she has a physical body. But the girl only has an S-rank ghost spirit that is currently unusable, so she asks Lin what he thinks. Upon hearing that name, Joe is surprised to see the prodigy of Liu City right in front of him. However, not only him, as his daughters were also very surprised, and Yu in particular blushed. Because of this, the co-leader offers the boy 1,000,000 credits to help, but Lin says he cannot be bought with money. In this case, the man asks what Lin wants, whether it's a house or a position, but Yu suggests including her in the negotiation. However, obviously, as the overprotective father he is, Zhu gets very irritated. Nevertheless, Lin says he can help under 3 conditions. The first condition is that the co-leader will also work. The second is that the entire strategy will be devised by the hero. And the third is that all the loot will belong to him. For Zhao, the first 2 conditions are understandable, but the third one is hard to accept. As Lin expected, the co-leader also wants the general's loot, so the boy offers an A-rank spirit to compensate for what was lost in return. This, of course, shocks both the man and his daughter, especially since the spirit has no owner and is not a malicious entity. Returning to the main topic with these 3 conditions, Lin also offers 10,000,000 credits but gives the elder only 30 seconds to decide. This leaves Yan very impressed with the boldness the kid is showing. For a few seconds, Joe contemplates what to do, but the hero keeps counting until time runs out. This forces the Ghost Master to accept, and thus everyone prepares to leave the next day. Later, just as discussed, the Headless general has never fully used his territory because any flaws would cause it to collapse. As for the domain's power, it likely comes from the ghost course and not the general. Since the territory is unstable, a strong domain from a single ghost will be required. Because of this, Lin turns to the bride and asks her to open her domain. The moment the two enter, the system notifies them that the fragments of the territory can be used to make alterations. As expected, the boy finds the domain's wall and decides to try using the fragments to expand it. Upon opening the options, the boy finally understands the different colors of the fragments, as each can create something unique. He decides to use the forest fragment first, shaped like a sakura tree. This fills Xuanhua's territory with many trees and causes it to continue expanding. Additionally, the boy expands it with a swamp, a snowy mountain, and a river. Sitting together on the bridge over the lake, the boy asks Xuanhua if she likes it, and she seems very happy. He then decides to try using the ghostly algae he obtained earlier. Throwing them into the depths, the protagonist asks if her spirit can control the algae. Fortunately, Xuanhua is able to do so, and the trap is set. If everything goes according to plan, the Headless General will be caught like a rat in the trap. In the city center, people despairingly comment on the news about 20 Ghost Masters being eliminated. One man, in turn, asks if the leader managed to escape because he has a crush on his daughters, but his colleague, of course, thinks he has no chance. In Area 13 of High City at the defense station, Ghost Masters use the half-hour safe period to advance. Inside the car, Ling suggests that her father recruit Lin, but Zhu says it's impossible since the boy is already with Yan. Yu, on the other hand, shows up just to call her father old and suggests that he can step down as co-leader if he wants, which doesn't please him much. In the main car, Yan informs the group that they'll rely on 15 elite team members, but she gets a little annoyed because Lin seems distracted. In this case, Yan jealously asks if the boy is thinking about the twins, but Lin assures her he is paying attention. Moreover, he says that what he's thinking about is the battle, prompting the leader to comment that although the plan is good, they'll still need to be careful. Regardless, Yan jokes that she'll be sad if Lin gets hurt, and the blonde driver asks the leader to be more discreet. Later, the hero orders the car to stop, and the group finds more dead Ghost Masters. The leader, therefore, comments sadly on how ruthless this battle is, while the blonde sends her spirit, Feng Yu, to investigate. The twins also get to work with Ling aiding in reconnaissance and Yu analyzing the corpses. However, the blonde's spirit approaches the co-leader, prompting the girl to ask if Feng Yu has discovered something. In response, the spirit shows a black feather, which frightens Zhao because it's part of his own ghost. Then the blonde informed that the phantom spirit captured by the Headless general was in that direction. All the masters set off until, by night, they found another eliminated group. The people had just died, and Ling believes the Headless general must be nearby. Yu, on the other hand, points to a black dot moving in the field. Faced with this, the group tries to locate it. Despite the darkness, the hero's vision is 3 times better than that of a normal person. Therefore, Lin informs them that the Headless general is heading toward Food City. Hearing this, Yan comments that they can't let him reach it because the place is full of people, but the hero reassures her, saying he has a plan. Thus, he summons Xuanhua and asks her to release her aura with intensity. Then, upon sensing it, the general changes direction, and Yan takes the opportunity to warn the group to summon their ghosts before entering Xuanhua's territory. Afterward, as Zhao hasn't fully recovered, the hero calls Yan and Xiao Yun to join him. Shortly before the general arrives, the phantom territory is activated, and inside, the leader is impressed by how much the place has changed. When the monster appears, however, the hero uses Tong Tong's stealth ability. Since he hasn't started attacking yet, the protagonist states that they'll observe before acting. Lin still needs to confirm his hypothesis about the general's phantom territory and the phantom horse. As such, the ghost enters the main hall, destroying everything and leaving the hero quite irritated. But when it finds nothing, it stops as expected, because it's there defying Xuanhua. Yan, for her part, finds it strange that the general is searching for someone while on horseback, but Lin explains that the ghost doesn't want to lose its advantage. To him, the moment the general dismounts will be the right time to attack, and after finding nothing in the girl's room, the ghost begins to act. Lifting its cape, the spirit summons many others to search around the territory, so the hero tells Zhu to ambush the smaller ones. The co-leader catches the message, but you can't help being impressed by the number of spirits and the fact that the territory remains unchanged. Back to our hero, he calls Xuanhua to act, so she flies off, drawing the general's attention to the lake. And once the phantom horse steps off the grass and into the water, the hero believes it will be time for the general to dismount. However, unexpectedly, the general not only manages to walk on water, but also runs even faster than before. That's because he thinks Xuanhua and Lin are trying to escape, but at this moment, the hero is just waiting for him. Although the general is strong, the water is the hero's territory. Yet suddenly, he reconsiders what's happening, because no movement is seen on the water's surface, even though Lin had set the seaweed as a trap. Moreover, Xuanhua acts strangely and descends to the same level as the general. Faced with this, Yan notices that Lin's spirit hasn't used any abilities yet and that the general is slowing down. In this case, the hero assumes the girl decided to use herself as bait, luring him in so they can utilize the seaweed. Additionally, since the two have a marriage contract, the general won't be able to kill her instantly, so Lin thinks it's time to act. Thus, at the moment the ghost lets its guard down, the girl activates the seaweed to trap the spirit. This is highly effective because if the horse is in full sprint mode, it can't be stopped. When the ghost is in aquatic combat, its ability is reduced by at least 1 rank, and the seaweed slows it down even further. Because of this, the remaining ghosts begin to approach to support their leader. But in response, Lin orders everyone to protect the perimeter, preventing the spirits from getting through. Thus, the strongest ones from each group charge forward, and even an S-rank spirit named Xiaohua appears. She can cultivate plants and belongs to the guild leader Yan. As they advance, Yan warns Tong Tong to be careful because she's beside an A-rank ghost. However, with just 1 strike, she destroys the spirit and gains the life recovery ability. This, of course, leaves the leader very surprised because in just a few days, Tong Tong has risen to rank A. At the center of the battlefield, the hero's spirits surround the engaged pair, ensuring no one interferes. And the more Tong Tong fights, the more experience she gains, which leaves Xiao Yun impressed with the capabilities of Lin's ghosts. To her, they exceed their ranking in strength, and knowing that the hero will become very famous if he wins, she also thinks Yan will gain fame. Meanwhile, in the main battle, the general's subordinates continue to fall, but the ghost stubbornly refuses to dismount from his horse. To address this, Lin orders Tong Tong to force the ghost off the horse. Finally, the spirit leaves his horse behind and steps forward for a direct confrontation. At this moment, Xiao uses her flower pollen ability to blind the enemy. Then, everyone joins forces to attack the general with all their strength. However, the ghost retaliates and with a single move, manages to throw the allied ghosts far away. Even though he is hit, he remains unharmed, prompting Yan to think there must be something in his armor that reflects damage. Because of this, Xiao Yun questions how they can harm him as the general moves forward to finish off Tong Tong. But before the worst can happen, she uses her mutation ability and enters combat mode. This puts her on equal footing with the ghosts, but if they don't figure out how to cause damage, they won't be able to defeat him. Thinking quickly, the hero asks Xuanhua to use her ghost flame, as both the wedding carriage and the contract were dealt with using it. Obeying her master, the girl unleashes the attack, and, as expected, it causes significant damage. Tong Tong and Xuanhua then attack together, leaving the ghost in a very weakened state. Yan feels relieved that the battle seems to be over, but she warns that they haven't won yet. That's because the system hasn't sent any notification, and as expected, the general suddenly attempts a surprise attack. But even with his strategy of feigning death, our hero remained vigilant, allowing him to grab a golden sword and stab the ghost. Thus, the boy not only obtains the armor, but also a ghost sword and a ghost cloak that can dominate defeated spirits, making them his own. In addition, Lin gains the ghost horse, which can travel tirelessly and bypass ghost territory barriers. The protagonist thinks that the general might as well be called a treasure chest. With the battle over, Ling suggests that her father start helping Lin, but Zhou finds it odd since she recently told him to stop working. Suddenly, the ghostly territory disappears, prompting the father to ask if they've won. However, Yu sees the Headless general approaching, leaving everyone in despair. But fortunately for them, the one riding the ghost horse is our hero. To reassure everyone, Yan announces that the Headless general has been killed by the protagonist. Naturally, the co-leader's daughters are astonished because the ghost had taken down 20 people by himself. Zhao, on the other hand, is slightly annoyed that a mere 15-year-old boy now possesses all the ghost benefits. In this case, he asks if the hero is selling the ghost and states he's willing to pay 50 million credits. However, the protagonist refuses, so Zhou keeps increasing the offer until it reaches 100 million. This makes Ling think her father is crazy for offering so much just to get the horse. Regardless, since the Zhao family has noble family, Yan believes it's not a lot of money for them. Lin, however, feels slightly irritated by this display of wealth and declares that some things cannot be bought with money. Yan understands the boy's point because right now the most valuable thing is a powerful ghost master, as only they can save humanity during an apocalypse. Thus, since Lin is already so strong at such a young age, it's clear the boy's future will be great. So great that it cannot be measured in money and will carry unimaginable weight. After that conversation, the leader asks if the hero needs a ride, but he says he'll return on the horse. Yan understands his decision as he's acquired such a cool means of transportation, but she asks for a ride next time. To avoid traveling alone, the hero summons his two spirits to celebrate. The boy thinks that this feeling of having them by his side isn't bad at all. But suddenly, Tong Tong encounters a malicious spirit, presenting the perfect opportunity to test the ghost course's abilities. With brutal force, the protagonist invades the territory of a B-rank spirit and destroys it. The hero then reflects that this ghost course and sword are incredibly useful for gaining experience. But even so, within a short period, they were able to return to High City. Before anything else, the protagonist knows that entering like this will attract a lot of attention. However, he doesn't know what to do with the horse, so the system informs him that the inventory space can be upgraded. By upgrading the inventory space to level 2, it now has 5 cubic meters. The system automatically forms a wardrobe room and a phantom stable. Additionally, it's stated that the host can feed the phantom horse with seaweed to restore its stamina. At that moment, Tong Tong taps the boy's shoulder to inform him that something is happening. Taking a look, the hero notices it's an evil spirit, but its energy is strange as it seems even weaker than that of a rank E. Furthermore, it's ignoring Lin, which makes him think it's the type that only attacks when it has a chance of winning. Then the protagonist notices a messenger bag that might hold a treasure. So Lin instructs Tong Tong to grab the bag, and as expected, the moment she does, the spirit's aura increases significantly. However, unexpectedly, the hero is transported back to the cave, possibly due to the bride's power. In this case, Lin thought that Xuanhua acted likely out of feeling threatened by the messenger ghost, which piqued his curiosity. Without further delay, the boy asks Tong Tong to check what's inside the bag, and from it, 2 phantom letters emerge. They were quite similar to a marriage contract, but the delicacy of the letter showed it was crafted by a woman. The system in turn informs that the bride can assist in reading it with the ability to decipher phantom words. So the two begin, but all the letter's author says is to be saved. Unexpectedly, the system notifies Lin that he can choose the unknown female ghost as his third spirit, and in doing so unlock the favorability mission. Naturally, the protagonist becomes very interested and learns he'll need to complete 3 missions to bind the contract. However, as a twist of fate, the first task is to write a reply letter and deliver it to the postman who stole it. In this case, the hero asks his ghosts if they can defeat the postman, but they're not certain. Regardless, the protagonist starts writing the reply letter first, and without much delay, the postman appears, running at high speed. The ghost aura is completely chaotic, so the hero plans only to put the letter in the bag and return it. Fortunately, at the moment this happens, the postman simply takes the bag and leaves happily. In High City's inner district, at the city lord's mansion, some people are shouting about needing to report something. It's about the Headless general from the previous night in the 2nd defense area, but Lia Ru, the 3rd maiden of the city, had already heard about the boy long ago. Liu Yunxiao, the city lord, does not agree with leaving such a genius to the Ghost Masters Association. At a bar in High City's center, someone shouts about something being very frustrating. Because of the Headless general, they couldn't even leave the city to earn money, so the two complain about the association. In this case, the bartender mentions hacking the Ghost Masters Association's internal authority, and because of this, he asks the boy to guess who killed it. Not knowing, the employee informs them it was Lin Feng, and naturally, the two are very impressed, as it's about a boy only 15 years old. In response, an old man comments that occasionally a genius like that appears, suggesting they focus on having children, as they might excel at that instead. The two masters agree, thinking that since Lin is in puberty, the boy has probably never even touched a girl. Meanwhile, in Lin's room, our hero is sleeping next to Tong Tong and Xuan Hua. Breaking this peace, Yan shouts for the boy to wake up, and when he asks why, the leader explains that a beautiful and important government figure has come to speak with him. Later, in a meeting, the girl praised the hero's accomplishments, but Lin simply asked why she had come to see him. In this case, Liu Ru explains that although the boy is already affiliated with an association, she wants him to participate in Hei's governance. The hero warns that he'll likely disappoint her, but she asks him to let her finish speaking first. With that, she explains that the Hai Union was established by a powerful ghost master, and that with Lin's talent, he could receive the best resources. Therefore, the protagonist asks if what the girl is trying to say is that joining them would be better. She says yes, because the conditions the protagonist would have wouldn't be those of a mere vassal. Since the girl's father is already 86 years old, she will soon become the head of the city, but her abilities are insufficient. That's why she says she needs to find someone strong to be her husband, which leaves the hero startled. Originally, the girl's father had other suitors in mind, but he agreed to this because it involved a powerful master, and thus Lin could claim half of the city. In light of this, the hero understands the city lord's seductive plan, knowing that 99% of people would accept it without hesitation. However, he decides to ask why the big sister chose him, which makes her blush, embarrassed by being called that. To explain himself, the hero reminds her that he's only 15 years old and that this is a respectful way to address her. However, the girl doesn't think the age difference between them is significant, and extremely flustered, she decides to leave, which makes Lin wonder if he did something wrong. After the conversation, Yan asks what the protagonist did to make Liu turn so red, but when he explains, the leader unexpectedly becomes jealous. At the same time, in the limousine, the driver asks if her lady needs a towel, but she shouts that she doesn't, because all she can think about is how no one told her the hero's age. Thinking about this, the girl feels guilty for taking advantage of someone younger, but remains excited to see if he'll accept. In a conversation with Yan, the hero comments on how young the city lord's daughter is, and she explains that the lord only had children when he realized he might not have heirs. Liu Ru is his legitimate daughter, who will soon have to inherit the lord's position, as 86 years is considered a limit for ghost masters. In this case, the protagonist asks what will happen to the city lord's ghost spirit when he passes away. Yan explains that because it is so strong, it will likely roam the city causing trouble. Therefore, before he dies, he should go to the ghost prison. Naturally, the hero asks what this ghost prison is. It is then explained that the Union headquarters has a golden prison called the Wheel-Tooth Prison. There are many malicious spirits, and the spirits of strong ghost masters are imprisoned before they die. Before their death, they enter the prison, and their spirit is sealed until, many years later, when their partner's favorability diminishes, someone else can attempt to tame it. Yan, for her part, has been excited for a long time about the day she'll be able to try taming a ghost in the prison, and the one she wants most is number 55. Since she needs more credits, she says the hero must continue helping her while avoiding anyone trying to seduce him. Suddenly, the system announces that a ghost letter is about to arrive, requiring the recipient to be alone. Thus, our hero heads to an open field and waits, impressed by the speed of the response. A few seconds later, the postman appears running at high speed, but since Lin will be receiving the letter, he hopes not to be attacked. Fortunately, the postman stops and delivers the letter peacefully. However, he doesn't leave without requesting payment for his service. Xuanhu then hands over a bit of her energy for the malicious spirit to absorb. With the postman's departure, Lin calls the girl to read the letter, first using the Ghost Resolution ability. Upon reading it, the letter mentions a monastery in the southeastern part of Liu City, providing a clue to follow the ghost's energy. At that moment, the hero recalls the monastery where he found Xuanhu's shoes, making him think the ghost might also be trapped there. As for the other words, the protagonist couldn't read them clearly, but he requests to be taken to the southeast of Liu City. With that, Lin uses the ghost horse and sets out to tame his third spirit. After a few minutes, the boy begins approaching the desert area, indicating that he'll reach Liu soon. However, he suddenly receives a message from Leader Yan on his communication device. Ghost hordes are the most dangerous unnatural disasters, and often, after a few years, they appear in the outer areas of a city. Cities often have several external defense lines, and even without walls, they contain aura detection devices. Once again, if the defense line fails, the hordes of ghosts will break through, and the entire city will face a chaotic crisis. Of course, at the Second Academy of Ghost Masters in Liu City, the teacher says there's nothing to worry about here. But a little girl raised her hand because her mother said this incoming horde was the largest in history, which caused some panic. Additionally, the girl asked why the teacher, who who was a master, wasn't going to the front line, but he simply avoided answering. At the northern defense line of Liu City, someone asks why Lao he is still there. That's because they heard this time the horde would be dangerous. But a girl responds that it will come from the west, meaning this place is still safe. However, suddenly, an A-rank evil spirit breaks the defense line, forcing all the masters into combat. One of them commands their ghost to check if the mass attack is really happening. Soon, they realize the gravity of the situation and that they won't be able to handle it. Desperation overtakes the ghost masters, but the girl shouts, asking if Lao he hears the sound of hooves. At this moment of crisis, our hero arrives mounted on the Headless General's horse, breaking the territory. The spirit is defeated with just one strike, which leaves the girl from before in despair. But upon closer inspection, they notice it's a ghost master, not another evil monster. Getting straight to the point, the hero asks if they are ghost masters from Liu City, and one of them confirms and informs him about the horde from the east. The Sega man also warns the hero to be careful, but he simply leaves without listening. At this moment, the ghost masters realize the boy is Lin Feng and are amazed at how much the protagonist has evolved in such a short time. On the western side of Liu City, at the first defense line, the hero thinks this place is truly perfect for farming. Despite that, a horde is indeed occurring, and if there are already so many at the first line, Lin can barely imagine the entire outer area. As Yan once said, the defense line is like a sieve that gets smaller and smaller. The third defense line has stronger masters, but they'll only handle high-level enemies. Therefore, Lin sees this as a good opportunity to eliminate them first. With this, the protagonist charges straight through the swarm, destroying every ghost he encounters. With one victory after another, even though B-rank spirits don't give much experience, the sheer number of them changes the situation. At the second defense line of the western area, a girl informs her brother Yuan Feng that the third team has been eliminated and they won't hold out much longer. Thus, Yuan tells Han Su to stay behind while he lures the A-rank evil spirit to the station. However, suddenly he sees a spot that's clearer of ghosts where Lin is located. Because of this, Yuan heads toward the region, but not before bumping into two other A-rank spirits. The two spirits corner him and collide their domains, causing a massive explosion. Extremely frightened, Han Su watches everything unfold. Luckily for her, the protagonist breaks the spirit's territory and saves Yuan, throwing him to the ground. As soon as he lands, Lin leaves immediately, and other warriors arrive to check on the group leader's condition. Yuan, however, only asks if anyone managed to see the Ghost Master's appearance, but everyone says no. Returning to the hero's perspective, he finds it strange that there are so many strong monsters in the second defense line. But on his device, he finds a hole in the defense, which leaves him no more time to think. With this, the protagonist continues defeating every ghost he encounters. Eventually, the system informs him that Xuanhua now has enough to evolve to S rank. In this case, the hero decides to upgrade her, which grants her the fog ability and significantly boosts many of her stats. Thus, our protagonist is ready to head to the outer area. At the third defense line, someone shouts, asking Yahello if the association's reinforcements have arrived yet. But while defeating a ghost, the S-rank master explains that even if no reinforcements come, they'll still need to defend the city. Suddenly, a report comes in about an S-class evil spirit approaching from the west, increasing Fee's stress even further. In another region, however, Lin walks through a strange bamboo forest and finds it odd that the ghost territory isn't breaking. But soon he encounters the owner of the domain, who is none other than an S-rank malicious spirit. Despite being a malicious spirit, the hero finds the panda quite cute, though it is still violent. In this situation, the boy orders Xuanhua to use the mist and Tong Tong to kill the monster using mutation mode. However, the cuts reveal that the monster is actually a stuffed toy, but since it is a puppet, Lin questions what the small orb in the middle is. Quickly, the hero realizes that this is the main body, which is evident given the ghost's energy is still active. However, the monster becomes even stronger and expands its territory in a surreal way. The domain grows so much that it reaches the protected zone and begins killing ghost masters there. In this case, one of the warriors asks Fee to handle the malicious spirit, while he manages the situation locally. Back at the confrontation, the monster makes an admirable expression, but Lin says it's useless because its weakness was exposed long ago. Thus, he orders Xuanhua to finish off the panda, and she complies. With that, the system announces victory, leaving Fei confused about what's happening. But soon he sees two ghost spirits and the silhouette of the hero, leading the old man to think he is the alliance specialist. Finally, the half hour of safe time ends, allowing everyone to catch their breath. At the first western base, someone reports the casualties and Fee thanks the protagonist for his help. That's because they would have suffered far greater losses without his support. Nevertheless, the old man asks why only the boy is there as the Union sent 2 teams. The hero explains that he is a special lone member and that the official team has yet to arrive. Naturally, the other masters are amazed that the boy isn't part of the main team, and Fei asks for the hero's name, to which he replies, Lin Feng. With that, the 2 warriors become excited and praise the protagonist as they had already heard a lot about the savior of the city. Fei also commends him for always returning to his hometown whenever it's in need. For that reason, he asks to befriend the boy, and half an hour later, the hordes return with full force. In fact, they come back even more aggressively this time, prompting Faye to check through binoculars. What's worse, the detection device indicates not one, but two S-rank spirits are present. In this case, the old man begins to panic, as he isn't fully healed and has few allies to fight with. Meanwhile, a ghost master arrives to inform them that the south is also in crisis and that 2 bases have already been destroyed so far. This makes the situation even more desperate, leading Faye to think they are truly doomed to lose. In light of this, he calls Lin over to send him away on his ghost horse. The old man insists that a genius like the boy cannot die even if the entire city is destroyed and pleads with the hero to leave. After all, to Faye, as long as the protagonist survives, he can avenge them in the future. In response to this concern, however, the hero asks to analyze the situation first. After observing the 2 malicious spirits alongside the ghost hordes, all Lin can think is that this place is full of XP. In this case, the protagonist asks if the old man can handle an S-rank spirit on his own, to which Faye confidently responds that he can. Thus, the boy announces that the rest will be up to him. Then he jumps into the war, leaving the old man desperate, but Lin doesn't care because he's confident he will win. At the eastern defense front, the hordes begin attacking, but the ghost masters defend from the wall. Lin, on the other hand, says he will leave the white one to Faye, but all he needs to do is hold it off for a bit. Feeling underestimated, the old man declares that he will fight alongside the boy. Back at the wall, the shooters work at high speed to reload their ammunition. The second round of fire is launched, and on the front lines, Faye opens his ghost territory. This causes his domain to clash with the S-rank spirit's domain. However, the malicious spirit is too strong, so other ghost masters attempt to assist the elder. From atop the wall, a warrior warns that Lin is approaching the Black Reaper, but another finds it dangerous that he hasn't opened his domain. Lin in turn commands Tong Tong and Xuanhua to follow him so they can attack within the Phantom's territory. As expected, the Black Reaper has 8 A-rank spirits waiting for their leader's command to attack. The hero thinks this is good because he can easily eliminate all of them with his speed. Lin instructs Xuanhua to lure all the A-rank spirits into her domain while he distracts the S-rank spirit, which the girl does successfully. Naturally, those watching from the wall are astounded that the hero can open his domain within another and trap so many ghosts inside. However, since Lin plans to fight 2 against 8, they believe he's being overly arrogant. But as soon as they all fall into Xuanhua's territory, they can no longer use spells. So Tong Tong simply eliminates all of them at once, earning 12,000 experience points from the system. Because of this, the other ghost masters think the little girl is truly fierce. Meanwhile, our hero thanks both girls for their excellent work, but he notices the Black Reaper is moving faster. Unfortunately, it's too late, as an explosion occurs, leaving the 2 ghosts frightened. Luckily, our hero was wearing the Headless General's armor, which reflected the attack. In response, the ghost attempts to use magic, but the protagonist doesn't give it a chance. With a precise strike from Xuanhua wielding a golden sword, the spirit is defeated. This is because her flash ability, combined with a powerful sword, can catch anyone off guard. In the old man's group, someone asks about the situation and Faye reports that it's dire on their side. He admits they won't be able to hold out for long, but Lin is already heading toward the next S-rank spirit. Even if he can't break the territory, creating weaknesses is already enough. The old man, however, finds the hero's audacity to approach absurd. This is because his territory was destroyed, and since the spirit is stronger than a normal S-rank, he believes they stand no chance of victory. However, while Faye is commenting, our hero is only paying attention to the system. Naturally, this irritates the old man, but Lin is merely waiting for Tong Tong to evolve to S-rank. As soon as the girl evolves, the White Reaper stops attacking, as if sensing her aura. At this moment, it's impossible not to notice the magnitude of Tong Tong's power. Wasting no time, the hero orders Xuanhua to destroy the Phantom territory. After the domain is dismantled, Lin reveals that both his ghosts have ascended to S-rank. Naturally, the old man cannot fathom how the hero evolved so quickly. But now there are no more excuses not to attack, so Tong Tong goes for the final blow. In response, the white ghost summons several cloth and paper puppets for defense. As they combine into a giant puppet, it manages to block Tong Tong's strike on its avatar and counterattack. In this case, the old man orders everyone to cooperate with the hero to defend the outer area. Since the puppet is trapped by Xuanhua's domain, the hero thinks it's a good idea to use the cloak. He releases several low-level ghosts to attack the monster, but it retaliates. However, this distraction is enough for Tong Tong to prepare a precise strike. The White Reaper begins to approach, but the girl cuts the puppet in half. Faced with this, the ghost engages in direct combat against the girl's avatar. But with a powerful strike, she slices the spirit in half, tearing it into pieces. Even so, the system shows no notification and Faye notices on his device that the Reaper escaped. Currently, it's already 500 meters away and the protagonist can see this with his enhanced vision. Despite being an easy target, the protagonist decides not to pursue it because defending the city is now more important. All that remains for the Ghost Masters is to be amazed at how talented this boy is. Thus, Fide, along with another, approaches to praise the hero for making an S-rank ghost flee. The old man says it's an honor and a blessing for humanity to have a genius like him around. However, humbly, the protagonist replies that compared to the elder who has protected the city for so many years, he has done nothing. Suddenly, someone reports on their device that something terrible has happened. It's said that the southern area's defense has fallen, the outer city has been invaded, and some coasts have reached the Golden City. So the hero thinks this attack might be coordinated because the coasts breach precisely at the weakest point. However, at the moment, the most important thing is that a horde is coming to completely destroy the city. In this situation, some masters panic because their wives and children are at home. But Faye knows they cannot abandon their posts because if they move to the center, the number of ghosts there will only increase. Thus, the protagonist states he will handle it, giving the warrior a bit of relief. Therefore, he asks Lin to protect his wife and children. But as the hero proceeds, he thinks that hordes are not natural, but rather caused by S-rank strategies. For this reason, he believes he might find answers in this city, but right after entering, everything seems quite normal. Suddenly, someone sends a message to Lin, asking to be saved from an evil spirit at the mall. The protagonist then rushes and, unfortunately, realizes the hordes have already moved toward the city's center. After some time, Lin manages to see a massive ghost territory in the area. The territory is covering the entire outer city, and it crosses the hero's mind that this could be a spirit stronger than S-rank. As soon as he crosses the territory, Lin realizes how cunning the ghost is because the domain doesn't differ much from the city, making it hard for people to notice they've entered it. And when he reaches the school's location, even the inner city is already falling. In the mall's storage room, the red-haired girl asks if Ping called for help, and the boy explains about Lin but says he might be outside. Regardless, this horde is unprecedented, making Ping think there's no way they can be saved. Meanwhile, another boy trapped there starts to panic. However, Lin is indeed looking for the boy, but the mall is enormous. Back at the storage room, the frightened boy asks why Yejin's father isn't coming since he's in A rank, but the girl cries and explains he's on the front lines. At that moment, someone knocks on the door, and the red-haired girl starts to hope it's Lin. Outside, the hero is indeed knocking on a storage gate. However, where the children were, the one who knocked down the gate revealed itself as an evil spirit. Meanwhile, where the protagonist was, he found a mother with a child, leaving him extremely surprised, especially because that woman was his own mother. 8 years ago, Lin returned home very excited to see his grandpa and Tong Tong again. But unexpectedly, the old man was doing something very strange, which startled him. To ease the situation, the old man explained he was just cutting the girl's hair, and Tong Tong trusted the old man's skills, though she said she'd want Lin to try next time. After being abandoned by his parents, Lin was integrated into life in the warehouse district of the outer city and became part of Grandpa Hu's family. Grandpa Hu does mechanical repairs along with collection and recycling, and he has a good reputation for helping retired people create mechanical limbs. Thus, even though he's not good at household tasks, he managed to take good care of the two. And although Tong Tong is also an abandoned child, her personality is cheerful and happy, perhaps due to Grandpa's influence. Despite being poor, they all enjoy the warmth of family life every day, and the protagonist almost forgot his painful past. Until the day Mr. Jin knocked on their door, demanding an explanation about the sensors that should have been replaced last week. However, now the car was destroyed, and the man blamed Grandpa for it. Obviously, Hu denied it, stating his work was of high quality and that the sensor, most of the time, only prevents the car from moving. But upon being exposed, the Ghostmaster only became angrier, so Grandpa offered to check the car. However, in response, Jin simply threw Hu to the ground, saying he no longer trusted him. Furthermore, Jin declared that a Ghostmaster's word was final, and the other affirmed the old man would have to pay. At that moment, the children were returning with groceries and planning to surprise Grandpa. But when they arrived, they found Grandpa lying on the ground, injured. Faced with this, they asked why he was hurt, and Lin asked if it was those guys. Then the old man explained that those bastards used their position to intimidate honest people. Yet the old man smiled, saying it was okay because even he didn't know where he had kept his money. Later, the bullies admitted they had crashed the car while drunk, but they knew who had money since he did all of Liu's work. Thus, suddenly, they managed to see the old man passing by, and this is a good opportunity to break into his house and search for valuable items. Quickly, they began looting everything, and the two little ones were completely restrained. However, after searching, all they found were bags of fragments that weren't worth much. For this reason, one of the Ghostmasters suggested taking the girl because he knew of a factory in the south that might buy her for 1,000 coins. But obviously our hero wasn't going to let that happen, so he grabbed the man's arm and bit him. This caused the man to punch Lin away, making him pass out without a chance to fight back. Thus, little by little, our hero's eyes began to close until he saw the girl disappear. Later that night, Lin was being treated, but the boy felt very guilty for not being able to protect Tong Tong. In any case, the old man said they would rescue her if the information was correct, so the hero confirmed the details about the southern factory. Then, sometime later, in that area of the southern city's factory, who sent Lin through the pipes with a flashlight to investigate. And so, our hero went until he reached a ventilation shaft where he could see Tong Tong and a nurse below. Quickly, the men tied the girl to the bed, but Lin got anxious about it and dropped his knife from above the vent, which stuck into the bed beside her. With this, it became obvious to the adults that someone was up there, so one of the men ordered to alert the boss. The protagonist in turn knew he had to run away as fast as possible, but one of the men used a weapon to break the structure, causing Lin to fall to the ground amidst some boxes. And upon taking a closer look at the entire situation, the hero couldn't understand what the hell that place was. It was the secret fertility factory of Liu City. One of those present asked if Yi, the nurse, was okay, but another told he that they needed to catch the intruder immediately. In this case, he ordered them to check the face of this brave child. And, unexpectedly, when their gazes met, the protagonist realized that those were his parents. At this moment, outside, the old man managed to hear that something bad had happened. While facing this reality, the hero began to understand that his parents worked there. And Yi, in turn, asked why Lin was there, but the father was much harsher and punched him, saying he wasn't his relative. Then, to save the day, he appeared, breaking through the wall with a crossbow and saying he wouldn't let this continue. Thus, Lin informed them that Tong Tong was captured in this place, and he asked who this man was. Shouting, Hugh said he wanted his granddaughter back, but he wasn't willing to give her up, especially since she had been sold to them. Thus, a shootout began, and wisely, the old man ordered the hero to grab the girl and leave. Unexpectedly, Tong Tong started climbing to the second floor, and Lin followed her. However, the boy's biological father ordered his subordinates to follow them as well. Thus, the children reached the rooftop, but they no longer knew what to do. This was because now they had nowhere else to run, as they were cornered. Lin, in turn, tried to stay calm, saying he would come to save them. But, unfortunately, the old man was defeated and was just a trigger pulled away from meeting his end. With no choice, Hugh offered all the money he had in exchange for the freedom of his 2 grandchildren. But all he did was kick him, saying he didn't want money from poor people because if they kept making children, one day they'd produce one with a strong body. Thus, the man asked the children to come to him, saying he wouldn't harm them. Furthermore, he told them not to step back as it could be dangerous. But in this moment of distraction, Hugh seized the opportunity to charge and grab the man's face. However, the old man was kicked away and now truly defeated. Even so, he was very angry about getting hurt, so he opened fire on the old man. But, unfortunately, Tong Tong was heading toward her grandfather and didn't notice the bullet approaching. Thus, she was hit squarely and the two fell off the building, causing a huge commotion. Lin screamed and tried to help but was unable, and seeing them on the ground, the boy really couldn't believe it. He, in turn, only cared about the money he lost, so his subordinate asked if they should kill the boy. But, as Yi still showed some kind of feeling, the father decided to let the boy die alone. On this day, Tong Tong died and Hugh became paraplegic, but even with everyone saying they should be dead, Lin was happy to still have his grandpa. The worst part was that the situation happened because of his true relatives, and it was on this day that the hero understood how human hearts could be. After some time, naturally, Hugh passed away, so the boy went to an orphanage, but he never sought to make friends with anyone. This was because he promised himself that he would become the strongest ghost master, even if that was the type of person he hated the most. Back in the present, Lin's mother screams as a movie plays in her mind. Desperate, and Yi begs this boy, whom she assumes is a ghost master, to help them. And it happens as expected because the mother doesn't recognize her son after 8 years. And Yi in turn explained that they were attacked and she injured her leg. Furthermore, she found a child and they hid together. In any case, the hero asks where her husband is, and after some thought, the woman explains that Hugh always runs away when things get tough. Once again, as expected, Lin realizes that Bastard is cold and doesn't care about family. Nevertheless, because they saved a child, the hero believes she might have talent and he doesn't want her to go through what he went through. At this moment, a message arrives saying reinforcements are coming and asking Lin to head to the refugee area, which he acknowledges. Thus, putting his resentments aside, he offers help to his mother and carries her along with the child. Upon meeting another ghost master, Lin asks the man to put the two in the vehicle while he goes to save others. However, before they leave, Yi says she has a request for the Lord. With great sadness, she informs him that her husband is on the 3rd floor of the mall and begs for a rescue because he might still be alive. Obviously, the hero asks why she still wants to save him despite his abandonment. Then, Yi responds and pleads because despite his faults, he is still a family member. A few minutes later, the hero finds and pings communication device, which makes him wonder if he might be too late. Faced with this, he orders his 2 ghosts to wait while he goes up to investigate. But suddenly, a noise is heard on the roof, which starts to crack and collapse. However, in that corner it's the helipad and many ghosts are surrounding the helicopter. Inside the vehicle is the boy's father, who despite shooting a lot cannot defend himself against a monster that starts invading his face. Coincidentally, the protagonist arrives at the most desperate moment for his father. Therefore, the man begs to be saved, claiming he has many contribution points and a lot of gold. However, the boy does nothing, which only makes his father more desperate, offering all kinds of trivial things. What he didn't expect was that with each offer, Lin only felt less willing to help. Then he tried to appeal emotionally, saying he had many children who are ghost masters helping the city. But his hands started to melt, and as he couldn't get help, he tried to kill the man who refused to assist him. However, Obviously, none of the bullets hit the boy. And, ironically or not, he meets his end by falling off a building in the same way as Tong Tong. Lin, for his part, feels no remorse for his father's death and simply leaves while the ghosts destroy the horde. At the eastern exit of the inner city, a school bus explodes and the one behind tries to swerve to avoid a collision. Fortunately, they managed to get through but by a hair's breadth. However, the fire was caused by a ghost, so a master used his Jiangwu spirit to block the exit. Inside the school bus, the teacher tries to calm everyone, saying the seniors will be there soon. However, the residential area is already completely destroyed by the monsters. At this moment, many ghost masters run desperately along with the students who are trapped in the mall. But Yuma's strongest are losing the battles they face, which only leaves everyone even more desperate. At this moment, the boys find a school bus, and they believe that if they get inside, they can go to the inner city and survive. Inside the bus, a man shouts at the driver to leave, but he still wants to wait since it's the only vehicle heading east. Unluckily for everyone, a massive ghost appears, causing an earthquake and almost toppling the bus. Thus, for those inside, all hope is completely gone, and the driver believes he's going to die. However, from a portal, an enormous happy train emerges, leaving the hurried man from before utterly confused. His train was part of Tong Tong's domain, and now that it's there, she strikes the ghost's face with a powerful attack. Next, Xuanhu does the same, and our hero approaches to deliver the final blow with the golden sword, causing a massive explosion. With that, the students are left very confused, and the executive asks who this person is. Then one of them announces that this is the savior of the city and the hero they wish for. Obviously, they realize the boy is Lin Feng from the student group, but others think it's impossible because he must at least be an A-rank veteran coastmaster to do that. However, what happened wasn't a lie, and getting back on his course, the hero ordered everyone to follow him. Thus, some girls fell in love and a few boys were a bit confused by the power gap despite being in the same class. Inside the bus, the second-class teacher praises the protagonist, saying he is proud of him. On a communicator, the hero announces that he is taking care of the wounded and asks the other teams to follow his lead. Thus, the rescue mission continues with the hero in the lead and ghost masters escorting the school buses. Eventually, they manage to reach the entrance of the eastern city. There, a warrior asks everyone to form an orderly line and enter slowly, but Lin never imagined such a structure existed within the inner wall. At that moment, someone appears and thanks the protagonist for his help. Removing her hood, she reveals herself as Yan and asks if the boy missed her, which makes him happy. At the eastern shelter, the hero asks about the current situation. The leader then explains that the golden walls cannot yet block the strong spirits that fly or travel underground. It is said that if the Union had sent elite members, the situation would be under control, but the outer city and the southern city wall were damaged. In this case, the hero comments that it seems ghost masters are the key to stopping the horde, and Yan agrees but laments the heavy losses they've already suffered. Regardless, the leader asks about the western side and how Faye is doing since Lin came from there. The hero explains that he helped the old man defeat 3 S-rank spirits, and that he should be fine now. However, after being surprised, Yan obviously doesn't believe it, thinking it must be some kind of joke. At that moment, a guard appears to report another S-rank malevolent spirit that has shown up. In this case, the leader calls the hero to support the city lord on the southern side. When asked about the city lord, the girl explains that although he doesn't appear much, he is a peak S-rank master fighting on the defensive line. At base note, 3 of the first southern defensive line in Liu City, chaos is widespread. Since it's the only base left, all the malevolent spirits are heading there. Because of this, the Lord orders the warriors not to leave their territory as they only need to stop B-rank spirits or higher. However, another bad report arrives informing them that yet another S-rank spirit has entered from the west. The city lord becomes furious because instead of dealing with the threat, the warriors paid by the government are running to report it to him. Later, our protagonist approaches with Yan riding on the back of his horse, and she comments that the ghost horse is very cool. Regardless, Lin asks her to hold on to him as they will increase their speed, which makes her blush. Suddenly, on the radar's right side, a ghost appears. It's the same one that fled earlier. Upon seeing this, Yan gets excited because Xiao Bai has the same attribute as the White Reaper, so if he absorbs it, he can become stronger. Thus, knowing the spirit specializes in escaping, the hero announces he will set a trap while the leader lures it in. Quickly, Yan uses her paper ghost to catch the Reaper's attention, and the spirit falls into the trap. Under Xuanhua's suppression, the spirit can no longer use a clone or its domain to escape. In this way, Tong Tong appears and shatters the White Reaper into pieces, allowing Xiao Bai to absorb its energy. However, since the protagonist defeated the S-rank spirit so easily, Yan begins to think that what was said earlier might actually be true. However, she still didn't understand how someone could become even stronger in such a short time. Lin, in turn, asked if the guild leader liked the gift, and while thanking him, she thought that very soon the hero wouldn't need his big sister's help anymore. Suddenly, at the southern front line, 4 S-rank entities appeared, so Yan informed them she would be there in 5 minutes. At the location, the warriors couldn't believe what they were seeing on the radar. Out of nowhere, a green energy began to manifest along with a very macabre mirror. With that, the lord of the city warned the others to be cautious because this was a unique ability of an S-rank spirit. However, this evil spirit's color on the radar changed to orange, which could indicate an even greater danger. Then all the city's glass started reflecting the creature's face as the warriors wondered what was happening. As expected, the one responsible for this horde revealed itself as an abyss-level evil spirit. Lin asked what the change from purple to orange meant, and the leader explained that the orange color signified an abyss-rank spirit. This in turn was the rank 1 mirror ghost, and currently, the Ghost Master team didn't have anyone capable of dealing with it. At that moment, however, the messenger informed the city lord that at least Yan and Lin Feng had arrived. And to the boys, the same messenger warned that the situation was critical and they should find the lord. When they met the man, he asked if the leader had any insight, and she said yes, but asked if he had a plan. The strangest thing was that the mirrors hadn't participated in the previous battle but had now evolved. This meant it had gained combat experience from other evil spirits. Apparently, the master of this order of ghosts was the mirror ghost, and it was the key to defeating the others. But as such a powerful evil spirit, Yan questioned why it hadn't opened a ghost territory. And that's when the Lord revealed that, unfortunately, the entire city was already covered by its territory. Obviously, Yan was shocked because that meant they were inside it too. And since retreat was impossible, the city lord advised that the best plan was to wait for reinforcements to arrive. As in it just evolved, it was still considered the weakest in the Abyss ranking, so at the lord's level, he could delay it temporarily. However, for its rank, its territory was much larger than usual. Thus, the lord reasoned that to grow in one area, it must have worse stats in another. So all the two heroes needed to do was help identify the ghost's weakness. In this case, Lin said he would handle the east while the girl handled the west, and that the priority now was to defeat the S-ranked ones. Since there were only 3, the hero thought it wouldn't be too hard, but suddenly, 6 appeared. It became clear that this could be the mirror ghost's ability. But since it was just an illusion, the hero thought he only needed to find the true body. Together with Xiaohua, the guild leader declared it was time to test their powers. With a swarm of flowers, she attacked one of the ghosts, but the two reacted, counterattacking and showing that both were real. At this moment, the frontline warriors reported that the number of ghosts was increasing. To everyone's misfortune, the B and A-level ghosts were also being cloned. Thus, the guild leader informed everyone that the mirror ghosts weren't illusions and asked all ghost masters to gather. Then the hero realized that this meant the 3 clones would have the same abilities as the original S-ranked ones. Yan confirmed this, saying that although its ability was extraordinary, they still couldn't lose hope. Instead of slowly looking for a weakness, the hero suggested it would be easier to simply kill them all. This way, he opened his ghost territory and started defeating several monsters but received no rewards. However, the moment he destroyed one, the system awarded points, showing it was the original body. This meant the clone might lack certain conditions such as items, energy, or even stats. In this case, the protagonist asked Tong Tong to activate the ghost eye and prioritize killing the main body of the spirits first. She complied, and upon destroying an S-ranked ghost, the clone's body also vanished. In Xiaohu's ghost territory, a battle is underway, but Xiao Bai appears and destroys both the original body and the clone of a monster. Seeing this, one of the warriors shouts to the lord that Lin Feng and the others are incredible, as they have already destroyed 6 level 6 spirits. However, upon turning around, he notices that the lord is not well, as he can no longer hold the domain for much longer. In this case, the assistant uses the device to inform Lin and Yan to return and help. When they arrive at the city under the lord's domain, the place looks completely different from the mirror world. Moreover, even the lord's spirits are being cloned to fight against each other. Unexpectedly, in front of our hero, clones of Xuan Hua and Tong Tong also appear. The situation with the clones obviously leaves the protagonist very surprised. From atop a house, a city lord explains that this ghost mirror can clone any spirit, including its special abilities. It seems the ghost spirit won't attack directly, but will use this method to deal with enemies. In this case, the hero orders his 2 spirits not to use special abilities and to attack directly instead. The ghost horse's territory-breaking ability, however, is now useless and might even be disadvantageous, so Lin stores it in the inventory. He also advises the leader not to enter the territory first, as there's a trap there, which he will explain later. Thus, being the originals, the girls easily destroy their clones, but unexpectedly, doing so also grants experience. However, the hero starts to believe that the clone spirit's combat ability isn't very strong. In this case, the city lord warns not to underestimate the enemy, as the first wave is merely testing their power. Soon, the clones appear again at incredible speed, and even though they lose, they grow stronger. The protagonist notices that this time the ability is closer to reality, though the ghost weapons cannot be perfectly formed. As a result, the clones are destroyed once again, but the fact that it grants XP again makes Lin think the spirit is expending energy for this. From the city lord's perspective, his ghost takes a few more hits and now his territory is on the verge of being destroyed. In this case, the hero asks Xuan Hua to open a similarly sized territory. However, since the girl's territory is also covered by the ghost mirror, this means it can clone spirits again. Regardless, the protagonist asks Tong Tong to use her mutant form and Suan Hua her fire so they can see the extent of the cloning ability. With just one strike, Tong Tong destroys 2 clones and Suan Hua eliminates another 2 imitations. The hero realizes that the cloning time is becoming longer, which means using this ability is exhausting the ghost. Still, he believes the Abyss rank spirit is nearby, controlling everything, but the Lord warns that the clones have appeared once more. As expected, ghost weapons cannot be cloned. However, in this 4th wave of cloning, twice the number of ghosts appear, prompting Lin to think the battle must end quickly. In this case, the hero orders his spirits to use everything they have to eliminate the fakes. Seeing this, the city lord is confused by how Lin's contracted spirits possess so many forms. Without delay, Suan Hua handles 8 clones at once while Tong Tong's avatar destroys everything in her path. As if dealing with her own clones wasn't enough, Suan Hua also attacks the city lord's clones and destroys them. This frightens the man as the boy was even able to destroy his clones. At the same time, Lin orders Tong Tong to use her ghost eye to locate the mirror's main body. After scanning her surroundings, she finds a green point in the mansion, prompting her to fly there and break down the gate. However, in response to this attempted attack, the ghost merely flies away and hides elsewhere given the vastness of its territory. In this case, Lin orders Suan Hua to use her dual territory, which she does. Breaking part of the ghost mirror's domain, the ghost is forced out of hiding. Previously, the clone's protection gave it time to accumulate ghost territory, but now that all the clones are dead, it cannot escape. Thus, Suan Hua appears behind the spirit and cuts it in half with her golden sword. Thus, the situation was resolved and the floating mirror cracked and fell from the sky. Lin, on the other hand, was very satisfied because on this trip alone, he managed to gain 20,000 XP points. At this moment, the guild leader appeared and asked if the mirror monster had already been defeated. The city lord laughed heartily and announced that thanks to Lin Feng, they had emerged victorious. It was now even possible to see the ghost hordes retreating, and so the crisis in Leaf City was finally resolved. Later, the population cheered when our hero appeared, and they were overjoyed that Lin had saved the city alongside the lord. Because of this, everyone organized a celebration, tossing our hero into the air repeatedly. However, among the crowd was the boy's mother, who began to recognize the name of the person being glorified. As everyone celebrated, the little child within Yi asked if she knew this big brother, but she had the good sense to realize she could no longer belong to Lin's family. Thus, she simply told the boy to strive to become like him in the future, and the boy agreed. A city lord in turn announced that even though the crisis had been resolved, there was still significant damage, so Yan suggested assigning missions for reconstruction. Now, regarding the mirror ghost, Lin tried to explain the situation, but the lord stated that if not for him, he would have died. Therefore, besides deserving the item, the lord invited the boy to his celebration later. Lin tried to decline, saying it wasn't necessary, but Yan spoke on his behalf, assuring them they would attend. Later, the dead were covered and reconstruction efforts began. However, amidst all the destruction, the protagonist stood alone, and that's where Yan found him. The leader sensed that the boy seemed different, appearing worried, but the protagonist claimed it was nothing and that he was just tired. Lin confided that since he was young, he had wanted to rise to the top of the Ghost Masters to make those who looked down on him regret it, but today many didn't even remember him. Because of this, he believed that in the end he was truly alone. However, Yan asked about the boy's loved ones and whether they weren't by his side. By loved ones, she referred to the ghost spirits that had accompanied him for 15 years. Even if they didn't speak, they protected their contractors, and it was said they shouldn't just be tools for battle. They were meant to form bonds and act as friends, taking care of one another. So Yan told the hero never to say he was alone when he had 2 spirits and of course her by his side. Additionally, the leader expressed hope that in the future, the protagonist would protect her and take her across the world. Although he didn't fully understand, the hero thanked her for her words and said he now felt more motivated. Later, the reinforcement team from High City reported to the president that they were approaching the first line of defense. But what Kim Jong, the president of the Union, found strange was that they hadn't encountered any ghosts along the way. In this case, Yang Bai, an S-class member, mentioned that, according to a forum post, the ghost horde had retreated. Obviously, Cao Zhang found this even stranger since the city had nearly been destroyed not long ago, so he asked if someone incredibly powerful had appeared. In response, one of the masters reported that the person responsible for defeating the Abyss-level spirit was Lin Feng. However, as the leader had never heard of him, Yang Bai explained that he was a genius from the city, but was still only ranked A. In this case, they decided to keep moving forward, as they would learn more upon arrival. In Li Ru's private mansion in High City, the young lady spent her time watering some shrubs. Suddenly, a servant arrived, announcing that something major had happened, prompting the young lady to ask what it was. Unexpectedly, the news was about Lin Feng and his recent achievement in driving back the horde in Leaf City. For Li Ru, this was obviously shocking, and the servant commented that Lin was truly worthy of being her partner. However, the fact that the hero was such a genius made the young lady think that if she didn't secure him now, she never would. In this case, The servant reminded her that she wasn't just beautiful but also the future lady of the city, which could be very appealing. Even so, Liu remained thoughtful and embarrassed by the fact that the boy was only 15 years old. Changing the subject, the servant mentioned that other families in the city were competing for Lin, which made the jealous young lady order all of them to be monitored. Later, at the mansion of the Lord of Liu City, the hero enters alongside the leader, and Lin is surprised by the luxury of the place. Quickly, they encounter Fi, who, full of excitement, says it's great to see the boy again. To make up for lost time, the two hug, and shortly after, the old man introduces the two people standing behind him, Cao Zhang and Yang Bai. Cao Zhang, in a somewhat rude tone, remarks that the boy made them come for nothing, which makes Lin a bit uncomfortable. Because of this, Yan asks the president to stop joking, and he laughs, commenting that it's truly better to have no work because it means the world is at peace. Yang Bai, on the other hand, praises the hero and says he hopes they can work together in the future. However, he also mentions that the rumor about Liu has already spread, and it's recommended to avoid leaving the city for the time being. Lin understands that the other competitors are seeing him as an obstacle, which will lead to trouble. In this case, the hero feels a bit stressed about being dragged into this competition against his will. At the dinner table, the city lord announces that tonight's party theme is Lin Feng, who was responsible for restoring peace. Thus, to thank the boy for his contribution, the lord personally grants him 1 billion credit points. Additionally, he offers a larger mansion and the opportunity to choose 3 ghost equipment items from the ghost storage. As if that weren't enough, Lin is also given the title of Guardian of Liu City, and the celebration begins. At the end of the party, everyone leaves in high spirits, and Yan carries the hero as it was his first time drinking alcohol. However, upon arriving at the leader's house, the girl becomes much worse from the alcohol, while Lin manages to regain some normalcy. In this case, he places Yan in her bed, but unexpectedly, she pulls his arm and kisses him. This was meant as a reward for the hero, and seeing him blush, the leader asks if the boy didn't like it. Wasting no time, Lin takes the initiative and kisses her back. That wild night continues with many advances from our charming hero. By the next morning, Lin wakes up with quite a hangover. After getting dressed and heading to the kitchen, the hero asks if Xuan prepared breakfast, but since Yan woke up early, she made it herself. She asks the protagonist to eat and he thanks her. However, as soon as he takes the first bite, reality sets in. Yan, meanwhile, asks how it tastes, and to avoid any early morning conflicts, the boy says it's delicious. Changing the subject, Lin tries to bring up a certain topic, but the leader turns her face away and says goodbye, mentioning she has a mission in the west. It seemed like Yan was upset, but in truth, she was just too embarrassed to talk to Lin after the previous day. All the hero wanted to ask was if there was any water to drink. With the end of the ghost horde, Lin can now finally resume his search for his third spirit. At the city's exit, the hero asks Xuanhua if she can sense the direction of the ghost energy, but the girl says she cannot. In this case, Lin reasons that the card's energy might be dispersing, so he wonders what to do. Since the daughters of Leader Zhou are skilled trackers, he decides to head to Hyde ask for help. At the Ghostmasters Union in High City, Lin announces that he is there to make a request, and Zhu asks what the boy needs. Because of their previous experiences together, the leader says he'll do whatever he can to assist. Lin explains that he came to meet the man's daughters because he needs their help to find a ghost territory. Naturally, the two girls become quite embarrassed. Without wasting time, the hero hands an envelope to Yu to sense the energy. Using her abilities, she manages to locate it, though the direction is somewhat unclear. In this case, the hero asks if he can borrow Yu for a few days, which is clearly not something Zhu is expecting. Lin clarifies that what he means is he needs her just to track a ghost and ensures her safety. For Zhao, there's no issue regarding security, but handing his daughter over to a boy is still difficult for a father. However, he decides to respect his daughter's decision, and unexpectedly, Yu accepts without hesitation. Her excuse was that her father taught her to repay others when they help you. However, Ling also volunteered to join as she was very skilled in tracking. This was unbelievable for Zhu to see his daughters offering themselves in such a way, but in any case, he accepted their willingness. In this case, the protagonist left, informing them he would pick up the two the next morning. But as the boy was leaving, he bumped into a hooded figure, who turned out to be none other than Liu. Seeing this, the girl became embarrassed and mentioned that her father was looking for him. Then Lin asked if she meant the city lord wanted to see him. Liu confirmed the invitation to visit the city lord's mansion for a personal discussion. The hero accepted, believing he could learn something about the mysterious temple from the city lord. However, during the trip, Liu stayed very close to him, and Lin thought it might be problematic to meet her father in such a manner. Without delay, the two arrived at the mansion in a limousine, and the protagonist helped the girl out of the car. At that moment, the city lord appeared with two butlers, delighted to finally meet Lin Feng. Greeting the hero, he remarked that Lin's appearance matched the reputation of having so many girls admire him. Regardless, the old man invited Lin to see what he had to show. The hero thought the city lord seemed strong and far from being someone who would die in 5 years. Thus, they all walked to a golden room, where the city leader placed his hand on a device causing a door to open. Liu, on the other hand, asked where they were, noting she had never been there before. Her father said she would find out later. Suddenly, Lin felt something descending, leading him to think they were in an elevator. 5 minutes later, the golden square stopped descending, indicating they were at least hundreds of meters underground. Without further delay, they arrived at a place called the Golden Chamber of High City. This chamber was a facility only the city lord could use, inhabited by some special spirits. Lin asked if it was something similar to the golden prison of the Ghost Master Union. The lord responded that Lin was knowledgeable, but more precisely, the prison was modeled after this chamber, as his father had built it 80 years ago. At that time, the old man's father became the city leader and personally experienced the ghost descent incident. In just 1 year, evil spirits had occupied the entire world, cutting off all communication and reducing Hei's population by 99%. Thanks to this shelter, the remaining people survived, and after years of hiding and training, they nurtured the first generation of ghost masters with physical bodies. This development made High City one of the few cities still standing after the incident. Back then, ghost masters forcibly subdued the evil spirits, but they didn't live long, and after their deaths, the ghosts ran rampant. In this context, the city lord's father created the chamber for imprisonment. When the current lord was about to be born, his father sealed himself inside. The city lord inherited his father's will, continuing to expand the defense and discovering methods to create regular ghost spirits. In this case, the Ghostmaster Union established the Golden Prison by copying the design of this chamber. What the old man planned to show now was the spirit they had recently captured. Liu Yun explained that this spirit had no sight but could sense space and kill with sound waves, as well as mimic anyone's voice. It was said that the ghost in Room Z was highly special and anyone other than its owner would die upon seeing it. Moreover, no one had seen the true form of the monster until now. Thus, the hero asked how they managed to capture a ghost that killed with a single glance. Liu Yun explained that due to its extreme danger, they initially intended to kill it, but after creating the golden box capable of absorbing a ghost's spirit, they unanimously agreed to seal it inside. As could be seen, many powerful spirits were locked there, and if war ever broke out, they would be the key to protecting the city. At this, Liu Ru asked what her father meant by war breaking out. The old man quickly explained that when peace prevails, humans begin fighting among themselves, just as they did 100 years ago before the incident when nations used nuclear weapons. So for Liu Yun, humans are a race that causes problems and eventually leads themselves to extinction. In response, Lin agrees, as human life is a cycle trying to survive while seeking death. Changing the subject, the old man says he has been observing the hero for a long time. He mentions that this year he has seen many brilliant ghost masters, but most of them had only a fleeting moment of glory before falling. Some even offered their life force, causing the death of an entire city along with them in an attempt to tame a high-ranking spirit. However, even though the boy is young, the old man sees that he is the most outstanding so far. In this case, he decides to ask Lin about his thoughts on Liu Ru's proposal, which makes her spit out her drink. Lin, on the other hand, says he's still not certain about the suggestion. Thus, the Lord understands that the boy doesn't want to marry, but mentions that in the past few days, he has considered changing the plan. He says that if the hero becomes a G-rank master and agrees to marry the girl, he will grant him all the ghosts in the region. In this way, the old man will help Lin reach the rank of god, and when the time comes, Lin will become the lord of the city. Obviously, Liu Ru doesn't understand what her father is saying. The old man explains that even though she's part of the family, she is only an A-rank master. For years, he has been building an army, but he knows how many forces are targeting the city. The Union wants to directly control Hei's power, and every family is also after the position. It is said that after Liu Yun's death, if there isn't a strong ghost master to lead, all the factions will fight for the position, causing a war. This makes the girl realize she has been naive. For the hero, the logic is sound, but since he has the system, he doesn't need help from others. So he suggests that the young lady become that powerful warrior instead. Obviously, the two don't take it too seriously, as Lin might be forgetting that leveling up isn't something that can be achieved in just a year or two. However, the girl's father doesn't lose hope and encourages her to grow stronger so that perhaps in the future, she can become a leader. After that conversation, the old man says he at least wants Lin to become friends with his daughter, and Lin agrees to consider it. Before leaving, the hero says he has a question and asks if Liu Yun has ever heard of the Solitary Temple. The old man begins to ponder because the name sounds somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he remembers that 50 years ago, this place was a nunnery that was destroyed by ghosts. During his time, the temple was a historical site for nuns, and after the appearance of ghosts, it also produced many powerful masters. However, they only accepted women and didn't interact with the outside world, making them appear mysterious. 50 years ago, the Lord traveled to the northern side and felt an intense ghost energy. Later, he discovered that a battle had taken place at the temple, and it said that a powerful malevolent spirit went berserk and destroyed the place. Hearing this, the hero realizes the temple really existed, so he asks what happened afterward and if anyone still goes there. It is explained that the spirit might still be there since a place where hundreds of people died is one no one dares to step into. The next day, Zhao meets the protagonist and informs him that he will leave his two daughters in his care. The hero assures him not to worry and asks the girls to hop on the horse. They do so with great excitement and smiles on their faces, leaving Joe heartbroken. Without wasting time, they leave, and along the way, the hero asks if either of them can sense a direction. In response, Yu says she feels it toward the northwest, and the hero acknowledges it. Meanwhile, Lin thinks about the temple and, considering his power level, believes he should get a bit stronger before trying his luck. In this case, he remembers that when Tong Tong leveled up, he received 2 lottery chances from the system. Using them, Lin gains the ability to transfer critical damage, which is almost equivalent to an extra life. Additionally, he gains the ability to connect minds like telepathy, which also provides mental resistance. In another region, the mailman ran happily but noticed that his recipient was at the solitary temple. Because of this, he felt a little scared, but entered the territory anyway. Upon arriving, however, the mailman saw a parasol flying and delivering a letter to the ghostly worker. Smiling, the mailman left. Meanwhile, the parasol spun, creating a whirlwind in the domain. Additionally, other parasols began to appear and fly, opening and covering the temple. But suddenly, they were burned by a malevolent purple energy that destroyed them all. In a canyon on the western side of High City, someone asked their Uncle Lai if the ambush plan was correct. The man responded that Lin had headed west along this route, so he should pass through there. Meanwhile, another man with a sniper rifle boasted that his shooting skills were the best in the entire city. In parallel, our hero walked through the canyon and, considering the others, asked if they wanted to rest, to which Ling replied yes. In this case, Lin informed them that after crossing this mountain, they would find a place to camp. At that moment, one of the ambushers spotted the hero with binoculars and relayed the information. Upon hearing this, the sniper confidently declared that he would handle it and that the protagonist would be dead with just 1 shot. Without any mercy, he aimed for Lin's head and fired, sending the bullet at high speed. However, just before it reached him, Lin turned slightly, as if sensing something. Unexpectedly, the attack hit, but the critical damage transfer ability was activated. This triggered the hero's spirits, and the 2 girls asked what had happened, but Lin reassured them he was fine. At this moment, the hero realized he had been shot, but fortunately, Tong Tong and Suan Hoa had absorbed the damage instead of him. From the bushes, the assassin couldn't believe it, convinced he had fired correctly. But now Lin could see the man and immediately thought that whoever had hired him must be someone significant for such a well-executed job. In any case, Lin decided to run to a spacious area first to gain a territorial advantage. With that, Lin asked Suan Hoa to open her domain, which she promptly did. Back with the assassins, one of them grew angry at the hero's audacity in revealing his domain, while another decided to teach him a lesson. Inside the domain, Ling asked what they would do next, and Lin reasoned that news of him being an S rank had probably already spread. And since these people were still following him, it was clear they had confidence in their strength. This was true, as their leader was Li Kang, a G-rank master. This classification, known as Earth Demon, made Lin aware that he could lose in a direct fight. Because of this, before summoning his spirits, the protagonist devised a plan to lure them into Suan Hua's domain. Back with the assassins, Li Kang was visibly irritated by the hero's arrogance, while another suggested they summon their spirits immediately. However, the uncle warned it wasn't the right time, as doing so would give the enemy time to prepare. After entering, Lei Kang asked why the protagonist hadn't come out yet, mocking if this was how he treated his guests. Without much delay, Lin appeared riding a ghost horse and welcomed them to his domain. Ling, recognizing the man, warned the hero that Lai Kang was an earth demon master with 3 very powerful spirits. Lei Kang, for his part, didn't hesitate to praise the boy's accomplishments but remarked that, unfortunately, Lin had blocked the path of someone important. Regardless, Lin simply laughed and asked if the man truly thought he could defeat him. Lei Kang confidently affirmed and advised Lin to remember this lesson in his next life, as sometimes running was the best option. At this absurd statement, Ling asked why Lai was attacking Lin and if there had been some misunderstanding. However, there was no misunderstanding. The only reason he hadn't killed the girls yet was due to his good relationship with Zhu. Nevertheless, since they had decided to follow the hero, the Ghost Masters declared they would kill everyone and summon their spirits. Unexpectedly, the spirit containers didn't react, and seeing the worried expressions on their faces, Lin mocked them. Without giving them a chance to respond, Suan Hoa appeared behind the men and finished them off, leaving the sisters in shock. Lin, however, explained that if he hadn't killed them, it would have been him who died. With the situation resolved, the 3 mount the horse again to head to a safer location. However, there was still one person alive who hadn't joined the fight and was shocked by Li's death. Since Lin Feng might also be an Earth Demon-level master, he decided to report this to the young master. Later, in a deserted city as it gets late, Lin announces that they'll rest soon. After Tong Tong eliminates a malevolent spirit inside a tree hollow, it becomes the perfect spot to camp. Later, Lin prepares a barbecue, and since the girls haven't rested for a day, he offers them some as well. However, Ling is curious about how the protagonist manages to carry so much food, especially since the bread is still warm. The boy explains about his storage space and how much he can carry and store, which amazes the girl. By the way, Ling mentions that it's been a while since her younger sister went to the bathroom, and to ensure everything is fine, Lin decides to check. The girl's remark proves to be miraculous because, as the hero starts looking, he hears a scream. When he finds Yu, she is about to be attacked by a giant malevolent snake. Quickly, the protagonist appears and destroys the snake with a powerful punch, then hugs the girl, assuring her that everything is fine now. Later that night, Lin takes the first watch to prevent anything like that from happening again. He tells the girls to sleep quickly since tomorrow will be a long journey. However, feeling embarrassed, Yu admits she's scared and asks Lin to sleep beside her. Naturally, the boy feels shy but doesn't see a problem with helping. He thanks him but also feels a little guilty for making Lin uncomfortable. With that, morning arrives and it's clear from the protagonist's face that he didn't sleep a single moment. Later, the group is already 500 kilometers away from High City, and with just a few more kilometers in this direction, they'll reach their destination. Suddenly, the protagonist notices something that catches his attention. The system informs him that the location of the unidentified female ghost has been found, and the mission tied to the letter advances to level 2. However, the companion favorability reward should be 8, and 5 is far from enough. While the hero helps Yu dismount, Ling asks if this is the solitary temple. Lin hears a sound that feels familiar yet very strange, and Yu warns that a ghost is approaching. Fortunately, there's nothing to worry about since it's just a male ghost. All the spirit does is collect its reward as usual and deliver a letter for Xuanhua to read. The letter mentions helping the ghost umbrella, but no one understands the meaning of the request. Nonetheless, a favorability mission appears, leading Lin to suspect the umbrella might be the third spirit. Before long, the hero spots the umbrella floating in the sky. He announces they need to help it escape, but Ling warns that both sides are stronger than S rank. In this case, the hero thinks that although Xuanhua hasn't been upgraded to Abyss class yet, she can still use her abilities. He instructs the girl to approach the umbrella, use a flash to escape, and return with her concealment ability. That's exactly what Xuanhua does, successfully completing the mission and earning Lin 10 favorability points. Suddenly, the temple's structure begins to shift, and before they can process what's happening, a purple mist envelops the three. They find themselves at the entrance of the solitary temple. However, since it can move, Lin believes it's not the real temple, but rather a domain. Still, the agonizing sound is the same as before, as is the control of the spirits. Now the hero uses his mind connection ability, and by activating it, both Xuanhua and Tong Tong regain their consciousness. Thus, the third mission activates, entering the temple and finding the third companion, revealing that the umbrella is not the ghost. In this case, the hero calls the girls to enter, but before doing so, they observe the mysterious place. There, they encounter a ghostly nun striking a piece of wood with a cat-faced spirit from before standing behind her. Because of this, Yu admits she's scared, but the hero grabs both their hands and leads them inside. Unexpectedly, the surroundings of the temple completely change, transforming into a pleasant place. At that moment, two nuns appeared and asked about the identity of the intruders. Lin tried to explain, but since he was a boy, one of them ordered Yu Rong to call the convent master. Using a signal flare, many people arrived, assuming it was a ghost attack. However, when they arrived, they realized it was a man, and some began judging the boy's behavior for holding the hands of two girls. Nevertheless, a nun informed them that the convent master was already on her way. Lin was surprised when a woman named Xing Chu appeared before him, revealing herself as the master of the solitary temple. The convent master quickly asked if the hero happened to be a ghost master. He replied affirmatively while thinking she looked different from how she had appeared earlier. Curious about the others, King Chu inquired further, but Lin had yet to come up with a perfect excuse. Ling stepped in, saying they were cousins and that the boy had saved them while they were running. However, despite their slight resemblance, the convent girls believed the hero was actually a pervert. In any case, King Chu stated that men were not allowed in this solitary temple and ordered them to leave. But given how difficult it had been to get there, Lin appealed emotionally, mentioning the many ghosts outside and that they were far from home. Yu joined in claiming to have heard that the temple accepted people with nowhere else to go. In response, a monk prayed for the children, but others doubted that the master, given her personality, would make an exception. Unexpectedly, King Chu asked Sin Lion to arrange 2 rooms for them. This caused great surprise as the temple had never accepted boys in all its years. Thus, all the hero could do was express his gratitude, and Sin Lion took the lead, asking them to follow her. As they entered, the group passed by a ghost hitting a wooden fish drum. Sin warned the 3 not to get lost as the temple could accommodate more than 300 people. Finally, the group reached their assigned quarters in the Guyu courtyard, where Sin provided all the necessary information about meals and dormitories. Grateful, the 3 thanked her, and Sin told them they could rest now. At this moment, the hero realized his communication device wasn't working. It became clear that the entire group was completely isolated from the outside world. Ling found the situation strange, remarking that the temple had been destroyed 50 years ago. Yu suggested they might have traveled back in time. To clarify, the hero explained Xuanhua's test and mentioned that this was merely a memory of the ghost territory. Yu then asked if this place could be ghost territory of the convent master. However, if she had chosen this memory, the problem was likely tied to the destruction of this solitary temple. With that, Lin stood up and told the 2 girls to interact with the locals and gather information while he investigated his hunch. From the girls' perspective, the temple housed many women who seemed to have abandoned technology in favor of safety. Among the women, two discussed the Ghost Master of Ping City, describing him as very cruel, concluding that no man could be good. Another commented that a new union had recently been established to manage all Ghost Masters. At that moment, Yu and her sister joined a girl to help her with tasks, and she thanked them. Yu complimented the girl's beauty and asked where she was from. The woman revealed she was from Ping but had to leave because of the Ghost Masters. Ling argued that Ghost Masters fought against evil spirits and were, logically, good people. The woman disagreed, saying that as Ghost Masters, they would never understand what ordinary people endured. Despite fighting ghosts and saving cities, Ghost Masters dominated everything, imposing their will on others by force. Later, the protagonist walked along the rooftops while two women commented on him, one of them highly praising his looks. Lin, however, was more concerned with the details as the temple's scenery had changed since their arrival. Because of this, he left the temple and kept walking until he reached the ghost territory's wall, but despite seeing it, the hero couldn't leave. Reuniting with the group, all the gathered information was shared and the girls confirmed the barrier's presence. Now it was clear they couldn't leave as they pleased, but Yu didn't mind leaving her father alone for a few more days. At this moment, a nun appears to call the three for dinner. Upon arriving, Ling praised the appearance of the meal, commenting that she was starving. However, before eating, the hero stops her. That's because these are ghost foods, and in this situation, Lin thinks it's better to secretly store the food in the storage ring. As expected, since it's virtual food, everything disappears once stored. Suddenly, the monastery master arrives and Lin asks the girls to wait while he talks to her. Very politely, the protagonist thanks her again for the hospitality, but as the master eats, the hero can't help but think about how beautiful she is, even without hair. King Chu, in turn, asks if the boy has any questions, and Lin explains that the ghost pursuing them is a level 1 abyss malevolent spirit. Naturally, the girl is surprised, but since the protagonist survived, she comments that he must be at least S rank. The hero doesn't deny it, but also states that he might need to leave soon. King Shu, however, tells the boy not to worry as she will take care of it and invites Lin to visit her at the Mindful Hall the next morning. Faced with such a calm reaction to an abyss-level ghost, the hero grows curious about how the temple was destroyed. The next day, Lin goes to the Mindful Hall for his meeting and finds the nun in the same position as the ghost. Wasting no time, the protagonist greets her, and she asks him to sit. To satisfy his curiosity, Lin points out that the Buddha statue is on the other side and asks why she is striking the wooden fish while looking at the wall. Unexpectedly, the nun replies that in this era of burning souls, it's better to rely on oneself and cultivate the mind rather than seeking God. Regardless, Lin asks why the monastery master wanted to meet him. However, she doesn't say a word, and even after an hour, she remains silent. It gets to the point where Lin questions if sitting there is part of the mission. After 2 hours, King Chu praises the boy's patience, but the hero says he simply can't interrupt someone so focused. In this case, the monk tells him he can leave and return at the same time the next day. Even though he doesn't know what the nun is planning, Lin remains determined to find out. The next day, Yu asks her sister if she has seen the hero, and immediately, she tells her about his visit to the Mindful Hall. At the hall, everything happens the same way, with the only difference being that King Shu spends a bit more time striking the wood. Again, she turns to him and tells him to continue coming at the same time. On the third day, the sound of the wooden fish becomes slightly different from usual, but it definitely helps with focus and makes time pass faster. Lin can't help but think the monk is testing him, but since she doesn't pursue him, the hero decides to keep observing what she's planning. 7 days later, the hero announces his return. While setting up a lantern, Yu asks what he's doing since Sisterkin is expected to give birth tomorrow. The boy, for his part, finds everything quite beautiful, and Yu explains that Xin Lian and Xin Yuan taught her. As evening falls, the girls say goodbye to the nuns to rest. Lin finds this type of friendship a bit strange, but Ling explains that after 10 days at the temple, they've learned a lot about the people and the place. In this case, the hero asks her to share what she knows. First, the people there believe they are living in the temple from 50 years ago in northeastern Hai, the 3rd southern defense line in Pin. There are a total of 30 nuns, 10 of whom are ghost masters responsible for protecting everyone. Both Xin Lian and Xin Yuan are S rank, each controlling 2 malevolent spirits. Naturally, Lin is shocked, but Ling explains that in the temple, all the masters control malevolent spirits, and somehow, none lose control. At this time, ghost masters already knew how to nurture spirits, but it was very common for contractors of malevolent spirits to die young. So far, no one has been devoured by their own ghost, which might be related to their cultivation, as is the case with the master. For Lin, striking the wooden fish might be a type of cultivation method, and participating in the process could end up strengthening the mind. In this case, the hero asked if Yu knew where the master came from, and the girl replied from Xin Yuan. She was an orphan adopted by an old master, and after proving her strength, she had to take over the role when the elder passed away. Xin Lian added that the master had 3 spirits, but so far they had only seen the abyssal level 1 spirit. For Lin, the power of a ghost master from 50 years ago was terrifying, and now as a nun he couldn't even guess her ranking. The next day in the same hall, the protagonist found it strange that Xingqiu wasn't striking the wood as usual. At that moment, a favorability mission appeared, instructing him to follow the master for 10 days. Unexpectedly, it suggested the possibility of forming a fourth ghost bond, this time with the head of the monastery herself. Xingqiu seemed quite pleased with the boy's resilience since he kept returning. The hero thanked her and she asked him to follow her. He complied and they ended up on a stone path through a bamboo grove. There the convent master said they had arrived and placed her hand on a stone, activating a magic circle. When it opened, the door was revealed, glowing with bright golden energy. Most unexpectedly, the golden glow turned out to be the shine of pure gold. Xingqiu explained that this place was the oldest palace as it housed 3 consecrated Buddhas made of pure gold. After the destruction of the world by evil spirits, the nun's master collected vast amounts of gold and turned this place into a shelter for temple residents. Lin was amazed by the existence of another antique golden chamber. Suddenly, the nun asked the boy what he thought a spirit was. She explained that she had been studying the ghosts there since they first appeared, noting that this world contained more than 100 types. To illustrate, she summoned her ghosts, which the protagonist found quite terrifying. Continuing, Xingqiu explained that even though it was a subdued ghost, when she approached it, her hand froze. Furthermore, anyone touched by the ghost, including herself, would die. Thus, the nun had always been curious about the nature of ghosts, but had yet to uncover their composition or causes. Today, the master had brought the protagonist here to show him something. She opened a box and took out a scroll depicting a beautiful woman in a flower garden. After letting the boy take a good look, she began to put the scroll away. With a few glances and some frightened expressions, a conversation took place, though its contents remained unknown. In the end, Lin concluded that the disaster 50 years ago was caused by a drawing and that this might hold the key to solving the illusion. Xingqiu asked if the boy was willing to help, and he said yes. The nun thanked him but warned that mastering the ghost drawing wouldn't be simple and would take time to adjust. To begin, she decided to let the protagonist enter the drawing this time to start understanding it. However, the hero still didn't know what this drawing world was. The nun explained that it allowed one to see the ghost's special territory and some memories left behind by the drawing. Before anything else, she handed her cousin's token to the boy to ensure nothing happened to him. Lin wasted no time and passed through the scroll as if entering a portal. Upon entering, the ghost drawing world revealed itself as a true apocalyptic scene. Since the drawing was part of the illusion of the solitary temple, Lin believed this world must also be created by the convent master. For now, all he could do was walk and observe. Suddenly, the boy stepped on a bone and broke it, startling himself. But as he turned, something much scarier appeared before him, radiating an aura that couldn't belong to a normal body. Unexpectedly, ghost masters also appeared, but they were all sucked in and strangled by the coast of the rubble. They joined others who had suffered the same fate, making Lin immediately recognize it as a hanging ghost. Unexpectedly, the spirit began sucking the souls of people, leaving the hero utterly shocked. All the souls started being drawn into a giant painting scroll in the sky. Not just the souls, but all the ghosts were also being absorbed into the artwork. At this moment, everything shatters and the hero manages to return. Xingqiu then asks if the boy saw what happened, because this was a memory of the first time the ghost sneaked out. In this case, Lin thinks it's dangerous for this thing to escape on its own and lose control, so he asks if it was hunting. In response, the monk explains that the spirit has the devotion ability and used the painting to devour all the spirits in the city at once. However, this is the same ability Tong Tong has, which makes the hero think that all this terror makes sense. Additionally, the ghost also has fusion, which when combined with devotion, allows it to acquire its opponent's powers. By combining his abilities, it creates a new technique, becoming a specter with unlimited potential. It is said that the most horrifying ability of the painting is its spiritual marking composition. The protagonist states that he has seen this before on a card but notes that it wasn't the same. Low-level spiritual markings can only send messages, but those created by the painting can alter the flow of spiritual energy. Thus, they function like a self-repairing and self-modifying enchantment, almost like a sentient plan. And this is precisely the painting's secret, using markings to strengthen its own domain and create new spells. Faced with this, Xingqiu praises the hero's ability to understand, but Lin thinks she's the remarkable one for creating something like this. The hero even considers that if the monk creates another specter, it will become an endless cycle, but still nothing compared to his system. Getting straight to the point, Xingqiu says this is the summary, and asks Lin to face the ghost tomorrow. Additionally, she gives him a key that can open the doors to the chamber and the golden chest. However, she warns that everything must be locked, and if taming isn't possible, he should not attempt it by force. In any case, if Lin recites a prayer with the necklace, Xingqiu will come, and even if she loses control, she's confident she can seal it. With that, the hero leaves, thanking her for everything. Upon leaving, the system notifies him of the master's request to tame the spectral painting, and his favorability rises to 10. Now Lin understands that, since the painting was Xingqiu's creation and was responsible for destroying the temple, it haunts her to this day. Despite appearing very composed now, there's still a strong feeling of sadness lingering. Later, the hero wonders if these objects are real, and out of curiosity, he decides to place them in his inventory. The system confirms that Lin received blood artifacts along with a key and jade. This indicates they are genuine artifacts, and the jade in particular has the power to summon the master every 10 days. Moreover, if the monk is tamed, it will become a spiritual anchor. But to achieve this, the hero must first deal with the spectral painting. So far, Lin hasn't fully captured his third companion, but missions for the fourth and fifth spirits have already appeared, even though the system limits him to 3. At that moment, Yu appears, very happy to see the hero return, and he remarks on her good mood. In response, the two girls say they are happy because they receive gifts. Without wasting time, the protagonist tests to see if they're real. Seeing that they are, Lin realizes the two have formed a strong bond with Sin Lian and Sin Yuan in recent days, which is why they were chosen as masters. In this case, the hero tells them they deserve these spiritual anchors, and that each will gain a new companion once they leave. However, Yu feels sad, thinking that her friends will become spirits. This contrasts with Ling, who believes it's better this way since they'll always be together. Thus, the girls thank the protagonist, acknowledging that if he hadn't brought them, this wouldn't have happened. That same night, a thunderstorm scares the girls and keeps Lin awake. Yu tries to reassure them, saying there's nothing to fear since they're already inside the domain. But Ling notices something strange about the lightning's glow. Lin silently agrees because since morning, he's felt that something big is about to happen. In this case, he gets stressed and goes out despite Yu's protests to investigate. When he opens the door, the presence of a terrifying ghostly energy becomes undeniable. The two girls feel suffocated by it, even more frightened than before. Thus, Lin concluded that the event leading to the temple's destruction had begun. Surprised, the boy observed the colorful rays in the sky, but something struck him. He fell to his knees, feeling as though he had been knocked out by spiritual energy. Suddenly, the courtyard transformed once again into a haunted forest. Because of this, the hero ran back to the room, and as expected, it was empty. When he woke Ling, she asked what had happened, and the hero explained that the illusion had disappeared. Ling then asked where they were, and Lin replied that although they had exited the temple 50 years ago, they were still within the nun's spectral realm. This meant that all the friendships they had formed until now were lost. However, the items they had received offered some comfort, as they could still call upon them in the future. Lin thought that they had triggered all the events of the illusion, and therefore the spectral painting must now be sealed in the Golden Room. In this case, they decided to look outside, and as expected, there was no one there. As they walked, Lin talked about the painting and the Golden Room, but there was no path ahead. It was said that only gold could keep the painting locked, so it wouldn't be within the realm, but in the real temple. Because of this, the system reappeared, reminding Lin of the mission he had almost forgotten, to find the ghostly companion in the solitary temple. Thus, the hero asked if you could track the ghost who had written the letter. With that, the girl's spirit pointed in a direction they all followed until they found the umbrella's location and completed the mission. However, a new mission appeared to save the umbrella's duplicate within the temple. Logically, the umbrella was the female ghost who wrote the letter, and she had duplicates. Additionally, as their bond was already at 33, the ghost wasn't hostile. Upon entering the location, Lin noticed another barrier. The protagonist collected the umbrella and asked Xuanhua to use her ability to get them out. She did so, bringing everyone outside and completing the umbrella mission. However, the girls asked where they were because it was very cold despite being summer. The hero also found it strange because, judging by the scenery, it was autumn, yet they had only spent about 15 days inside the temple. In any case, the three spotted a car and decided to approach it for information. Inside the car, 3 men were discussing their recent hunt of a B-rank ghost and were pleased as their city ranked among the best. Suddenly, they saw a horse approaching at high speed. This naturally shocked everyone, not only because of its speed, but because it was a ghost. Because of this, the 3 men got out and activated their spirits, ready to fight for their lives. Fortunately, the protagonist calmly asked where they were. Realizing he was a ghost master, one of the men informed them they were near the leveled city and asked who they were. The hero responded that they were necromancers from Ocean City and directly asked for the location of the solitary temple. Given the situation and the boy's ghost, the warriors assumed Lin must be someone important. One of them apologized while another checked his device and informed them that the temple was on Bull Point Mountain on the northern third line. To clarify, the Ghost Master showed the location on his tracker screen. Unexpectedly, although the information was correct, the date displayed was October 2136. The Ghost Master didn't understand if there was an issue, but when the heroes had entered the temple, it had been July 2135. Hearing this, the heroes shouted in surprise, realizing the flow of time might be different within the spectral realm. Thus, although they had only spent about 15 days inside, a year and 3 months had passed outside. Obviously, neither of the girls could comprehend how this was possible. To avoid wasting more time, Lin thanked them and left. Before departing, the Ghost Masters couldn't help but comment on how strange these people were. Ling asked if they would search for the temple now, but Lin suggested finding a place to rest first. The hero apologized as despite asking the girls for a few days, they had ended up traveling through time. Ling didn't mind, understanding it wasn't intentional, but Yu was slightly worried about her father. Her concern was valid because, at the Zhu residence, the head of the house had sunk into alcohol and resentment over the disappearance of his daughters. At the leveled city's first-line dormitory, the girls said their goodbyes and went to rest. In a private moment, Lin feels happy to finally have a good night's sleep in the real world. Additionally, he takes this time to apologize to Xuanhua for not being able to summon her during the days at the temple. At that moment, the umbrella begins to float around the house, but as it approaches, it catches fire. Xuanhua attempts to protect the hero from the intruder, but fortunately, it's just the little umbrella the girl had saved. To make itself known, the umbrella opens, creating a space with a massive golden structure. This is its spectral domain, and the protagonist finds it magnificent. Within seconds, the small umbrella materializes into a large one. A final mission appears involving hearing the Necromancer Alliance and saving the third umbrella. In the end, the hero realizes that the orange and pink umbrellas are the same spirit, but there's another one at the Necromancer Alliance's headquarters. Lin suspects is trapped in the Golden Prison as many special spirits are locked there. At the moment, an invasion seems difficult, but once the mission is complete, he will have the umbrella, which can create multiple clones, useful for group battles. Additionally, there may even be special powers unlocked only when all three umbrellas are together. For now, the hero asked it to follow him since they will seek the other umbrella, but not immediately. That's because for now, they need to locate the temple before deciding their next move. The next morning on Bull Point Mountain, Lin is already exhausted from searching. Suddenly, Yu points to one side, asking what that is. It appears to be the wall of an ancient castle built millennia ago, appearing in various locations. Though it seems useless today, it wasn't used to keep spirits out, but rather to keep people in. Additionally, Yu spots a temple inside the walls, so the three decide to take a closer look. When they arrive, the hero comments that the place strongly resembles an abandoned temple. However, Ling senses the presence of a spirit. Because of this, Lin asks the two to test their new spirits, Cillian and Sinuan. Noticing the presence of intruders, a malevolent spirit emerges from the structure to attack. But the girls summon their two spirits, and with just one spell, they neutralize the ghost, which leaves them thrilled. Lin, observing the scene, concludes that the two girls must be at least A rank, if not S. The girls attempt to converse with their former friends, but Ling realizes they no longer have consciousness. Unexpectedly, the two ghosts begin to leave, prompting Lin to shout for them to follow, as they might be heading to the temple. Thus, the three mount the horse and follow until the ghosts stop at their destination. Upon dismounting, the hero warns the girls to stay on high alert. At the temple's entrance, it's clear that time has not been kind to the place. Inside and outside, there are countless skeletons, prompting Lin to comment on how powerful the spectral painting must be. However, Ling points out something strange. All the skeletons are male. Indeed, upon closer inspection, the skeletons have broad shoulders and sculpted jaws, traits not typically seen in female anatomy. Ling asks why there are so many men at the temple, and Lin believes they must have died in battle. Additionally, there's a pass card on one of the corpses for the leveled city. Not just on one, Lin finds another, leading Ling to ask if they were all necromancers. The girl can't understand because, until now, she thought the painting had destroyed the temple. The protagonist suggests there must be something they don't know and that they should check the back of the temple. In the other area, things remain horrific, but here, there are also many female skeletons. The sheer number of lives lost is a catastrophe. In the bamboo forest, it is lush and overgrown, completely blocking the path. While moving through the forest, the hero hears something that grabs his attention. At that moment, all three freeze, unable to move their legs. In front of them is the aura of a high-ranking specter, and out of curiosity, Ling asks if it's the ghost from the painting. However, the hero warns that it's not. It's the companion of the temple master, a rank 1 abyss specter. Fortunately, he recalls his ability to instantly kill anything that touches it. The spirit tries to attack, but Xuanhua activates her barrier. And as Tong Tong advances, our hero warns her not to let the ghost touch her. Tong Tong uses her mutant form and attacks with her sword, but even before reaching the specter's face, the blade freezes. As a result, the girl's face also begins to freeze and the sword shatters in half. For the first time, a unilateral defeat of Tong Tong occurs, accompanied by a massive explosion. While Tong was sent flying away by the great explosion of the specter's power, that immense amount of energy collided with the barrier. The protagonist caught Tong in time to prevent her from getting hurt, but noticed that Xuan's ghost territory was collapsing. Gradually, her barrier began to break more and more, and they were all exposed to a massive snowstorm. When the specter lunged to strike the protagonist directly, however, he was ready to react. But suddenly, the specter disappeared, and Feng realized it was because everyone had withdrawn from that space. It happened because Xuan had used Flash, allowing everyone to escape just in time to avoid something worse from happening. The two girls commented that despite their difference in combat ability, they were still no match at all for that opponent. Feng said that just this once he could invite the monastery master, taking out a Buddha pearl to recite his Dharma name and aid them. Suddenly, they stopped when they heard the sound of the wooden fish and prepared for what was about to happen. Quickly, they noticed that the ghost territory was covering the entire monastery temple, and suddenly, the sky shattered. A great scream echoed from that space, and Feng realized that the evil spirit was being suppressed. All of this happened because it had failed to successfully trap her, so King Zhu could not appear in her form. However, in the ghost territory alone was capable of significantly weakening the enemy. What was more ghost of Alicat's Vera was originally its own ghost spirit, and Feng questioned Yu if the ghost sword could be repaired. The golden sword had not turned to dust, which meant there was some resistance, so the protagonist prepared once again. He declared that this time they would use this opportunity to defeat the Spectre, and Ling asked if Feng had a plan. Thus, entering the space, they found the Spectre, whose ghost territory was gradually being destroyed. Now they only needed to destroy the frozen barrier, and Feng activated the ghost mirror because it was time for it to shine. Meanwhile, Xuan would use her ghost fire to advance simultaneously against their new opponent. The ghost mirror could copy part of the enemy's learned abilities, but when copying an ally, it could reach its maximum potential. 3 times the extreme fire from the ghost fire, Feng could hardly believe it hadn't broken the frozen barrier before. Then he shouted for Yu to use her ghost sword, and they quickly realized that the barrier had melted. Rushing toward their opponent at great speed, the Spectre had no chance to defend this time or push them away. Soon, the victory notification appeared. They had managed to kill a rank 1 ghost spirit, the Abyssal Evil Spirit, and earned more than 8,000 experience points. Shortly after, the spirit vanished, and they received the Frozen Jade Bottle, which could slow everything inside the ghost territory by 5 times for 10 seconds. With the battle concluded, the protagonists realized that they had accumulated enough experience for Tong, and now they could make good use of it. Successfully, they leveled her up, and Tong's rank gained 10 more favorability points, strengthening her host body's physical power. Tong also learned a new ability called Frozen Ghost Hand, an ice attribute attack that was highly effective against specific enemies. Now as a ghost spirit, she had reached rank 1 with a 4-star potential, becoming much more powerful than before. Feng sighed in relief as everyone returned to the real world, having achieved a great victory. Beside him, Ling celebrated because the protagonist had been truly incredible. He had many treasures at his disposal, and they had all been very useful. Speaking of which, you approached to check the ghost mirror, but suddenly, the frozen bottle began to react with the mirror, and as they noticed, an image started to be transmitted inside the mirror, to everyone's complete surprise. It appeared to be Master King Zhu's monastery. They could see a man shouting and running after a woman, claiming she was seeking death. Quickly, he grabbed the woman, asking where she thought she was escaping to, forcing her toward a hooded man, stating to Tao that they had brought her back. The woman demanded that he let her go, but Tao laughed at the pretty girl, saying it was a pity because she needed a lesson in how to talk to them. Before Tao could slap the woman, the nun master approached, asking who they were and why they were bullying the girls. Immediately, Tao got excited because that nun also seemed very desirable and invited her to come with them as well. However, Tao's face suddenly began to freeze, and everyone was shocked when the man turned completely blue. They realized it was an evil ice spirit that had frozen its partner Tao at an astonishing speed. It seemed that the monastery master was a ghost master, and she was as powerful as a rank A or an even greater ghost spirit. However, this particular one had a terrifyingly ghostly aura, and the nun once again questioned who those 2 men were. She was pressuring them to explain why they were bullying those girls in such a manner. Quickly, the men bowed to the Lord, begging to be heard, as they were only following orders. Those people were everything they wanted and were acting under orders from the Wei family, explaining that they were a family of ghost masters. They were people from the northern and eastern regions. No one could rise against them or offend them in any way. Recently, Wei Bufan had gone to Ping City and ordered them to find a wife worthy of his presence. Beside them, another woman screamed that it made no sense. They were forcing the women and not even treating them as humans. They had already captured several other girls, all of whom were being tortured and imprisoned by the Wei family. Whimpering, the men begged for mercy, saying they only did it for Wei Bufan, who was a damn pervert. They were only responsible for capturing people. They could do nothing beyond that despite any resistance. They were merely responsible for capturing people and had done nothing to them beyond that. The rest was in the hands of others. While holding the man, the nun noticed that the cloth on his wrist was her cousin's handkerchief. She then demanded to know the origin of that handkerchief, and the man nervously hesitated before responding. The night before, at the Wei family's mansion, a girl took her own life after suffering immense humiliation. That handkerchief seemed quite nice, so he took it, which only shocked the girl even more upon hearing this. Sensing her fury, he continued pleading, insisting that he had nothing to do with it. Wei Bufan was the only one to blame. Meanwhile, at Wei Bufan's mansion, the Spectre had frozen multiple people while others struggled to escape safely. The nun continued aiding the kidnapped women, sighing in relief that they had been saved in time. However, it was a shame they had arrived too late. Some of them had died despite their attempts to save them. The women expressed their gratitude for being rescued, and one of them asked if Wei Bufan would die by her hands as well. The woman glared furiously before confirming that was indeed the case. He would never harm any of them again. Meanwhile, the Wei family patriarch, Wei Bubei, was even more enraged, demanding to know who was responsible for killing his younger brother. He intended to make them pay. At that moment, Bubai overheard something about the temple where Bai Cheng had previously interfered with the monastery. One of his men confirmed this, explaining that the night before, a girl had taken her own life in Bufen's mansion. She had been the monastery master's cousin, and she had gone there for revenge, ultimately taking Bufen's life. Realizing that it was merely a nun who dared to provoke him, he was ready to ensure everyone knew the price of offending the Wei family. Meanwhile, the nun acknowledged that this operation could lead to retaliation and thus needed to inform all the guards about their checkpoints. Those who had witnessed their group entering Bufen's mansion had died, so they believed no one could know who was responsible for all this. The nun stated that the Y mansion was vast. It was inevitable that something would slip through, so they could not afford to be careless. For now, she could hide in the secluded temple, but she lacked the materials needed to do so. Thus, she sent her specter to the valley to collect 6 wondrous body sounds, instructing it to be swift. Meanwhile, several men were preparing to invade that space. They were all men of Bubai. He never expected they would need to take advantage of the thunderstorm to infiltrate through a secret passage in the mountain so quickly. But now that everyone was attempting to get through, they all had to be ready for the attack. The completely isolated temple was being overwhelmed, and soon nothing but insects would remain in that space. Meanwhile, watching the events unfold through the ghost mirror, the group of protagonists was utterly surprised. You noticed that the storm was the same one from the previous night and was now inside the secluded temple. Feng agreed that it seemed to be the case. The destruction from before must have been solely caused by the Wei family. Even Ling was surprised that something like this had truly happened, and at that moment, the image in the mirror changed once again. Meanwhile, the specter moved through the storm to fulfill the orders it had been given. To its surprise, however, it saw a great thunderstorm in the distance. It was Bubei's group invading the temple and causing chaos inside. The girls were pleading for help as destruction unfolded, with many people being attacked. Before Bubei, the nun could do nothing. The ghost spirit had gone on a mission, and the other had been lost. The third had to deal with multiple attacks at once, wondering how it was supposed to protect the entire temple alone. Bubai laughed loudly because the monastery master had finally fallen, and one of the other nuns helped the master stand up. She said he shouldn't feel so confident. If he hadn't arrived in secret, the monastery wouldn't have lost in any way. Winning was the only thing that mattered to Bubai. No one could care less about the method as long as the goal was achieved. They were all going to die, including the girls who belonged to him, so the master told her companion, Sin Lian, to run and release the spirit from the painting using the key. Even though Sin didn't want to do it, the master shouted for her to hurry, and so she ran off in a panic, tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, some of Bubei's men noticed something was wrong because a massive painting started to appear in the sky. A great pressure emanated from that painting, and something began emerging from within, covering the entire temple. Quickly, the invaders ran in desperation as they were attacked, trying to survive the counterstrike. Under attack, the men began having their souls struck directly. Even Bubei's spirit started to be affected. At that moment, the master commanded Shadow to kill him as well, and it only took one move to shatter his body into multiple pieces. Suddenly, Xin returned, screaming that something terrible was happening. The ghost from the painting was losing control. In reality, it was attacking its own people instead of focusing solely on the intruders, which immediately alarmed the master. Instantly, the ghost began summoning spirits that were far too powerful, now attacking any living person that appeared in its path. If the master allowed this to continue, not only would the people of the secluded temple suffer, but millions in the city would also become targets. They couldn't let this go on any longer, so she commanded Shadow to use the same technique with unlimited power. Shadow's power shot up to the skies and struck the painting, and everyone around was shocked to see that the master had fused with the ghost spirit. However, they were all worried because she could die if she did this, yet she still persisted in trying to stop the ghost spirit. The power was so immense that even Feng and the others had to shut their eyes to avoid being blinded by the light. Then suddenly, the image in the mirror vanished, and they became concerned, wondering if the monastery master had managed to control the ghost painting. Ling commented that it seemed like this was the truth behind the great destruction, and Feng agreed that it must have been the case. But the cost of the spirit's destruction was the complete ruin of the temple itself, despite all their efforts to save everyone. At that moment, Feng said they should leave. The golden house shouldn't be far away, when you pointed something ahead of them. It seemed that what was there in the temple were the remains of the former master, who had tried to protect the entire temple. Feng observed that it looked as if the monastery master had desperately tried to seal the ghost painting. Even when she had become nothing but bones, she had still remained there, guarding that space for so many decades. Now it seemed the ghost spirit was indeed inside, but it was time for them to release the ghost as quickly as possible. The protagonist thought that after taming the ghost painting and fulfilling its wishes, it should now be able to rest in peace. Then Feng took out the key but hesitated, realizing they couldn't do this just yet, and Ling asked him why. Feng then stated that even though the master had risked her own life to seal the ghost painting, there was still something they needed to consider, because it might not have been sealed inside the golden box. If it was merely trapped within the golden house, then opening it with a key would release it instantly. Lane agreed that his observation was correct, and Yu mentioned that even though the master had feared the power of the ghost painting, this was different. She questioned whether they could truly face the ghost with their current combat abilities, and Feng pondered over it. Even if it couldn't be killed because of the handkerchief, they also couldn't just let the ghost simply escape like this. Ling said that if the ghost of the painting were to be released, it would only go out and cause the deaths of many more people. Thus, the efforts of the monastery master would end up being wasted, and Feng had to agree with that. So the key would be to tame the ghost spirit of the painting without releasing it into the world or making direct contact with it. Feng wondered how they could do that, as most of the golden house was hidden inside the mountain. The space was too confined just a cube, but then the protagonist suddenly had a new idea. Feng asked the girls to come and help him measure the outer dimensions of the golden house, and they agreed even though they didn't know what he was thinking. Ling asked why he was trying to measure the space, and Yu added by asking if he had found another way. Feng responded that if he couldn't stop the ghost of the painting from leaving the golden house, then they should simply build another golden house. First, Feng would construct a space around the house using wooden planks, then cover the walls with golden paper and seal the empty spots with golden ink. Then they would have Shuwon use her ghostly powers to carve new restrictions. If her ghost spirit couldn't leave, then the others wouldn't be able to either. The girls agreed that it was indeed a spectacular idea. Even if the ghost of the painting escaped the first layer, it would still have to escape the second. With that, Feng said they should move forward, bury the master's body, and then descend the mountain to Pink City to buy more gold. The place was surrounded by mountains and a river, which wasn't bad at all. Even Yu mentioned seeing smoke rising from a distant place. Someone seemed to have buried something and was burning it, and Feng suggested they should approach to check what it was. Meanwhile, in Pink City, everyone quickly took pictures as they saw their horse passing by the cars. People were shocked because he was riding a horse in the middle of the city. They didn't even know there was such a thing as a ghost horse. They had never imagined they could capture something like this in a photo, so they hurried to take pictures and take advantage of the situation. Finally, they arrived at the Association of the Ghost City Master. Gold was a strategic material they had to make good use of. Feng needed a large amount of it, and he couldn't buy that much with just money, at least not under these circumstances. It wasn't as if they were living 100 years ago when gold was a jewel that could be seen in every piece of jewelry around the world. It was safer to buy it directly from the master of the association, so that was how they ended up entering the association's lobby. It had been half an hour since they arrived, and even Yu didn't know why it was so difficult to get information about the president at this point. Lin explained that this was just how the association operated, and soon an assistant approached to apologize, saying that the president wasn't there that day. Therefore, they would have to return another day, and Feng sighed, but they had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Even so, deep down, the assistant was annoyed that people like them thought they could speak to the president personally. After all, not just anyone could do that. She would make sure to teach them a real lesson right away. However, suddenly, several people started shouting for President Lei, and a woman approached to speak with him. Ying asked the president if he had not heard about the new great hero of Leaf City whose fame had been spreading. Lei greeted Miss Ying, and she continued speaking, questioning whether the esteemed president of Pink City shouldn't care about the rise of new talents. Furthermore, she said he should focus on supporting people instead of clinging to his social status and bullying others in this manner. Her words made the president nervous, and Feng was surprised because it seemed that the president actually knew Ying. At that moment, Ying approached to greet the protagonist, but she told him he could just call her Sister Ru if that was easier. She had heard a lot about Feng's achievements, especially regarding the ghost horde from nearly a year ago. But Ying hadn't expected to see him in person in Pink City. She was deeply honored to meet him face to face. The protagonist thanked her for her compliments, unable to believe that such a charming woman was standing before him. She was likely someone of high social standing. Around them, people whispered among themselves about how impressive it was that Feng had received praise from a veteran. Even though he was very young and had a remarkable history, he was still undoubtedly a great genius. At that moment, Lei stepped forward and commented that he had just forgotten, apologizing because he obviously knew who Feng was, laughing nervously. Then Ying asked if it would be convenient for them to sit and talk together, and Lei agreed with the idea, asking them to follow him. Feng also agreed with the proposal. After all, it just so happened that he needed to request something from the association as well. As they sat down to talk, the president said there would be no problem in resolving the matter regarding the gold. Feng explained that he needed 1,000 square meters of golden paper and 50 kilograms of golden ink as well, asking if President Lei might have something like that. Lei froze in shock upon hearing this, saying that the alliance indeed had large reserves of gold, but this was far more than expected. If he was in a hurry, they could help obtain more from the 6 great families, and Ling asked about the details. The president agreed, explaining that Ping City was similar to High City, which was managed alongside the 6 great families. Their reserves were much more abundant, but that demand was overwhelming even for the association. The protagonist wasn't sure about the price of gold, so he asked if President Lei could at least help with the calculations. Lei then considered the 1,000 meters of golden paper and the 50 kilograms of golden ink, estimating that it would probably cost around 2 billion contribution points. He couldn't even believe that Feng might have that many contribution points to offer, and he encountered that simply using contribution points might not work. That was because the 6 major families were not lacking in contribution points, meaning they wouldn't find much value in such an offer. What they truly desired was something more useful, like a spiritual weapon, or something similar. The protagonist reflected that he did have a few billion points, but it wouldn't be enough, so they could sell that ghost spirit from the other game guy they had. The one they had obtained in Shuan's ghost territory. After those Earth Demon Ghost Masters attacked and were killed, they had taken their belongings, and their ghost token had been suppressed within Xuan's territory. The company should have some rights to use it. With that, Feng asked President Lei how much that spiritual ghost token he was holding might be worth. Then, being asked for Ghost, Chai Mei sensed the spirit of that ghost, which was referred to as a ghost spirit. In a bizarre manner, Chai twisted its neck backward and revealed something behind it, and Feng was surprised as a strange power touched the token. That was how they extracted the ghostly body of the Rank 1 Abyss Examiner, and it appeared to have no owner. Then Ming stood up in shock, questioning why he had such a rare treasure, leaning over the table to press further. After all, instead of trying to sell it, Feng could at least make use of the item as the true master of the ghost. Yang laughed, saying it wasn't bad coming from Feng. He was more powerful than she had expected, and she promised to repay him for it later. An unknown Abyss-ranked spirit, if used properly, could create an Earth Demon-ranked Ghost Master within 10 years. Its value couldn't even be calculated. It was worth more than even a few billion contribution points. Yang asked the president if it was alright to leave it with him, and he quickly agreed, looking very satisfied. Lei planned to release the news soon, arranging an auction that would take place in about 3 days. The starting price would be the golden paper and golden ink that Feng desired, and if they could place their bets, it would contribute the points. The 6 major families would be drawn in by this, which was good for Ying since it would make them support with significant contributions. Even the 2 girls were surprised that Ping City had so many wealthy people, even their own families were rich enough. Feng agreed with the proposals and thanked President Lei and Ying, and she responded that it was no problem to help them. But she wanted to have a moment with Feng, so they stepped out to appreciate the view and the warmth of the sunlight. The protagonist said he had always thought it was incredible how those people had dissipated the fog to clear the air. Ying wanted to secretly tell the protagonist that the sunlight in this city wasn't due to anything they had done. It was simply because there were enough humans, and the effect of a large population was what created such a phenomenon. The protagonist could understand that there was a special method behind it, and Ying responded that in reality, they couldn't do such a thing. To prevent people from being lost to the ghost horde, they had to build a new line of defense. Many people now felt that humanity was growing again after experiencing the dark century of the past 100 years. Even with the counterattack, it still only allowed some lost lands to be recovered, and currently only the Ghost Masters knew about it. Humans had only gained footholds. If they weren't careful enough, they could end up bringing even more danger to humanity. Thus, the Ghost Master Alliance kept geniuses close and continued to support them, just as was the case with Feng. Furthermore, Feng was the same as Ying. He had an existing spiritual body, but there were only 5 such bodies in the entire world. Existing spiritual bodies were important, which was why she, despite being so young, was treated with such great respect by President Lei. But Feng couldn't deny that he had an existing spiritual body. It was truly an impressive system. At that moment, Ying mentioned that Yan had spoken about Feng before, and the protagonist was surprised that she knew Yan. Ying confirmed it, explaining that Yan had a physical body and was sent to be nurtured at the headquarters. She had even taken her under her wing for several years. After leaving the temple, Feng hadn't been able to contact President Yan. An entire year had passed since then, and he wondered how she was doing now. Ying said that Yan had told her that Feng was searching for freedom, that he disliked being restricted by the Alliance. And she could understand that, but she still hoped he could visit the headquarters so she could personally nurture him. Even so, Feng never understood why everyone always wanted to become his teacher. But it seemed like a good idea to visit the Ghost Master Alliance headquarters. Perhaps he could even obtain a ghost umbrella in the Golden Prison. That would give him more confidence in taming the ghost of the painting, so the protagonist asked if she could arrange for him to visit the headquarters in person. Ying agreed that it wouldn't be a problem, and with that, the two finished their conversation. Shortly after, she left to speak with the president as well. He approached Ying and told her that the information had been spread, and the 6 families had received it. He had even been called multiple times. 3 family members in charge had already contacted him. They wanted to offer the best deals and highest prices possible for the item, which made Ying sigh. As expected, the offer had drawn attention, but she suggested they shouldn't give it to anyone yet. They should make them wait 3 days until the auction began. Meanwhile, you informed Feng that the artisans had gathered everything they needed, and her sister had gone out to buy more tools. They had also secured the 5 oldest and most experienced artisans, and with their help, they could recruit 30 more people even faster. That was great news for Feng because 30 people should be enough to complete the construction of the Golden House. He asked if they were aware of the request, and the artisans explained that they had heard about a solid wooden house construction. Or at least it was supposed to be around 15 square meters, built within 3 days with golden paper applied to it. If that was the case, there was no need to worry, as they had already drawn up the design. Feng checked the sketch blueprint for the construction and agreed that it wasn't bad at all. It was well prepared so far. Then he told Yu that he planned to visit the Alliance headquarters that night with Yang and would return shortly before the auction. Yu agreed and told him not to worry about anything. She would stay there and keep an eye on everything to ensure it was all completed. Feng asked if they could really handle everything alone and still make their way to the temple, and Yu confidently responded that it was obvious they were ghost masters after all, and she was an S-rank master herself. Laughing, the protagonist also asked if she always knew how to find and gather people so quickly. He was impressed by her efficiency. She laughed as well, explaining that she had offered the old artisan about 5,000 contribution points. It was quite a hefty price per day. That way, they could earn a commission of 500 points daily, and the construction would probably be completed in about an hour. The protagonist chuckled. He never knew she could be this clever, and he patted Yu's head, impressed by her. Blushing slightly, she responded that she would be the first to have them prepare the materials, and they said their goodbyes. Suddenly, when he looked back, he found Tong staring at him with a slightly annoyed expression. From her expression, the protagonist could tell that Tong seemed jealous because he had patted Yu's head. However, she was still looking at the protagonist quite seriously as she stepped closer to him. So he ended up laughing and patting her head as well, chuckling because deep down she was just as cute. In the future, he promised that he would only pat her head from then on so that she wouldn't be so sulky. Later, Yang met with the protagonist, asking if everything was ready, and he agreed that everything was prepared. That was good enough for her. Now they could just move forward since they needed to arrive by the next day. Thus, she ordered Chai Mei to open the ghost territory so they could proceed, and Feng felt an immense pressure as she activated it. And yet she was using it to speed things up. It was no wonder she was so fast. It was quite similar to the ghost territory and teleportation to the secluded temple, but Xuan and the others still couldn't do the same. With that, she led him into the territory and Feng followed Ying, feeling amazed at how beautiful it was. As they walked through the territory, Feng asked if they were actually moving and Ying confirmed that they were almost at Ping City. She guided him onto a ship where they sat down to talk and drink for a while. Ying said that Feng would spend the night in ship's cabin later. He could get some rest during the night until they arrived. The protagonist agreed and then asked if he could take a look at the golden prison before that. He wanted to obtain an S-rank evil spirit from there and wanted to know what the requirements were to acquire one. She responded that it wouldn't be a problem, but since they were already inside the ghost territory, she was curious about why he wanted an S-rank evil spirit. She asked if, by chance, that S-rank spirit had a special ability. When Feng confirmed it, Ying stated that he would need the Alliance's contribution points to get a ghost from the prison. But in exchange for doing this for him, he would also have to do something for her, which made Feng feel a bit nervous, though he still thanked her. The protagonist blushed as she leaned in closer, asking about what kind of student Yan was when she was still under her guidance. Ying then told him not to worry too much about Zhu Yan, but she understood why he might care about her. She explained that as far as she knew, Yan's parents were the most famous ghost masters in High City. She had been sent to the Alliance to begin training, but those with physical bodies who had been trained since childhood had obligations to fulfill. All of it was to serve the Alliance once they reached adulthood, and her freedom was definitely not as great as Feng's. Among those people, Yan was the only one with top qualifications. She worked very hard, though she could be a little silly at times. And she was also quite beautiful, which made many people seek her out. She was truly a heart stealer. She had heard that many famous geniuses had gone to the Zhu family to propose marriage to her, so Feng should be careful. Feng nearly choked on his drink upon hearing that, and then Ying said she was starting to feel sleepy and would call him for training the next day. In his cabin, Feng checked his messages, where Yan asked him if he had received what she sent. She had also heard that he had arrived in Ping City, which startled her since he had disappeared for an entire year. She hadn't expected him to leave without saying anything. She continued sending many messages, asking if he had any plans to return because she was in High City. Then she asked if Ying had already found him. She would definitely want to recruit him to the headquarters, though he didn't have to agree with her. If he felt bad about rejecting her, he could just tell her that he was the Zhu family's brother-in-law, and if that were the case, she would definitely laugh at Ying. Feng was surprised that she had sent so many messages and was still paying close attention to his movements. Inside the ghost territory, there was no signal, so he would have to wait until later to send her a message and let her know he was safe. Yan cared a lot about him, and it was probably because of what happened that night, which still lingered in Feng's mind. On the second day at the Golden Prison, Ying finally guided him to the location, telling him they would have to go inside the mountain next. They proceeded toward the entrance, and Feng felt relieved that he had finally arrived at the Golden Prison and could search for the ghost umbrella after all this time. However, even after opening one door, the protagonist realized there was still a second door right behind it. The Golden Prison security measures were at the highest level. Ying explained that they would have to go through multiple layers before reaching the back. They had to go through authentication methods and even biometric scanning. They continued walking deeper into the prison, and Feng was shocked because the scale of the chamber was enormous. It was hundreds of times larger than High City's own chamber, and he questioned how much gold had been used to construct it. Ying replied that the outer shell had 2 layers of golden walls, and in total there were 44 floors below. That added up to 800 tons altogether, something that couldn't even be carried in credit points. The one who received them inside was Grandma Xu, who welcomed them with a smile upon recognizing Ying. Ying smiled back at Xu, commenting that she was still as full of spirit as ever, and the old lady chuckled in response. She was already old just a few more years, and she feared she would have to take a golden house and wait for death. Laughing, Ying replied that she was still young enough to not be thinking about such things yet. Then Ying introduced Feng, whom she had mentioned before, and he also greeted Grandma Xu when they met. Quickly, the old woman grabbed his face, laughing, saying that he was a big and handsome boy. If only she had been a few decades younger, things might have been different. Then she asked what kind of ghost he was looking for, and Feng replied that he was searching for one in the shape of an umbrella. It needed to be within the S rank. Xu thought for a moment there were a few umbrella-shaped ghosts, but now that he mentioned S rank, the possibilities narrowed. If she remembered correctly, it had to be the one she knew, so she hurried to check the system. Then she asked if this was the one he was looking for, and Feng immediately agreed upon seeing the ghost's image. With that, Xu instructed them to follow her deeper into the golden structure, saying that it was located on floor -11. They descended using an elevator that played an old song, and Feng couldn't help but comment on how slow the elevator was. Even Ying agreed. Xu insisted that they would arrive soon, but she warned them in advance that the evil spirit they had chosen was quite special. Even as an S rank, it had nearly killed an Earth Demon rank Ghostmaster. It was only luck that another Ghostmaster arrived in time to defeat it. Ying asked if it was really that powerful. It wasn't easy to find something between S rank and Earth Demon rank. Xu admitted she wasn't sure, but the record stated that another orange umbrella had escaped back then and had become quite famous. She didn't know what kind of connection there might be between them, but Feng could now understand after listening carefully. The ghost umbrella from back then had been a combined form, and after being defeated, it had split and weakened to S rank. And in this case, if all 3 umbrella ghosts were combined into one, it could become even more powerful than before. Beyond that, Xu explained that this ghost was extremely threatening to any kind of person. Only a few people with physical bodies had tried to tame it, but they had all failed to achieve anything along the way. Even if he tried to tame the ghost, it wouldn't be an easy task, and she wanted to know if Feng was really sure about this. When Feng confirmed his decision, Xu opened the doors, revealing that the evil spirit was inside a floating box in the middle of the chamber. She told him to be ready because she was about to release it, and without hesitation, Xu opened the case to let the umbrella ghost out. In no time, Feng successfully received the ghost umbrella, which left Xu completely shocked. She couldn't believe that the evil spirit didn't even resist. It was as if it had known Feng from the beginning. The ghost umbrella already had a high favorability toward him, allowing him to bind it right away. Due to its unique nature, before favorability reached 150, the 3 umbrellas could merge. At that moment, the system asked if Feng wanted to bind the umbrella ghost, and the protagonist reflected, finally understanding how things worked. If he wanted to merge all 3 umbrella ghosts, he needed at least 150 favorability points -50 for each ghost to be safe. With that in mind, Feng realized that he should bind it first, and soon he successfully completed the binding. Thus, he became the host of the 3rd ghost spirit, gaining a 10% increase in his lifespan. The ghost spirit was an S-rank entity with a wide range of skills and powers, making it far stronger than before. Xu reflected that it was quite strange. She had never seen such a peaceful process in all her years of life. Ying said that Feng had made her even more interested, and he asked the two if he could take the ghost umbrella with him. Ying immediately agreed because she had spent enough credit points to exchange for it and take it. Then Xu approached to give him a golden pouch as a gift. He could store the umbrella inside it for now. He agreed and thanked her, and then Feng asked the old lady if she knew where ghost spirit number 55 was. That made Ying laugh, asking if he meant the ghost that Yan wanted, surprised that he even knew about it. Xu replied that number 55 was a female Asura who had once lost control and reduced an entire city to ruins. It was an evil spirit with a high alert status. It always depended on luck how it would react. The protagonist acknowledged her explanation and thanked Xu for clarifying everything, and then they returned via the elevator. Ying thanked Xu and promised to come back and visit her when she had time, and the old woman reminded Ying that she herself was not so young anymore. So if she had a man in her heart, she should find him and marry him. She shouldn't end up living a lonely life like Xu had. That made Ying laugh because she didn't care about any man to that extent, and with that, they left the Grand Golden House. As they exited, the protagonist asked Ying if they should go to the Alliance now, and Ying asked if he was really that eager, running around so much. For now, she said they should go back home, take a short break, and rest instead. At Ying's mansion, she guided the protagonist, telling him to be gentle and slow and not to stop until he was done. Meanwhile, Feng asked if it was really okay to use that liquid thing for bathing, as it didn't seem very pleasant. She laughed and agreed. The mud beneath the mountain was rich in mineral traces, especially gold. The protagonist froze in surprise, and Ying commented that he seemed unaware, but gold wasn't just useful for its antioxidant properties. It was used to protect the skin, but it also had other effects, such as calming and soothing. The protagonist sighed. There were people who didn't even have enough gold to save lives. And yet, she was using gold to protect her skin. It was almost funny if it weren't so tragic. After spending enough time handling the gold, Ying said it was enough and thanked him for helping her. Feng stepped away, saying he would go rest, but Ying asked if he wanted to bathe with her instead. Obviously, the protagonist refused and left, thinking that he always felt that both normal women and ghost women in this world were dangerous. Back in his room, the protagonist realized he should use this time to do some research on the ghost umbrella. Taking it out in his room, the two entered his territory and Feng greeted the ghost. It seemed to be the same as the previous two umbrella ghosts, and the umbrella gestured quickly. The protagonist wondered if they would transform into human forms like Tong and Swan, but he continued talking to it. Aside from its umbrella form, he wanted to know if it had other forms, and Feng noticed that the umbrella was writing something. The umbrella wrote "combine," and Feng asked if it meant that it could only obtain a human form after merging with the other two umbrellas. After engaging in conversation with the ghost, he gained one more favorability point with it. Feng was quite surprised that he even managed to earn favorability points. He remembered that the condition to combine them was 150 points. If that was the case, he would try to increase favorability daily to expand his ghost territory. So he decided to use one of his fragments, starting with a water fragment, which granted him the ability to expand the ghost territory. The more he expanded, the more his favorability increased. The total favorability had reached 72 points, and the expansion of the ghost territory was reaching its limit, which made Feng wonder if there was something else he could do. At that moment, the protagonist decided to clean the ghost umbrella's body as well to further increase its favorability. Doing so, he managed to raise the points to 100, and the system asked if he wanted to merge two umbrellas into one. When he did, the umbrella's level increased, turning it golden, which was certainly not bad at all. Feng spent the entire night increasing his favorability, making sure not to waste his efforts on everything he had achieved. The next morning, the protagonist stepped outside and greeted Ying, who asked how his night had been, wondering if he had encountered any problems. Feng then explained that he had managed to tame quite a lot in time, and Ying was shocked to hear that. She had thought it would take at least a week to tame an evil spirit of such a high grade. But in reality, he had accelerated the process too much, which made Ying laugh. Feng truly wasn't an ordinary person. Then she said they should head to the headquarters. The palace in the mountain behind the Golden Prison was the meeting hall. The base below the entrance hall was the headquarters of the Ghostmaster Alliance itself, known as the safest place in the world. But it could also become the most dangerous of all, which was why there were very few people around. The small city at the foot of the mountain had been stabilized to support the basic needs of the headquarters. Thus, they descended toward the headquarters, where Ying asked Feng what he thought, as it didn't seem bad at all. The protagonist agreed that it was as expected of the headquarters. He noticed several statues nearby. One of them was Lei Wen, the Ghostmaster who had killed two nightmare-ranked ghosts at once and saved an entire eastern region. Suddenly, someone ran toward them upon seeing Ying, realizing she had arrived just in time to be there. The person urged her to hurry because Yi Feng and Liang Kang from the Tianji class were about to enter the stage of life and death. Ying tensed up because those groups were just a bunch of arrogant, ignorant brats in her opinion. She wondered if humanity was really doomed to rely on people like them, and Ying asked if it was okay to take a look. Meanwhile, several people were watching the battle between Feng and Kang, who were competing over Dailing, a girl. The two argue, with one of them declaring that today he would disgrace the other so badly that he would never be able to lift his head again. The other laughed, saying that the one to be humiliated was him. He should take the opportunity to run back home while he still could. Suddenly, the one who stopped their fight was Ying, who was their instructor, and she approached the two students to talk. She told Feng and Kang that if she remembered correctly, they were the top students among those who were 18 years old. Both of them agreed with her statement, and Ying said she hadn't expected them to reach the point of going after each other's throats over a woman. The Alliance was truly wasting its efforts nurturing people like them, and she questioned if they really thought they were above the world. To be honest, with their level of power, she could find a random person in the same group who could easily destroy them both. Ying knew they wouldn't accept something like that, so she ordered Feng to summon his ghost spirit. The protagonist sighed as everyone stared at him. He had been expecting the moment he would be thrown into the spotlight. So he called out Tong, and everyone was shocked because he was wielding an Abyss-ranked ghost. It was a benevolent spirit, and they had to acknowledge that it was more powerful than any of the spirits they had used so far. A girl suddenly exclaimed that she recognized Lin Feng. The official site listed him as a 5th-level individual corresponding to just 16 years old. The students were shocked, unable to believe that someone could achieve such feats at only 16. Some even theorized that the spirit might have been purchased somehow, but then the ghost umbrella appeared as well. The students were even more surprised because that boy actually had 2 Abyss-ranked spirits, and evil spirits couldn't even be bought. They had to be tamed through one's own abilities. Soon, one of them fell to his knees begging not to be killed, admitting that he was wrong to underestimate Feng. Ying immediately recognized that it was the S-rank ghost umbrella and wondered how it had become an S-rank. Sighing, she also wondered how many secrets that boy was still keeping to himself. At that moment, the girl named Dai asked Ying if Feng was really only 16 years old. Ying confirmed it, though Dai was quite excited. Feng was tall, handsome, and looked entirely like an adult. Ying then questioned Feng and Kang, asking if they still considered themselves great geniuses, and they both apologized for causing such a mess. Ying stated that they were supposed to be the pillars of the nation, yet they weren't focusing on their studies, which were meant to help save people's lives. Fighting each other every day was nothing more than a great disgrace to the headquarters where they were. 500 academy points would be taken from them so they could stop and reflect on their actions, and they should keep that in mind. Even Dai turned her back on those two students who had been fighting for her until now. At that moment, Ying said that Feng should follow her now, but the students were still surprised because it was truly unbelievable. They all intended to remember Feng's name in the future, even thinking about creating their own fan club. They wanted to write posts and publish them in the school magazine so that it would become the most talked about thing in recent times. As they left, Ying asked Feng how it was and what kind of impression he had of the headquarters, and the protagonist reflected that it was a better place than he had expected. But it was still not suitable for him, and Ying asked about that, to which the protagonist explained that he had grown up in a harsh environment since he was young. He was not used to living such a lifestyle, and besides, with his abilities, he could already handle most of the evil spirits threatening the city. There was no need to forget about battles, just to focus on becoming more powerful. Maeve understood that Feng was right in his own thoughts. If he could save a person, it was much better to do it on his own. Ying did not expect the protagonist to think so deeply at such a young age. It was truly impressive. In response, the protagonist laughed because Ying was praising him too much, then asked if he could seek advice from her in the future if he ever felt lost. She agreed that he could, then commented that she needed to follow a car that would be escorting an item of great importance in Pink City that night. It would probably take 2 days, and if Feng had nothing to do in that time, he could simply go with her if he wanted. The protagonist replied that it was no problem, and so the time came for the night of the second day. Yu told her sister that Feng had said he was returning to meet them the next day. Ling said it was just in time for the audition to start in the afternoon, but the work fair was almost finished as well. Meanwhile, in the no man's lands, the protagonist was happy because they had been driving for an entire day and had not encountered any spirits on their way. Ying was really able to sleep like that during a trip. It seemed like requesting an escort during this period had been a complete waste. Suddenly, the car braked hard, and the driver told Ying that a ghost attack was beginning. Ying got out of the car, saying she would handle those ranked 1S and below, while the rest of the higher-ranked spirits would be left to Feng. The protagonist had no problem with that, and so Team 1 began focusing on defending the truck. The rest were supposed to focus on attacking with all their strength, but Feng knew that Xuan still needed some improvements in experience. He could test his combat capabilities with the Phantom Umbrella, and so his ghost spirits quickly prepared to fight. They swiftly managed to kill several monsters at once, and everyone was shocked by the massive explosions. They had never seen anything like it before. Various evil spirits were annihilated all at once. Everyone recognized that these were Feng's spirits, but the protagonist himself was quite satisfied with the great damage caused. There was nothing better than clearing out those small ghosts and gaining even more power and experience. When some other people began calling for help because they were being attacked by the creatures, Xuan stepped in and killed the creatures. The protagonist approached to check if the people were truly safe, and they thanked him for the help. The ghost spirit Xuan could receive a skill enhancement, and the system asked if he wanted to consume a spirit pill for that. Feng was quite satisfied with this and upgraded its level, making it a rank 1 ghost spirit. Around them, people felt somewhat pressure because having 3 abyss-ranked spirits was truly terrifying, and Feng demonstrated his true power. Not only did the ghost not lose control, but it also seemed to be cooperating very well despite everything. They couldn't even imagine how the protagonist was capable of doing such things, but Ying soon returned after finishing her side. Now all they needed to do was head to the city, and so they arrived in Pink City after the long journey. Then the protagonist asked Ying what exactly they were escorting for them to have been attacked so massively. She whispered there was a secret, but Feng could tell that it had to be some kind of powerful phantom weapon. That was because this weapon was capable of attracting the attention of abyss-ranked monsters and evil spirits to fight, even while being protected by gold and talismans. Ying agreed that the protagonist was half correct, but she couldn't reveal more than that. There was a chance to find out in the future, and eventually he would learn more about it. That was when another man approached to inform Ying that the auction was about to begin. At the auction, various people were offering millions of credit points to purchase the items being offered. Feng was impressed because there were so many people there, and President Lei guided them further into the space. Lei was happy because the two of them had arrived just in time. The bidding was currently open to receive credit points. All of this was so they could obtain golden papers and ink. Benevolent abyss-ranked spirits were in high demand in that place. All 6 families of Ping City were there, even though some lords from other cities were also participating. During the auction, someone offered 200 million for another item, and people continued to bid higher with more points and credits. Suddenly, a gentleman offered 1 billion. and everyone was shocked by the sudden price increase. Feng asked Lei who the person raising the bid by 800 million at once was. The president checked, realizing that this man was the successor of the Wei family, Wei Guangyao, who was clearly offering a lot of money this time. The protagonist reflected on the Dongbei Wei family and realized that it could be the same one that caused the massacre at the Jizhou Temple last year. Ying asked if Lei was talking about the Dongbei king who had tried to rule Ping City a few decades ago. The president agreed, saying that the Dongbei king, Wei Bubei, had been defeated by the Jizhou Temple that year. After that, the Wei family returned to Dongbei, which made the protagonist realize he was right. Feng asked if the president was familiar with the Wei family in any way and where Wei Guangyao was from. Then he responded that the previously mentioned Dongbei king was probably Wei Guangyao's grandfather because that family was somewhat special. Each generation had 10 or more women for the city lord, so they should have had at least around 100 children scattered around. Feng was shocked because so many people had been born, even though it was said that it was somewhat difficult for ghost masters to have children. He wondered how much time had passed for them to have so many, and Lei explained that there was a method great families used to increase the probability. For example, Wei Guangyao was a rare genius, and apparently he had come to Ping City this time to search for his grandfather's bones. But he ended up joining the auction once he heard about it. Feng realized that Wei Bubei's bones were likely at the Jizhou Temple, and it must have taken some time for them to find him. He needed to quickly finish off that painting ghost, and also stay away from other problems that might arise, but soon people continued bidding even more billions for the offered items. The people at the auction were surprised because Wei was now offering 2 billion, and everyone felt frustrated because it almost seemed like bullying. But he kept offering more money and raised it to 3 billion this time, challenging anyone to outbid him. The auction host was shocked because someone had bid 3 billion. It was truly the highest price in history. If no one else offered more than that, the item would belong to Wei for real this time. Wei wanted that benevolent spirit no matter what happened, so he hoped people would be humble enough to let him have it. Around the hall, people shouted that this was absolute madness. 3 billion for gold paper and ink was just too ridiculous. Everyone called Wei a great idiot. But in the end, the item was sold anyway, and they couldn't do anything to stop it. People were frustrated because Wei was truly a brute, but Ying laughed because that guy was quite careless. He had offered an enormous amount of money, which should actually be a good thing, and Feng agreed with that. But Wei was extremely full of himself for getting ahead of the people of Ping City, thinking they were all fools because that amount of money was nothing to him. As soon as he could retrieve his grandfather's bones, he intended to erase his humiliation there and make everyone witness the power of his family. Meanwhile, you pointed to the sky as a helicopter began descending, and everyone realized that Feng was arriving. Feng apologized to Ying for making her go on such a long trip, and she replied that it was fine. She would keep this secret for him. The protagonist stepped down with the cargo, and Ling was happy to see that he had returned, curious to know if things had gone as expected. And Feng agreed, showing that they had obtained the boxes full of golden paper and ink, which was great. You mentioned that the wooden house structure was also ready, and the artisans agreed that they could start working on the gold right away. If they did it like this, they could finish by the morning. The protagonist thanked them for that, ready to let them handle everything, and so time passed as they prepared the products. That night, while sleeping, Feng suddenly felt that Xuan seemed warm, but when he looked, he realized it wasn't Xuan. For some reason, Yu was beside him, and he wondered when she had gotten into his bed to sleep like that. The protagonist tried to call her, but the girl remained in place, and Feng grew tense because she had probably gone to the wrong room in the middle of the night. Now he didn't even know what to do, he tried asking if she had really come to his room by mistake. Then Yu woke up and said that actually she and her sister liked him very much, and simply got up and ran away. The next day, Ling said that the construction was almost complete, but Feng asked where Yu had gone. Ling said that her sister was still sleeping, which made the protagonist give up on trying to talk again. Meanwhile, the protagonist checked that the external part of the construction was finished, only the final step remained. At that moment, Feng summoned Xuan outside, ordering her to use her ghost power to reinforce it, and Tong to help her as well. Successfully, they were unable to pass through the reinforced walls, and Feng thanked both of them for testing it. Then the protagonist told Ling to take care of the entrance and not let other people enter the Jizhou Temple. Finally, Feng had the chance to see the painting ghost again, but even after entering the room, he realized he couldn't find it. It shouldn't have been outside. It should actually have been trapped inside the golden box, so he approached to touch it. When he looked back, Feng realized that something was very wrong. The world started being affected by the painting's power again. The painting ghost had taken the protagonist to a completely different place, and the system stated that his first task was to discover its true body. Suddenly, some people cried out for help, and Feng took care of defeating the person causing trouble. He then took the opportunity to ask where exactly he was, and the beaten man begged him not to kill him. He explained that they were in Ping City, and that they were just following orders from the Wei family to capture some people. They didn't intend to harm the women, but the protagonist realized that this definitely seemed like something the Wei family would do. However, what really caught his attention was that this seemed to be Ping City from the painting ghost's memories. Feng sighed, realizing that the ghost was probably still alive, and wondered what his body might look like. He remembered someone named Jiang Wei, but Feng decided that he should take a walk first and check the situation. When he got on the bus, the woman asked for $5 and the protagonist realized that in that era, credit points were not yet used. When the woman noticed that Feng didn't have any money, she told him to get off the bus because he couldn't stay there. Suddenly, another person approached saying that they would pay for Feng. This person was Jiang Wei. Feng immediately realized that this was the true body of the painting ghost. When Feng froze in shock, Jiang asked what was wrong because he suddenly seemed lost in thought. He replied that it was nothing and let the woman pass, but he was still surprised because she was Jiang Wei that he didn't know what to do now. Jiang started talking to another woman after sitting down, telling Heling that she could leave if she was afraid of ghost masters. But some of Jiang's friends were there and she couldn't just let them all be bullied. Heling said it wasn't that she wanted to leave and the other woman told her to relax. If they followed the plan, there shouldn't be any major problems. Feng wondered if they were thinking about rescuing the women who had been taken captive by Wei Bufin using their own power. The protagonist remembered that Jiang was also imprisoned in the Wei household and chose to take her own life. It was possible that these were the events leading up to that death and that the master would soon find out when it happened. Feng sat calmly on the bus, deciding that he would secretly follow Jiang and check things out first. The protagonist follows the three women as they infiltrate the Wei household, where they find some men drinking and celebrating. The girls from Pink City were truly wonderful. There were 20 different places where they could get them. That was even more than in Dongbai, and the others agreed, but they couldn't just keep playing with the women. They had to drink wine too. The man holding a woman in his arms laughed because they didn't seem to understand. Playing with women while drinking was the best for him. The woman didn't like it at all and even begged to be let go, which made the man throw her aside after hearing her whining. Furious, the man began kicking her after having his good mood ruined, and the other men told Wei to calm down. The man Wei kept beating the woman non-stop even though the others were telling him to hold back because, at this rate, he would kill her. Jiang told her colleagues not to act impulsively because they had to remember their mission and not lose themselves in rage. The men decided to go back inside the house to play cards, leaving the woman outside alone to spend the night there as a lesson. As soon as the men left, Jiang said that this seemed like the perfect opportunity to enter through the sewers. That path should lead directly into the dungeon, allowing them to infiltrate quickly under the cover of night. The women started entering through the manhole, but suddenly someone pointed a flashlight at them, and they became worried that they had been discovered. The men who had just gone inside quickly returned, asking what the women intended to do. They laughed because it was just a small group trying to sneak into the house right under their noses. But soon, several men gathered and surrounded the women, laughing because at least the women were beautiful. They could have some fun with them first before anything else, and Wei laughed because it seemed like fresh meat had been delivered. He would go first, but they should prepare to have their own share afterward, and everyone was happy because Wei was indeed generous. Still, the women prepared to fight. Jiang felt that they wouldn't be able to escape, but they also couldn't let the men take advantage of them. At that moment, Feng realized that his second mission was about to begin, to prevent Zhang from taking her own life and successfully escape with her. He was caught off guard because he realized that this was the moment she was supposed to take her own life, and he froze, not expecting it to happen literally now. It seemed too late, but Feng suddenly shouted her name and everything changed. The vision from before disappeared. He returned to the city and wondered where everyone had gone and how he ended up in that familiar-looking place. The protagonist heard voices crying for help and realized they were the same people from before. It seemed that the world had reset. The task must have also reset, all because the mission had failed and the story had started looping. Now he had even more tasks to complete than before, so Feng decided to go to the station again, just like before, to try and find Jiang once more. Sure enough, things should unfold the same way if he repeated his actions, and again, Feng forgot to bring money. As the ticket lady refused his payment, Jiang suddenly intervened to help him pay quickly. Now that Feng had found the true body of the painting ghost, he had successfully completed one of his missions just in time. The protagonist smiled, realizing that Jiang would help no matter what happened. She truly was a kind girl. The protagonist accompanied her, saying that it was his first time in Pingxing, and since he wasn't familiar with the bus routes, he apologized. Jiang replied that it was fine and asked where he was from, and Feng introduced himself to her. He had traveled there from Heiqing and was looking for his cousin, who was an exorcist. For now, he decided that he should gather some information. Jiang introduced herself and said that her parents were also exorcists, but they had been killed during a mission not too long ago. Feng apologized for what she had been through, but realized that she was indeed the daughter of an exorcist. However, deep down, she was just an ordinary person. Going against the Wei family was like an egg hitting a rock. Now the protagonist felt that he might be able to persuade her not to go to the Wei household and prevent her from meeting a cruel fate. Feng asked where she was going, and Jiang nervously replied that she was visiting a friend's birthday party. Then Feng commented that he had heard rumors about a gang of thieves kidnapping women recently, and that they should be very careful. Jiang laughed because she couldn't take those rumors too seriously. After all, the place they were heading to was actually quite safe. Still, Feng continued insisting on his point, saying that it was an unlucky day and that it wasn't a good idea to go out like that. As she kept saying that all of this was just a big superstition, Feng realized that she was really determined to travel no matter what. It seemed that he couldn't convince her otherwise, and soon the bus arrived at her stop and Jiang said goodbye to the protagonist. Sighing, Feng followed after her, realizing that things were going to repeat anyway, and sure enough, events unfolded just like before. The women went to the Wei household, were discovered, and were quickly surrounded by all the men at once. Feng realized that everyone was there, he just needed to take care of them all at once and prevent the cruel fate from happening. He rushed at the men, telling Wei and the others that if they wanted the girls, they would have to get through him first. Feng stood in front of the girls, who were surprised to see that it was the same boy from the bus again. Wei burst into laughter because after all, Feng was just a boy and couldn't do anything to stop them. They quickly sent their spirits to attack Feng and kill him, but Tan defeated them with no difficulty. However, even so, the protagonist returned to the starting point, completely confused about what just happened. While reflecting on the world resetting, the system warned him that ghost spirits could not be summoned in this world. Now Feng understood when he first entered Xuawa's memory, Tong came out, and that probably ended up destabilizing this world's memory. It seemed that Feng needed to rely on other methods instead, and he tried various different ways to make it work. This time, Feng decided to go to the Y residence earlier to take care of all the guards, so Jiang wouldn't be discovered. However, even after dealing with the people outside, Jiang and the others were soon spotted as they entered the sewer. The guards shouted for help, and the mission failed. The next time, Feng decided he would intercept Jiang before she reached the bus. The protagonist stopped Jiang, but the mission failed again because he also couldn't kidnap her and prevent the plan from continuing. Feng really wasn't good at this kind of game, so his last option was to just face them directly. There were about 20 people, all C-rank exorcists, and he wondered if he could handle them all using only his physical abilities without ghost spirits. Then Feng remembered that even if ghost spirits couldn't be summoned, maybe he could use his phantom armor and phantom sword instead. When he tried this, he was relieved that the reset didn't happen again this time. Feng went to rescue Jiang, who was once again surprised to recognize him as the same person from the bus. The men prepared to fight against the person who had suddenly invaded the Wei household and summoned their spirits. At that moment, Feng told Tong not to come out because he would handle things alone. Now he could see the paths of the ghost spirits' attacks. The men around him were shocked because he was using a phantom sword to attack the monsters. They had thought he was just an exorcist, but in the end, he was just a fool, or so they believed, until even Wei's ghost spirit was sliced in half. Jiang and the others wondered who Feng really was, and suddenly, another man appeared behind him to attack. But the protagonist was defended by a barrier, and he quickly finished off all the men and cornered Wei. The man fell to the ground, begging to be spared, saying that they could take the women if that was what they wanted. Feng pointed his sword at Wei, saying that trash like him deserved thousands of deaths rather than being spared. After everything was over, the protagonist said they should leave quickly before more reinforcements arrived, and Jiang agreed. This time, he successfully prevented Jiang from taking her own life and escaped with her, completing the second part of the mission. Jiang was taken away by Feng, thanking him for helping her, and she mentioned that there were many Wei family spies throughout the city. To prevent retaliation, they should head to her home before that happened and avoid being seen. At Jiang's house, she explained that after her parents were killed, she moved to a hidden valley, the Rena Valley. He must have faced many difficulties along the way, so she helped him by preparing some food for him to eat. Feng thanked Jiang for her kindness, and Jiang smiled, saying there was no need to be so formal. He could just call her normally. He could stay there until the trouble passed, and he didn't need to worry about money. Her parents had left enough for them to last a long time. Feng agreed with her, but for some reason he felt like he was being kept there as a guest. Jiang said he could take his time eating. She was going to take a bath and rest for a while. The protagonist took the opportunity to check that he now had a total of 11 ghost bonds and wondered what kind of task he would receive this time. Suddenly, Jiang screamed because there was a ghost, and Feng rushed out to see what was happening. He entered the bathroom while she pointed at a ghost on the ceiling, and Feng asked where it was. When he turned around, the protagonist realized that it was actually right beside him, and the ghost lunged at Jiang. Feng realized that this must be the abbot of the Temple of Illumination, and now the protagonist received a new mission. It was to protect Jiang from being hunted, but once again, Feng had received the mission with too little time. She was hit directly, and the protagonist's mission failed, forcing the ghost domain to reset once again. Feng sighed as everything restarted. It seemed like the system was really playing with him. He wondered why the abbot was trying to kill Jiang in the first place, but at least he had returned to the moment when they were already fleeing from the Wei household. Jiang said they should hide in her house to avoid being found later by the spies. Feng stopped running and refused the proposal because they couldn't hide in her house. They had to leave Pingcheng and head to a small town in the suburbs. Right away, she agreed with his words, knowing exactly a place they could use to hide. So Jiang drove a car to leave the city, but Feng was caught off guard along the way. Outside Pingcheng, there was only a vast void. It seemed that this world was quite small and didn't extend much further. Suddenly, the girls shouted for Feng because it was there again, and everyone looked back to see what was approaching. It was the abbot again. chasing after Jiang, and Feng got up to try and protect the girl once more. Feng quickly got out of the car to face the spirit that was rushing toward them. They'd exchanged a few blows, but the abbot quickly destroyed the car, failing the mission again and restarting from the beginning. So on the next attempt, Feng asked Jiang if she knew about the temple, this time trying to understand a few things first. Jiang agreed the abbot was her distant cousin, but she had been sent to the temple as a child and they were not close. Then Feng understood that their relationship was still the same as he had known. Her master would not attack her own cousin. There had to be another explanation for this. The one hunting Jiang was the real ghost nun, not just a memory. At that moment, the abbot had mentioned that she had a special method to suppress the painting ghost, and now Feng understood everything. This painted world had been designed by the abbot to trap the painting. The events had to occur as they originally did, but in a loop. And Yahello had planned to use Feng to break free from the restrictions placed by the temple master at the beginning. Only then could this loop finally end. The abbot trapped the ghost spirit of the painting inside that looping space in Pingxing. The ghost of the painting could not escape on its own. So that was why they were asking for help. Even after saving Jiang, who was supposed to die, breaking the rules of this world, that was the reason for the abbot's appearance. And that was how he started hunting Jiang, all in an attempt to fix the loop. Everything now made perfect sense to Feng. When he stated this out loud, Jiang was confused and asked what was wrong for him to suddenly shout like that. He held her shoulders, affirming that he knew how to save her, and obviously, Jiang had no idea what he was talking about. However, Feng told Jiang to follow him, while the others should go home and hide for now. Jiang asked him to wait a moment and questioned exactly where they were going to begin with. He explained that this was the building beside the Exorcist Association in Pingxing. There was a warehouse underground in that place. The protagonist suggested they should take a look, and Jiang asked if it was really true, as she remembered that this association had been founded not too long ago. She was surprised because apparently it had already developed in Pingxing up to this point, so they entered the space. She questioned Feng about how he knew things like that despite not living in that city. Moreover, he had known her name was Jiang Wei from the very beginning, and Feng asked if she would believe him if he said he had traveled there from the future. Obviously, she replied that honestly she wouldn't, but since the protagonist had saved her life, she would follow him anyway. The two walked for a while, and the protagonist said they should hide in there, to which she agreed without asking too much. From the perspective of the nun's ghost, she should go to all the places where Jiang would naturally hide under normal circumstances. However, the golden painting there might not be highly effective. That location was definitely beyond Jiang's usual range. So she wouldn't be found so quickly, and Feng said she could trust him because she just needed to enter that golden bag. That golden bag could conceal her aura, making it much harder for her to be found or attacked. She entered the bag just as Feng instructed, and he also gave her oxygen bags, which should last until the next day. After trapping the girl inside, Feng waited for 3 hours, realizing there was still no sign of the nun's ghost appearing. That meant it must have been working. Jiang even tried to get out, asking if she could stay outside now. But Feng replied that not yet, she should hold on just a little longer, and placed her back inside the golden bag. That world always seemed to enter a loop during the last day of her life, and it would continue until it became completely meaningless. 6 hours later, Feng sighed, having completed the task of helping Jiang escape from the abbot and his pursuit. Suddenly, before he even realized it, the protagonist had actually disappeared from that space and received a new mission. The fourth mission was to take the ghost spirit far away and set her free. Now Jiang, who had once again become the ghost spirit of the painting, had another task to fulfill. Even though Feng still had 30 bond points, it was still quite dangerous to release her directly into the world, so he had to use the golden box first. Feng told her that if she wanted to leave, she needed to stay inside that golden box, and then he would let her out after some time. After the ghost entered the box, Feng now had the chance to show her the world at least 50 years in the future. As he was leaving, the protagonist noticed someone approaching and soon realized it was Yu and Ling. Ling ended up finding the remains of Wai Bubei there, and they could take them, but no one should be able to enter that temple. But just as they were taking Bubei's remains, Wei and his men also passed by. They laughed because they thought the girls intended to take what was left of their grandfather, and besides, the temple wasn't their property for them to enter like that. That was why Wei intended to enter if he wanted to, and one of the men commented that Master Wei was right about everything. They had surrounded the entire area, so they shouldn't have to resort to violence to drive them away. Even so, the two sisters had no intention of backing down so easily and immediately prepared to fight. Their aura made the men realize it was an S-rank ghost spirit. They couldn't believe they were that powerful just by looking at them. Wei laughed because those girls' temperament was indeed very strong, and they prepared to restrain them. However, it didn't take long for Feng to intervene before they could do anything against the girls. Wei questioned exactly who this boy was, and one of the men commented that he must be Feng from Heiching. They had heard that he was an S-rank psychic, and Feng landed beside the girls to defend them. Then, without much effort, Feng used his powers to face Wei, and his ghost spirits quickly defeated his opponent. Wei's men were shocked and couldn't believe that their master had lost in less than 3 seconds with almost no resistance. It was astonishing that such a powerful exorcist could exist in the first place, and Wei was obviously impressed because Feng possessed 3 Abyss rank spirits. Wei began coughing up blood and his men grew worried as he started suffering, trying to help him somehow. At that moment, Feng told Wei that he had never asked about the level of his ghost spirit before challenging him, so it was time to accept his own defeat. Wei retreated, stammering that he would be back while the girls approached, relieved that Feng had returned just in time and curious to know if things had ended well. The protagonist agreed, expressing gratitude because it was thanks to all their efforts over the past few days. Ling laughed, saying it was nothing, not a problem for them at all. Seeing him happy was what made them happy too. While Yu blushed at her sister's statement, Feng mentioned that they could gather their things and head home. They would descend the mountain and return to Heiqing now that they had obtained everything they had been looking for. Pingqing was a small fortified city, and as soon as they returned, everyone was quite shocked. They were happy to see Feng back. They hadn't even expected that he had already reached the first level of the Earth rank. During that time, the Wei family had truly lost face. It served them right, and it was indeed satisfying. On the way, the protagonist was confused about how people could recognize him, and Ling explained that the internet was full of news about him. She showed Feng the latest news where they were calling him a true hero after he had defeated Wei. He was just a 16-year-old boy, yet he already had 3 abyss rank spirits, but the 6 families were determined not to let Pingqing forget such humiliation. Citizens outside the Wei residence were holding signs demanding that Wei return to his own home after what had happened. It had only happened recently, yet the news had spread so quickly that it was shocking. Lame remarked that it must have been the work of the 6 great families of Pingqing. They had always been at odds with the Wei family and facing difficulties. Since the hearing the previous day, they had been paying close attention to every one of Wei's movements. Suddenly, Feng received a notification from Ying asking if he was there, as the Alliance had a small task and needed his help. He told her to go on, and Ying explained that a rather troublesome abyss-level ghost spirit had suddenly appeared. It was in the eastern part of Pingqing and had killed several strong ghost masters with ease. She didn't have enough firepower at the moment, so she was hoping that Feng could handle it on his own. The protagonist agreed, reflecting that he was on his own path to reaching his goal, and his ghost spirits needed some experience to level up and become stronger. With that, Feng told the 2 girls that they would go complete the task before returning. They headed to the fortress in eastern Pingqing. Apparently, the entity resembled a ghost child, and it was very good at hiding and escaping. Even Earth-rank ghost masters couldn't confront it directly. So far, they had only managed to obtain a piece of the ghost's clothing. If Feng was confident he could try capturing it, but the man explaining the situation to him wasn't very hopeful about it. The protagonist took the piece of fabric, and the girls commented together that with their spiritual powers, and with Feng's strength as well, there wouldn't be any major problems in handling this situation without much effort. Meanwhile, a man reported to Master Wei that Feng was at the fortress preparing to start the hunt for the ghost child. The woman beside Wei praised him, saying he was truly intelligent. The southern defense line had been under pressure for the past 2 days, and the Alliance was struggling to find people for the job, so they would obviously end up asking Feng for help. Wei grumbled. Feng had caused him too many losses. If he didn't make him pay with his own life, he wouldn't be satisfied. That ghost child was quite expensive, but there was still enough money. They had taken everything he had, so he hoped it would be enough for now. When Feng was killed at that moment, no one could blame anyone for something like that happening. Even if they suspected Wei, they wouldn't have any evidence to prove that this was really going to happen. Wei couldn't stand the fact that they were interfering with his family. Even though he was a great genius, this was the only path that would lead to death. Wei told Uncle Honda that he was counting on him, and Honda responded that there was no need to worry. He intended to take care of Feng quietly and without leaving any trace. Meanwhile, the protagonist was making his way to where the coast was. Ling pointed out that they were almost there, and Feng decided they should get off the horse and approach on foot. That was when they noticed the ghost child running, so Feng ordered Swan to take care of trapping that ghost inside the domain. However, the ghost quickly escaped from Swan, but even so, the spirits chased after it, trying to trap it. Before they realized it, they were in a different place, and Feng noticed that Swan had used Flash to escape. Moreover, the ghost child seemed to be another enemy they couldn't easily deal with despite everything. The protagonist gestured for them to be careful. They might end up encountering another enemy if things continued like this. He asked if this enemy could be Wei again, and Feng agreed that it very well could be the case. The ghost child had some rather precise movements, and they had been setting things up for it until now. So that ghost child must have been just bait, deliberately placed to lure the protagonist there. It seemed like there was no other choice now, and Feng asked Swan to protect Ling and Yu. He intended to release the ghost of the painting. If he freed it, he could gain 20 bond points, which would be very useful even for him. Finally, after releasing the ghost spirit and completing his previous mission, Feng decided to let her out. Now a new mission had emerged, achieving the feat of finding a member of the Wei family and fighting against their forces, using the ghost spirit to kill them. This seemed to be the final quest. If Feng could complete it, his bond with her would increase to over 80 points, and then he would successfully be able to form a connection with her. However, killing a main member of the Wei family should be part of Jiang's revenge. which was actually quite perfect. This could resolve the problems without much difficulty from beginning to end. Suddenly, Feng received a message from Ying informing him that she had received information that the ghost child had appeared in the north and was an evil spirit captured by the Wei family. Now it was suddenly appearing in Pingcheng for no particular reason, which could be a trap. That's why Ying asked Feng not to pursue it. But it was all just as Feng had expected, and the protagonist replied to Ying that he had already encountered members of the Wei family pursuing him. They were 2 Earth-ranked ghost masters. Since they attacked him first, they probably wouldn't mind if he killed them. On the other end of the screen, Ying coughed upon reading these messages, shocked that Feng actually intended to kill those 2 masters. That was practically the kind of power capable of massacring an entire city. The ghost spirit could easily take him into the domain and avoid all physical damage. Not to mention that normal attacks, even nuclear bombs, wouldn't be able to kill people of that level. Ying laughed because that boy was truly impressive, wanting to do such things without even thinking twice. If he really encountered someone that powerful, Ying didn't know if he would even make it out alive. She hoped it was just a bad joke from Feng and replied that it was fine to kill them. But it would be safer to return to Pingcheng first, so they could prepare to bring justice for him. Reading this message, the protagonist agreed with her. Meanwhile, Wei was confused because Hongda had returned and asked if Feng had already been killed. Wei Hongda was a 2nd-level ghost master and told Wei that his target had actually vanished into thin air after escaping. Wei was enraged, unable to understand how something like that was even possible, but Hongda reassured him that there was no need to worry. That was because it was a very rare ability. Feng couldn't use it for too long within a short period. Suddenly, one of the men shouted for Wei to look at the sky. Approaching on horseback was Feng. Everyone was shocked because all of a sudden, he had decided to come toward them instead of running away. It seemed like he was asking to die, charging straight at them like that. One of the men told Wei that this was their opportunity to take revenge for the 2 ghost spirits that had been killed. At that moment, Honda commented that they had been noticed and ordered Yupo to prepare for a new battle immediately. Thus, Yupo, a benevolent 2nd-level abyss spirit, emerged, and he was both gigantic and terrifying. Then Feng summoned the ghost spirit of the painting because it was time for her to shine and fulfill her role in this revenge. Even Hango was confused about what kind of ghost this was, but soon they realized that the painting ghost was recreating the scenery of the destroyed city. This was her domain, the ruined city they had seen before. Feng was surprised because the painting ghost was fighting on her own. It was possible that she was sensing the presence of the Wei family and seeking revenge, and Hanga acknowledged that this was also a 2nd-level malevolent spirit. However, he didn't know where it came from or how it was even connected to Feng in the first place. It was quite strange. Wei was shocked. Feng already possessed 3 ghost spirits, and he was just a teenager. He couldn't possibly be this powerful. Unless he was courting death, it shouldn't be possible for him to control another 2nd-level abyss spirit. Setting aside Wei's shock, Hanga ordered everyone to forget about it. Even if that were the case, they only needed to destroy and attack with full force using Yupo. Even Feng had to admit that the ghost spirit of that guy was quite powerful and was spreading throughout the domain of the painting ghost. Suddenly, several coffins emerged from the ground and Wei laughed maniacally. Now they had no chance of defeating Hongda. At that moment, Ling asked the protagonist if they should get involved in the middle of that mess. But he replied that they shouldn't because he was placing all his expectations on the power of the painting ghost. This was the ultimate weapon created by the monastery master. It couldn't be defeated so easily. People noticed that a painting was appearing within the painting ghost, replicating the entire ruined city. The city began to collapse, and Wei was in shock because the supernatural force in Feng's hands was terrifyingly powerful. At that moment, Hamda said they needed to end this quickly before something even worse could happen. Several first-level ghost spirits were summoned to attack the protagonist all at once and assist in the battle. Even creatures emerged from within the coffins, and Wei was astonished because those ghosts were also abyss-ranked. Hanga explained that Yupo's domain was special. Over the years, he had used it to seal away many high-level spirits. At this critical moment, they could all be summoned into battle, and even Wei was impressed. Hango was invincible. The creatures rushed toward their opponent, and even the girls were astonished. There were so many ghost spirits present now. It seemed that the painting ghost was being overwhelmed, and Feng realized that ambush and group attacks were typical tactics of the Wei family. But he couldn't just sit and watch the ghost being cornered, so he decided to ask Ling and Yu for help in clearing the obstacles. With that, everyone prepared to fight all at once. With all their ghost spirits and the replication mirror, their abilities could be combined. This way, they could demonstrate what a true ghostly battle tactic looked like when faced with opponents of this caliber. Furthermore, all the experience they had gained so far couldn't be wasted on something like this, so they would rise against them. All the powers clashed at great speed, and explosions of light erupted around them. Then Wei told his uncle that Feng's spirits were also attacking, but Hanga assured him there was no need to worry too much. However, they eventually found themselves overwhelmed by these few ghost spirits. whose attacks were terrifying. There were too many replications to contain. They didn't even fully understand what was happening as they were being destroyed. Hanga wondered how so many ghost spirits could be copied like this. It should have only been an illusion to begin with. It didn't take long for the system to evaluate all the achievements and victories, granting them even more experience than before. Wei and Hanga ended up being completely pressured because those replications were actually real. They weren't illusions at all. The attacks continued for a long time, and even Feng noticed that the bones of these opponents were incredibly tough. So he directed Xuan and Tong to use their combined elemental attacks to generate even more firepower. The attacks hit their targets directly in a massive explosion of colors and force, finally wiping out the ghost spirits after some resistance. Victory was theirs. The ghost spirit was defeated by the Abyss rank 1 spirit, gaining even more experience points. Yu and Ling were amazed because things had actually worked out, and suddenly someone shouted for everyone to lift the sky. What caught Hongda by surprise was that those ghost spirits were powerful, but above all, the one from the painting was more than terrifying. Even Jiang's eyes were appearing in her painting, creating a grand illusion and controlling one of the spirits. Feng realized that this was the counterattack of the ghost spirit of the painting, and now he ordered Tong and Xuan to attack the other spirit nearby. This wasn't just about increasing their chances of winning, but more importantly, it was about gaining experience. The two struck their opponent and successfully defeated it. Hongda was surprised by how they had been manipulated up to this point. Things were turning bad for Wei's side. They were beyond any hope of winning the battle. So he told his spirit to run, and even Wei was left behind, pleading not to be forgotten. Feng shouted to stop the two, and somehow, Hongda ended up back where he started. Even Wei was moved, thinking he had come back to save him. But Hongda was confused as to how he had returned to the starting point when he should have been far away by now. It seemed that the ghost of the painting had some kind of teleportation trap within its own domain. Finally, they managed to finish the great battle, and the painting began to unravel, to the point that Hongda started falling from it. They secured a great victory and gained even more experience than before, all of them returning to the real world and leaving the spirit's territory. Feng fulfilled his mission of killing one of the Wei family's combat force members and successfully earned more bond points. Only one was left to be defeated, Wei himself, while Hongda had been successfully eliminated. Wei knelt and begged not to be killed, confessing that he had been wrong from the beginning and couldn't deny it. Even his own men turned against him, claiming that they never intended to go against Feng, and that it was all Wei's fault for forcing them into it. Wei was shocked, betrayed by his men within seconds of their loss. At that moment, the protagonist questioned whether there was even a reason to spare him in the first place and let him live. Wei claimed that he was the most talented genius of his generation in the family. Even his grandfather couldn't compare to him and his achievements. If he were killed now, the Wei family would never let Feng go unpunished. Even the Alliance wouldn't be able to protect him forever. His uncles and elders would come after the protagonist, but that kind of threat prompted the ghost spirit to strike Wei with an ability that left him dazed. Wei collapsed to the ground and Feng called him a fool. The ghost of the painting had been looking for members of the Wei family from the very beginning. And yet, he announced his identity right in front of the painting, which was practically asking for death, so of course she used her powers. Thus, the protagonist received a notification that his bond with the ghost of the painting had exceeded 80 points. Then he was asked if he would like to bind the ghost of the painting as his fourth spirit, now that the conditions had been met. The protagonist obviously agreed, successfully forming a bond and obtaining his fourth spirit, named Jiang. But what shocked the girls was that the person in the painting moved. It even seemed like she was looking at them. Jiang extended her hand, and Feng touched the painting, allowing her to step out of it. The protagonist was surprised because, even as a painting, Jiang was a beautiful woman. As expected, the ghost the abbot had created was truly powerful. Earlier, she had used her ghostly eyes to paralyze her opponent. Then she used multiple domains to cut off their ability to retreat and finally took them all down with her ultimate ability. The other ability Jiang had yet to use still seemed very promising, and Feng called out her name. Maybe she wouldn't remember him anymore, but from now on he would have time to be by her side. Suddenly, she began coughing up what looked like ink, and the protagonist placed her back inside the painting. But Feng ended up entering with her inside her domain, and the two of them found themselves face to face with the abbot. However, instead of being threatening, the abbot seemed to understand that Feng had managed to tame Jiang and felt at peace letting her be. The nun smiled and disappeared, making Feng think that the next step should be unlocking the bond quest with her. Then Jiang pointed to the hole that had appeared in the sky, wondering if it had been caused earlier by that old ghost fish. And it was also possible that Jiang had brought him there to help repair that breach, so Feng used his powers to touch it. At that moment, he managed to pull out a coffin nail from within, but instead of closing the breach, several other things fell out of the space. They were various ghost artifacts, seemingly items left behind after the conquest of that battle. Feng asked if they were all gifts he could keep, and Jiang smiled as if agreeing. Then she took a brush and flew into the air. She approached the opening in the sky, and Feng understood that she was likely using drawings to repair it. Tong also had the ability to repair ghost artifacts, and Xuan was familiar with the drawings, so he instructed both of them to help with the repair. The three of them worked together to fix the crack in the sky, while Feng stepped out of the scroll. It seemed that the damage had been quite significant, and it would take some time for them to finish the repairs. He decided to return to the city while they took care of it, and Ling sighed in relief upon seeing that the protagonist had returned from the scroll unharmed. Yu asked if Feng had completely tamed the painting ghost, and he confirmed that he had. At that moment, she became curious, sensing the aura of the ghost doll nearby, and asked if they should go after it. Half an hour later, thanks to the ghost doll, they found the ghost child playing with some fish in the water. Feng instructed the umbrella ghost and the butterfly ghost to take advantage of the child's distraction and set a trap. The umbrella ghost joined in the play and in a swift motion closed itself around the boy, trapping him inside. Feng then placed the ghost inside the golden box, successfully capturing the small creature, and he wondered if that ghost doll could be exchanged for the female Asura number 55. Later, a man came to inform Ying that Feng and the others had safely returned to Pingqing. This relieved her, and she immediately ordered them to be brought back. Before long, Feng met with Ying, apologizing for making her worry. Ying asked if he had really ended up facing the Wei family, and the protagonist confirmed it, stating that he had successfully killed them. One of them was Wei Guangyou, someone he had encountered before, and the second was Wei Hanga, a second-rank Abyss Master. Shocked, Ying abruptly stood up, questioning whether he had truly killed Wei and Hanga after everything. That was because Wei was the oldest pillar of his family. He was a second-rank master with 3 ghost spirits. Feng confirmed that it was indeed that very same person, even though Ying was stunned that he had killed him by himself and wasn't joking about it. At that moment, he also mentioned that he had fought against another second-rank master, and this time, Ying became furious, pulling his cheeks. After all, Feng had been a reckless fool who didn't even realize the kind of danger he was facing against a spiritual ghost master. It seemed like he had lost his will to live, and Feng apologized, explaining that he couldn't force the control method. The protagonist stated that he had discovered the fatal weakness of the ghost spirit, and the chances of losing control were almost 0. Thus, she hadn't ended up getting hurt even after a prolonged fight, and Ying admitted that she might have worried for nothing. But Feng was truly incredible. To be able to accomplish something like this at such a young age was shocking. If she weren't so old, she might have even joined his fan club, and Feng laughed, saying she wasn't that old at all. The protagonist then mentioned the ghost doll from before and that he had managed to capture the ghost child. He asked if he could exchange that spirit for some merit points, and Ying realized that he was talking about the one that was very good at hiding. Feng took the spirit out so she could see it, but before it could escape, Ying's spirit restrained it. She observed that it was a high-quality ghost doll and agreed that it could be exchanged for a good amount of points. However, she asked what he would like in return. Feng replied that he wanted to use the merit points to obtain the female Asura number 55. Hearing this, Ying reflected that it was the same spirit that Yan had wanted before. It seemed like they were somehow connected. This made her laugh because she understood, but she reassured him that he didn't need to worry, as she would take care of it for him. The protagonist agreed and thanked her, though he had no idea what Ying was thinking about in the first place. Either way, she then asked about his next plans, as the Wei family would certainly be looking for opportunities to take him down. Then Feng said that he planned to return to Heiqing to rest for now, at least for as long as possible. That was why he wanted all the help he could get to stay under the radar and avoid being discovered. It was a good idea, but the journey to Heiqing was dangerous. He would still have to pass through nearly 1,000 coasts along the way. He explained that there was a ghost that had set up multiple deadly traps along the path, and they might not survive for long. Feng understood what Ying was trying to say. He had arrived in Pingqing by transferring through the ghost domain using the silent abbott, so he had never actually traveled the road between Pingqing and Heiqing, meaning he needed to be extremely careful. Thus, Feng and the girls used the ghost horse, but for some reason, it was still highly agitated even after everything. He wondered what was wrong. Could it be that they had encountered the ghost Ying had mentioned earlier, the one responsible for the traps? It seemed that even if ghost spirits didn't feel anything, if the ghost horse was reacting like this, it must mean danger. The well-known ghost of rules should also follow some kind of logical rule in order to exist there. For example, opening a certain door to steal the belongings of travelers passing by. If someone ended up triggering that trap, they would be killed. Unless they managed to pass by following the rules, it would be in trouble. Even if ghost spirits were significantly higher in level and stronger, this was something that was nearly impossible to resolve. Thus, the protagonist asked Tong to use her ghost concealment ability and take him to check the situation on the road. When they rose high into the air, the protagonist saw a completely destroyed city and noticed that there was some kind of opening in the sky. That must be a cave where 10,000 ghosts were hiding. No wonder the ghost horse had reacted so intensely. Since Yi had warned them not to interfere with it, Feng assumed that they should just take another route around it. Then Yu pointed to the sky so that Feng could see something there. When they looked, it seemed like a mirage of a massive structure. But the protagonist froze upon realizing that it could be another trap and shouted for them not to look at it. Even so, Yu insisted and even reached out her hand because it was so beautiful, and Feng quickly turned her face away. However, Ling asked why Yu was acting like that, and they grew worried when they noticed that Yu had started to dissolve. She began crying as her body was disappearing. She had likely been tricked by the Ghost of Rules and its deadly trap. It looked like a mirage, but she was being sucked into the trap, and Yu desperately pleaded for help from Feng and Ling. The protagonist shouted for Tong to save her, but even those powers weren't working this time. They all tried to hold on to her, but their hands passed right through Yu, as if she was truly vanishing. Suddenly, Jiang emerged and created multiple barriers between the Mirage and Yu, protecting the group with her scroll. She quickly restored Yu to normal, to her great relief, and Feng thanked Jiang for her help. But now they no longer needed to worry because the Mirage had disappeared and they removed the protective barriers. Still in tears, Yu apologized to Feng. She had thought she saw someone inside the Mirage and got lost in it. She had become curious and stared at it for longer than she should have, which ended up drawing her completely into the Mirage. Feng approached and told her that it was okay. She could calm down and tell him who she had seen inside the Mirage. Then Yu explained that it was a structure that closely resembled an ancient imperial palace. The longer she stared, the deeper her vision penetrated inside. She was able to see the entrance hall, and just beyond it, there was a dragon throne. A person was sitting on that seat. It was someone who seemed to be wearing imperial robes, and Ling was shocked upon hearing her sister describe these details. She wondered if there really were ghosts inside, but Feng said that there were 10,000 ghosts in the nearby cave. They needed to avoid any contact with that space and go around it to reach Heiqing. It was better to focus on their goal first. Moving toward Heiqing's third line of defense, they managed to get past that zone and were almost at the city after a long journey. That was a relief, but then they noticed that something else ghostly was nearby. It was a group of people fighting against multiple ghost spirits, and a man shouted for the third squad to proceed and call for reinforcements. They were not in a good situation. The A-rank malevolent spirit was heading directly toward the fortress. But while they were fighting off the monsters, the radar they were using suddenly showed that multiple red markers had disappeared in an instant. Even the B and C-rank spirits vanished at an alarming speed, and everyone reported to the president that the ghost attacks were retreating. The president didn't know what was happening. It seemed like reinforcements had arrived and were causing these heavy losses. But upon closer observation, they saw that it was a ghost horse approaching. They recognized that it was Feng, who had supposedly been missing for a year, and the president froze in shock. All the men stopped moving as they realized that it was indeed Feng. He seemed to have instantly defeated the ghosts. It was beyond impressive, and Feng sighed, remarking that the experience points from those creatures were too low to be worth the effort. At that moment, Ling pointed ahead. It looked like they were approaching the city, and they could also see her father in the distance. Yan then asked if they needed help over there. He replied that they did, but everything was fine now. They had successfully repelled the horde of ghost attacks, and Yan was surprised that they had managed to end it so quickly. Using binoculars, she confirmed that Feng was approaching, and the two of them were delighted to see each other again after such a long time. Dismounting from the horse, the sisters ran toward their father, who cried upon seeing his two daughters safe and sound. He embraced his girls while Feng greeted Yan after such a long time apart. Yan approached, asking how his journey to Pingsheng had been and if everything was okay. The protagonist confirmed that everything went well. Feng then asked if she wasn't going to question why he had disappeared for an entire year, but Yan simply replied that as long as he had returned, she was happy enough. Although the two were getting along well, the president suddenly shouted furiously, saying that things were not fine despite what they were saying. He called Feng a scoundrel, accusing him of deliberately attracting the attention of his precious daughters and now returning as if nothing had happened. Even as their father ranted and insulted Feng, the two girls quickly defended him, saying that he wasn't that kind of person. Still, the president accused Feng of brainwashing them just to manipulate them into following him. Faced with these accusations, the protagonist apologized to Zhu, explaining that unforeseen circumstances have forced him to take longer to return. But beyond that, Yan stated that she and her sister had become S-rank Ghostmasters because they had gained so much experience during their journey. This definitely surprised their father, and they even revealed the two S-rank spirits they had acquired during their travels. Ling smiled upon seeing her father's shock. Both of them had managed to become second-rank Abyss Ghostmasters. This even surprised Yan, who was only now hearing about their new achievements after a year away from the city. Now the president was extremely pleased to entrust his daughters to Feng, declaring that he had never been wrong about him. It was rather shocking how his attitude changed so suddenly, but they couldn't really say anything about it. Later, the protagonist went out to eat with Yan, sharing all the things that had happened while he was away. Yan laughed, commenting that if what the president had just said was true, then Zhu would soon want to become his father-in-law. But Feng nearly choked on his food, and Yan pointed out that even Uncle Lai, who had been after him before, had once prevented him from marrying into the Heiqing family. Laughing, Yan teased him about being quite popular, but Feng quickly changed the subject. He didn't want to talk about that at all. In truth, he had come with a gift this time and planned to give it to her as soon as they returned home. Yan was excited to hear that she was going to receive a gift. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Heiqing, news of Feng's return had begun to spread. The man who received the news realized that they were talking about the same Feng who had disappeared a year ago. It was indeed him. He had just returned, riding his ghost horse and earned considerable merit since then. The man sighed. All the possible times for Feng to come back, he had chosen now. His son's arranged marriage to Liu Ru was set for the following month, and they couldn't allow Feng to get involved and cause problems. A year ago, Uncle Lai had attempted to kill Feng, but instead, he'd ended up dead. Now he wondered if Feng had truly become a first-rank ghost master. It was highly likely that he had, but even so, they were determined to eliminate Feng one way or another. Meanwhile, at the association's headquarters, Yan was surprised when Feng handed her a small golden box. It was the materialization of a ghost in blade form, which should at least be at the abyss rank. Yan asked if this was what he had mentioned in the past, and Feng confirmed that it was exactly the case. It was the 55th female Asura of the Golden Prison, which definitely surprised Yan, making her curious about how he had discovered this. The protagonist explained that he went to the Alliance headquarters and obtained it while she was in the city, taking advantage of the trip in the meantime. This made Yan cry with emotion. She had only mentioned it casually, but she never expected him to remember. It was a valuable gift that must have cost Feng a great deal to acquire, and she thanked him by giving him a kiss on the cheek. Embarrassed, he responded that there was no need to thank him, and Yan commented on how, after a long year, he seemed to have grown a lot. It was getting late, and she decided to go take a bath, but before she could, Feng grabbed her wrist. The next morning, a report was made to the family chief, stating that Feng had entered the association's headquarters the previous day and had not left in 2 days. The chief responded that they should continue monitoring him and report immediately as soon as he left the headquarters. That same morning, Yan accompanied Feng outside, asking if he was really sure he wanted to go on his own. The protagonist confirmed her question, explaining that he had some tasks to take care of and needed to go to the city, but would return soon. Hearing this, Yan asked him to be careful, and while their conversation took place, one of the men reported that Feng had started moving. As he walked, everyone commented about him, happy to see him back in Heiching. He was so handsome, and they never thought they would see him in person again, but the protagonist ignored all their words. Feng had already sent a message warning to be careful of the Li family's schemes ever since he arrived. Now was the perfect time to turn their plans against them and take them all down at once before they could do anything. Feng would make sure the spies under Chief Lai would follow him without missing a single move. The spy reported to Chief Lai that, just as expected, Feng had left the defense line and was heading to the agreed meeting point. The chief was pleased. This was exactly how things were supposed to go. That was when Li's son arrived, running because he wanted to go with him. In response, Lai told his son Cheng that he couldn't go. The city lord's spies were spread out everywhere. If Cheng's identity was exposed, he would be at a great disadvantage if they were caught in this situation. Right now, Cheng was supposed to marry Liu Ru, and once that happened, all of Heiching would belong to Cheng. Cheng agreed with his father's request, but asked him to be very careful. He had a terrible feeling about Feng. However, his father grumbled with a laugh because after all, he possessed an abyss rank spirit, so he could handle Feng. He wouldn't stand a chance. Meanwhile, during his journey, the protagonist noticed that the Li family had begun making their moves to get closer to him. Soon, Feng found himself completely surrounded by his opponents. Last time he had managed to escape, but now he would have to pay with his life. Seeing this, the protagonist realized that this time the Li family chief had learned to be more cunning, summoning ghost spirits in advance. All the spirits were of high rank between S rank and rank 1, if they had only sent 2 rank 1 Earth-level masters and coast masters. It seemed like they were underestimating him directly, and the men even admitted that they had deliberately moved slower to give Feng time to act. But in the end, this was the result. However, the protagonist laughed because this was all they had to offer after everything. This enraged the men. Feng was acting arrogantly, so they charged at him with their ghost spirits attacks. Feng then commanded Tong, Suan, and the Umbrella Ghost to strike as well, defending against the attacks directed at him. Everyone was shocked because that aura signaled that all 3 were first-level Abyss rank ghosts. Even though they were all supposed to be only S rank and nothing beyond that, Feng didn't want to waste time and immediately summoned the ghost to the painting as well. This truly terrified the men, making them wonder what kind of ghost it was. It was at the 2nd rank. They decided to retreat immediately, but it was too late because the paintings had already struck their opponents. After a while, victory in the battle fell to Feng, and he received the appropriate experience points. His bond with the Umbrella Coast reached 150, and now he could merge all 3 spirits into one. After the protagonist agreed to the idea, a brilliant light shone and the fusion of the Umbrella Coast spirit finally took place. 3 girls emerged, and as expected, they had evolved once again. They now possessed human forms. Feng's new task was to name the ghost spirit, and as a reward, he would receive the ghost spirit along with additional points. Reflecting on names, the protagonist thought about how Kisame had originally been in the form of an umbrella, but had now transformed into 3 girls. So obviously, a new name was necessary. Feng pondered what exactly they should be called now. He pointed at the girls and called them Orangey, Pinky, and Greeny, but their expressions made it clear that they hated those names. Even the system was censoring Feng for choosing such terrible names, and the protagonist sighed, realizing he was really bad at this. So he decided that since the 3 had emerged from a single point, only one name should be enough to refer to them. Considering things that were colorful and small, he thought of calling them Ling Lu to make things simpler. Thus, they successfully acquired this name, and Feng laughed when he noticed that Lua was quite happy with her new name. Suddenly, a voice called out to the protagonist as several cars approached the area. It was Liu who had finally found him. Feng asked why she had followed him there, and she replied that she had heard he had left the city alone. She was afraid of what might happen and had come to find him as soon as possible to prevent him from encountering the Li family. Suddenly, Liu froze in shock at the sight of several men on the ground, and Feng explained that the one lying there was the head of the Li family, Sumdao Li. Additionally, Huang Ping had been his right-hand man, but his son Cheng had stayed behind and apparently hadn't participated in the battle. The protagonist explained that they had set a trap to kill him there, but in the end, they hadn't fallen into their own trap. Liu was impressed. He had actually killed 2 high-level ghost masters. It seemed unbelievable. Only a year had passed, yet Feng had grown even stronger. She wished she had at least half of his talent. Then she bowed, apologizing for all the trouble she had caused him because of the things she had done. This caught Feng by surprise, but he assured her that it was fine. Liu then asked him to make sure to return safely with her to the city lord's mansion. She wanted to make it up to the protagonist and would also have her father provide an explanation regarding the Li family's behavior. Thus, they departed for the city lord's mansion in Heiqing. There, the head of the family was receiving news about the third young lady. The lord immediately demanded to see it and realized that, in order to remove obstacles in Cheng's path, Lai Jingquan had tried to kill Feng. This was clearly a violation of the rules, so the lord ordered that the protagonist be brought there immediately so they could detain him. The other men were confused. Wasn't Cheng engaged to Liu? But the lord shouted that it was absolute nonsense. He intended to cancel that marriage immediately after this contract violation. The Li family had been using underhanded tactics while trying to maintain their position close to the Heiqing family. The lord was furious. They seemed to think he planned to die soon so they could take over the city that way. Meanwhile, at the Li family's mansion, some men arrived and asked Cheng to come with them. Cheng tensed upon seeing his uncle Chang. He asked if the city lord had summoned him, and Chang confirmed that was exactly the case. The city lord was aware of the petty tricks Cheng had been using to get rid of Feng. As for the news about his father, there was no need to wait. His father had been killed by Feng. Cheng was shocked and screamed that it was impossible for his father to be dead, but Cheng ignored his outburst. He didn't have time for such delusions. The city lord had ordered that Cheng's marriage to Miss Liu be cancelled, and he would be taken to the city lord's mansion and detained until Feng's decision was made. The man continued shouting that as for the rest of the Li family, they were to be banished from Heiqing and never allowed to return. This only made Cheng even more furious. He cried and pounded his fists on the ground. If only he hadn't provoked Feng. Even if his marriage had been called off, at least his status would have remained intact. But now, his entire family had been prevented from being preserved, and things had reached this point. Cheng had truly lost everything. In the Golden Chamber, Liu said that she had heard from her father that Cheng had been captured, and it was up to Feng to decide whether to kill him or deal with him in another way. As Feng approached the chamber, the guards allowed the doors to be opened so they could assess the situation. But as soon as the doors were open, he was shocked by what he saw, and Liu commented that Cheng had probably ended up in that state because he feared being tortured. Thus, Cheng had taken his own life, but she never thought she would end up marrying a coward like him. Feng sighed, feeling that this was actually a good outcome because he wouldn't have to take Cheng's life with his own hands. Either way, Liu said that they should leave to meet her father, as he had even prepared a banquet to welcome him. When they returned, they met the lord of the family, who was happy to see Feng again after so long. He asked him to sit and enjoy the meal that had been prepared, something the protagonist did without hesitation. Feng felt that the city lord was indeed quite courteous, and the lord said that now there was no need to worry about the Li family anymore. They had eliminated every last one of them, not just because of him, but because recently, some of Heiqing's forces realized that his life was nearing its end. They had been keeping their movements secret all this time, and at this moment, they took action against the Li family, swiftly preventing them from doing anything worse. So that was how things had ended up after all. Feng commented that despite the rumors, the Liu family chiefs seemed rather tough. It seemed all the rumors were just grand fabrications, and the man laughed, wondering how Feng had become so kind after not seeing him for a year. In reality, the lord was the only one who truly knew his own body, and he indeed did not have much time left. That was why he had been seeking to arrange his daughter's marriage to ensure his lineage, but he never imagined things would come to this. Then the lord asked the protagonist to listen to his final thoughts before things took a turn for the worse. Feng agreed, and the lord said that since the Li family was gone, if the remaining marriage candidates were not approved, he would have to resort to another solution. He was offering the rule of Heiqing to Feng before his death, without imposing any other conditions. Feng was shocked to hear this, but the lord continued explaining that it was because he didn't want people to reject Heiqing now. So he asked his daughter to tell Feng about the current situation in the south. Liu explained that the previous night in the central city of the south, all the surrounding cities had officially announced their withdrawal from the Ghost Alliance. They would no longer offer their spiritual bodies to the headquarters every year, and all other benefits would be completely cut off as a result. Feng was impressed. They intended to become independent. He had thought it was just a few troublemakers, but it was far more than that. The lord explained that now that humans had become so powerful, It was natural for some cities to believe they no longer needed the protection of the Ghost Alliance. But once they left the Alliance, those in the south would definitely plan to take Haching. Instead of letting them take over, he intended to entrust the city to someone he could trust. To be able to handle the 3 elders of the Li family, Feng must be at an incredibly high demonic level. That kind of talent was beyond his reach. With Feng, Haching would be safe as long as it was well taken care of. Feng responded that there was no need to worry. When the time came, he would help as a good friend and member of the Ghost Alliance. Therefore, he apologized for not being able to take the position of City Lord, and Li was surprised by his response. She wondered how anyone in this world could not be tempted to have such a great city under their control without any conditions. Hearing his words, the Lord agreed with Feng, as he understood what he meant, and he wanted to thank Feng for giving up half of Haching, because the more he refused, the more he seemed fit for the role. That night in his room, Feng wondered why that old man had been so insistent on securing the city all day. Suddenly, he received a notification stating that he had completed the restoration of the ghost painting and had gained more bond points. Upon touching the painting, Feng found himself transported back to Pingqing 50 years in the past once again, where he heard a voice calling his name. Looking back, he saw Jiang, who was happy to see him after so much time had passed, and she asked where he had been during those days. Feng was confused because Jiang was suddenly talking. This world was supposed to have been created by the Nun Master, yet it still existed as a real place. Jiang said that last time he had saved her when she escaped from the Wei family, but before she could even thank him, he had disappeared in a hurry. The protagonist stammered, realizing what she meant. It seemed like he had to handle something suddenly and ended up leaving her behind. So he had left first, but he asked Jiang how she had been, realizing he should check how things had been going. Jiang responded that after the last time, Pingqing had returned to peace, and the Wei family had stopped chasing her. She truly wanted to thank Feng for that. Then she offered him a key to her home. She had prepared one so that he could have a place to stay in the future if he ever needed it. The protagonist thanked her and took the key as Jiang guided him to the riverside to walk through the city. Life in Pingqing was always monotonous. It even felt a bit boring at times, despite the ghosts outside the city. Even so, she really wanted to leave Pingqing to go out and see what the world was like beyond it. Hearing this wish caught Feng's attention. It seemed like the painting ghost was still connected to this world. He wondered if it was because he wanted to take Jiang out of this world someday, but Jiang was the complete human consciousness of this place, and he questioned what would happen if she really left the ghost painting and entered the real world. Perhaps it would be possible to create an even greater ghost with human thoughts. As Feng pondered, Jiang asked if he was daydreaming again. He apologized and asked what she was saying, and Jiang continued, talking about how she knew there was a vast world outside. But just knowing it from books, without being able to see it with her own eyes, being trapped in the city all her life, always made her feel bad. The protagonist smiled, promising that if he ever had the chance, he would love to take her out of the city and show her the world on a journey. The proposal made Jiang happy, and she thanked him, reaching out to hold Feng's hand as they walked together. In the outskirts of Pingqing, the men of the Wei family were mourning the bodies of their fallen comrades, still in shock that Wei Chao and Hanga had died instead of killing Feng. They were furious that Feng was the one responsible for their deaths. They planned to return and report to the master. But it should have been impossible for this to happen. Hanga was an extremely powerful man, and he shouldn't have fallen so easily. Back in Pingqing, the Wei family was in complete chaos. As soon as everyone had left, the cave of 10,000 ghosts finally stopped causing problems. Now that the ghost child issue had also been resolved, they could move forward with completing a new mission. They had heard that Feng was the one who had taken care of the ghost child case, but they still couldn't understand why no one had heard about him in recent days. There had been a lot of news about the independence of the South recently, and no one seemed to be paying attention to Feng. It seemed like he had already left Pingqing, but then suddenly, all the men turned their eyes to the sky. A ghost land seemed to be floating above the city of Pingqing, and suddenly, they all started feeling pain. Their ghosts also began losing control after witnessing the ghost land hovering over the city. That kind of oppression made President Lei wonder if it was the manifestation of some ghost realm in the sky. Perhaps it was an abyss-rank ghost. The entire city went on high alert, and Ying realized that it must have been Xushen, one of the Wei family members responsible for this. Ying recognized that Xushen had arrived in Pingqing with overwhelming force. It seemed like he was furious after discovering that his great son had been killed. Then Ying ordered Chaimi to take her up, while everyone else watched the floating city, which seemed to belong to a ghost tamer. It appeared to be someone from the association, and several tamed ghosts were flying toward them as well. He seemed to be the eldest among the 6 great families. Many names had been mentioned, and they wondered what had happened to cause this. A ghost realm that could move through the sky was certainly the work of an abyss-level ghost. The 6 great families all possessed extraordinary strength. Never in their lives had they seen such a sight. The snow-covered mountain was causing a great commotion in Pingqing, and everyone wondered who was behind it. On the way, the men said that Wei Wuji had come to Pingqing with something so significant that it seemed like he was trying to incite war in some way. He was the Emperor of the North, and now it looked like he dared to extend his reach to Pingqing like this. They questioned whether Wuji really thought the 6 great families were just for show and wouldn't take action now. one of the women approached Ying, saying that it was Wuji who started causing trouble and she had just happened to witness it. Suddenly, Wuji himself appeared, stating that he had come there to meet Feng and intended to leave afterward. The people from the six families asked if he was after the protagonist just because he had killed two ghost masters from the wife family and laughed, thinking they had overestimated him. Wuji exclaimed that Feng had killed his son and therefore he should kill him as well. But the other men were confused, wondering if he had really killed Guanjiao. Ying pointed out that Wuji was the one who had sent his summon Honda to kill Feng to avenge his own ghost. After Honda and Wei were killed by Feng, Wuji now wanted to take revenge himself and had even considered destroying Pingqing. Ying then asked if by any chance the Wei family was also preparing for independence as it seemed. Wuji told her not to put that blame on him as if it were his fault, and the others from the six families asked Ying if Honda had indeed been killed by Feng. They all wanted to know if Ying was telling the truth, and she confirmed that it was completely Guanyou's fault from the beginning. She was even willing to testify at the headquarters if necessary, but Wuji couldn't care less about the Ghost Alliance headquarters. He intended to take revenge no matter what. Since Wei was there today, they couldn't be afraid to fight now. Everyone prepared to face Wuji, clashing their ghost attacks against each other relentlessly. 50 years ago, the Wei family had planted a tree in the small Jizhou temple, and now they intended to do the same in that city. Wuji shouted that they were all just trying to humiliate him, but it was a beautiful thought if they believed they could take his life this way. As the attacks continued, someone said that, as expected from the Wei family, they seemed to think they were the only ones allowed to kill, but they wouldn't let others do the same. The people were surprised to see Yahello present. They hadn't expected to find him on the battlefield. He responded that thanks to them, at least he wouldn't die in the next 10 years, and he rebuked Wuji for his actions. He stated that Wuji's decisions were wrong. Pingqing had its own rules, and they could not be broken so easily. If the Wei family insisted on attacking Feng and Pingqing, then he, as an old man, couldn't just sit and watch. But Wuji had no intention of backing down. Unless Feng never left Pingqing, he would kill him even if it meant breaking all the rules. However, he soon discovered that the protagonist had already left and Wuji laughed, acknowledging that Feng was smart enough to escape like that. Ying reflected that Feng needed to be careful. Wuji was not someone who could be dealt with so easily. When Wuji stepped down from the battlefield, he ordered his men to keep an eye on Feng for him. If they discovered that he had left Pingqing, they were to report it immediately, and his men agreed to remain as spies. Meanwhile, in Heiqing at the mansion, Feng approached the Lord of the Manor to find out what he wanted to discuss. The Lord said that the Ghost Alliance headquarters had sent a letter stating that Feng had been in Pingqing. He had also killed members of the Wei family who were now trying to take his life, which was quite impressive. Feng confirmed that this was exactly what had happened, which made the Lord laugh because, in truth, it was great that he had admitted it so straightforwardly. He had been bothered by Wuji for a long time, so it was good that they had learned a lesson. In a few days, the patriarch of the Wei family would discover Feng's presence in Heiqing, and it wouldn't take long for them to act. But as long as the Lord was alive, he would not allow them to set foot in Heiqing, no matter what happened. Feng thanked the Lord for his kindness, but he knew that if he stayed in Heiqing too long, he might end up dragged into chaos with the people who wanted him dead in the coming years. If there were any sign of this happening, he intended to confront Wuji before he died and kill his ghost as well. But the Lord was not afraid of another man when he himself was someone who had been on the brink of death all this time. So the protagonist asked the city lord how the situation in the south compared in terms of strength to the maritime city. The lord responded that they had grown stronger, but there was a giant to the south, and he wasn't sure if they would be able to win again. The protagonist asked about the giant, and the lord explained that it was exactly as he had heard. Only someone who possessed 2 third-level abyss ghosts could truly be called a giant. Giants could survive without relying on any external force, yet they had the power to shape the entire world. Even though he was still small compared to the grandeur of a giant, Feng thanked him for listening and clarifying his doubts. There were many more things he hoped to receive help with in the future, and the lord asked exactly what he had in mind. Feng wanted to know if there were other dangerous places around Heiqing, where 1st and 2nd level abyss ghosts might be found. Smiling, the lord replied that it wouldn't be difficult. He even offered the protagonist a map, which Feng gratefully accepted. Wuji, the head of the Wei family, would have to deal with his own enemies by himself this time. First, he needed to head to the marked locations to train and focus on improving his ghosts, and then he could link the abbott to Jizhou Temple. The first target was Huangbu village, located south of the city, and Feng decided to take his ghost horse to scout out an S-rank area first. He quickly reached the area and found himself in the ancient village, where his ghosts fought against the local monsters. He secured victory with little effort, gaining experience, and moved on to other locations, such as the S-rank Jiajia village. Once again, he won the battle and gained even more experience, then proceeded to the SSS rank underground palace. The protagonist didn't seem to struggle much against the ghosts in these areas and managed to accumulate a respectable amount of experience points. After finally conquering that piece of land, the protagonist decided they should take a break and strengthen their daily bonds. He successfully deepened his connection with all of his ghosts and observed that he had gained a significant amount of experience in the past few days. He wondered if Tong and Xuan would be able to level up soon and asked Tong to blink her eyes. When she did, the protagonist laughed, pinching her cheeks because she was truly adorable. Then, all of a sudden, the protagonist received the final mission to take down Jizhao. He needed to obtain a second-level Abyss female ghost. After finding her, he would have to summon the nun master of Jizhao and assist her in taking the spirit into custody to complete the mission. Finally, Feng realized that he was heading to the right place. The only remaining location on the map was to the east, so he decided to go there. In the Seaside City's tavern, men were discussing how Feng had killed Hongda, the eldest second-level master of the Wei family. They were all shocked because this meant that Feng must have at least one second-level Abyss ghost. The Li family had also been reorganized because of him, and the city lord was now planning to make Feng his brother-in-law. Everyone was surprised. After all, the daughter of the city lord of Hai was someone they could only admire from afar. She was an absolutely stunning woman, likely having reached the pinnacle of life. Nearby, a man who had been listening sighed with a chuckle, passing along information to the patriarch about his latest findings on Feng. Feng had returned to Heiqing, and they should continue searching for him even more actively than before. Meanwhile, in Niambi Mountain, the protagonist continued directing Lu to handle things and stay in action. He then faced a first-level photo ghost. The rule for killing it was that anyone who saw the photo would be cursed and eventually die. Feng had accidentally picked up an old photo from the ground and had been chased for a grueling 20 kilometers because of it. The photo ghost had a clone that looked quite similar to Lu, meaning it had likely reached the second level of the Abyss. Unfortunately, however, it was just an ordinary ghost. The painting ghost seemed to be studying the weakness of the photo ghost in the meantime. Feng warned his ghost to be careful as they were being surrounded, but it seemed that Guihua had successfully discovered the enemy's weakness. So he instructed Xuan and Tong to gain even more experience than before, ultimately securing victory in that battle. Zheng's ghost acquired a new ability after the fight, which pleased Feng enough to let them continue their search. However, as he approached Liejing City, he was suddenly caught off guard by something he saw. The Wangfu stone in the river seemed rather special, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was actually a ghost. Feng wondered whether two ghosts were fighting each other or if a ghost tamer was dealing with a malevolent spirit. A voice warned the protagonist not to approach because it was dangerous, and Feng asked who was speaking. The stone explained that it was from the Ghost Alliance and was currently on an important mission. That ghostly water was a second-level Abyss creature. Therefore, it was an extremely difficult entity to deal with, and it would be better not to go there and end up dying along the way. Feng was surprised because the voice was cold and clear. It sounded like a ghost tamer who could control the stone. The protagonist introduced himself to the voice, stating that the ghostly water had a terrain advantage in the river, so he wanted to help. The voice acknowledged that they had heard of him before, and Feng was pleased that he could share the experience. He sent all of his ghosts to attack the opponent, crossing the waters to reach it. The ghostly water was forced to retreat just in time, and her attacks landed successfully, securing a great victory. The stone thanked the protagonist for his help. It had not expected him to be this talented at such a young age. Feng responded that it was no problem and asked if she knew where the second-level Abyss female ghost was. The stone replied that now that he mentioned it, she was actually searching for a specific one as well. Its code name was Joker. It was quite cunning. She offered a lead on its whereabouts, telling him to proceed with caution. Feng was surprised by the name. It was called Joker, which was always preferable to aim for a goal rather than searching aimlessly. The protagonist thanked her for the information, and the stone shattered, moving ahead because the Joker had an anti-tracking ability, so he needed to be careful. Feng wondered if this was what that ghost girl had wanted from the beginning, but it seemed he had ended up obtaining a fragment of the Joker's mask. It seemed like a good opportunity to test Zhang's new ability, so he asked her to try tracking the Joker using the mask. Successfully, the ghost followed the painting ghost, leading Feng to a very isolated place. Zhang pointed to a specific location, sensing that something was wrong with that red mist in the void. Upon closer inspection, there was another mask fragment there, and Feng asked Yuma to take him there quickly. As he approached to retrieve the piece, the other fragment suddenly floated toward the mask rapidly. A large face emerged, and the protagonist realized that the fragment was actually fake despite seeming genuine. It looked like he had fallen into a trap set by the Joker, and he quickly halted his horse to avoid falling unintentionally. Below was a steep drop, and Feng asked if Xuan could disperse the red mist. She used her abilities, revealing what appeared to be a mountainous cliff, opening into a tunnel that looked extremely dangerous. Feng could hear Asuna's sound. The red mist was coming from that location, a strikingly eerie opening. It was the ghostly Satan, and Feng immediately ordered his ghosts to attack it as well. It didn't take long before Xuan used her flash ability to help them escape again. It seemed they couldn't handle it in her current state. It appeared to be either a third-level Abyss ghost or an exceptionally powerful common ghost. The Joker had used false fragments to lure people closer to danger and then finished them off with a blade. This wasn't just an ordinary anti-tracking ability. As expected, this place had never been discovered before. Feng decided to mark it on the map so he could return and resolve the situation later, making a significant improvement. Fortunately, with Xuan's ability to escape, she could retreat even if they encountered a more powerful malicious spirit, Feng asked Jiang to continue searching and discovered that there were multiple pathways. It seemed the Joker was in a highly dangerous location. They proceeded to another place called Julipo, gaining even more experience along with additional fragments of the Joker's mask. After collecting several ghostly lanterns, they finally found another Joker fragment that could be used freely. This time, Feng hoped it was a real fragment, and Tong used her ability to repair it. Successfully, the protagonist identified that some of the fragments were indeed real, but others could be fake. So they needed to be very cautious when determining which ones were which. Feng instructed them to keep searching for more pieces. If they could venture into a few more dangerous locations, they might be able to collect all the markings, and soon, Tong and Xuan would be able to level up. As more time passed, Feng acquired even more ghost masks, and before long, Tong was able to reach a higher level. After leveling up, Tong had now gained even more points and abilities than before, becoming stronger as a second-level Abyss Spirit. Her potential reached 5 stars, and she also gained an additional defensive enchantment. Next, Feng could enhance Xuan's abilities and would soon acquire 4 second-level Abyss Ghosts. Meanwhile, in Heiqing, men were rushing to report to Lord Qi because they had found even more traces of Feng. One of them approached when he thought they had found Feng and grabbed his shoulder, but it turned out to be a completely different person. Everyone was extremely busy searching for the protagonist, while Liu was receiving some reports on what she had requested. Liu knew that the Wei family would be having a serious headache, but it didn't take long for a Feng fan club to emerge. They even started selling official merchandise of him, including replicas of his previously worn outfits. Meanwhile, the protagonist arrived at the unknown well, which was used by spirits, and he had to admit that it was a very unusual place. Feng soon realized that the ghost must be inside the water. The clown was definitely a water ghost. That meant there should be aquatic fragments, and if it was in that pool, it wasn't necessarily weak. So Feng asked Jiang if she could retrieve the mask fragments without alerting the water ghost. Then the protagonist sent Liu toward the opponent, allowing her to enter the water of the pool. She successfully reached the fragment, but the waters closed around her before she could escape. Feng realized too late that they had been discovered, even though he had tried to be as discreet as possible. The painting pulled Liu out of the water while the ghost was still chasing after her, as expected. From within the water, a massive serpent emerged. It was a second-level Abyss Spirit Dragon hidden inside. Feng ordered Liu to evacuate first, while Tong and Xuan were to assist Jiang in handling the beast, and the battle continued. Xuan's domain and the lake beneath them made a great combination, allowing her to use her powers to restrain the dragon. After trapping it, they clashed their powers, successfully freezing the ghost and shattering its body, acquiring the clown fragment. Feng was also able to enhance Xuan thanks to this victory, strengthening her ghost even further and raising her to 5 stars as well. Meanwhile, the protagonist allowed his ghost course to carry the aquatic plants, which increased its energy. Additionally, Feng gained the ability to share domains, meaning ghosts could now share them with one another. He could also temporarily amplify the combat power of his spirits, but only if their bond exceeded 1,000 points. Finally, Feng had almost completed the clown mask. Only one more fragment remained. Heading into the perilous lands of the Bamboo Sea, the ghost course proved to be powerful enough to run across it effortlessly. The protagonist heard the sound of running water and approached just in time to find the same stone from before. Feng greeted the stone, which claimed to have been waiting there for 2 days, but in reality, a person in a wheelchair emerged from behind it. It was someone who was undoubtedly responsible for controlling what was behind the stones, and at last, Feng was finally able to meet her. But the video ends here. If you don't want to miss the next part, activate the notification bell, and see you next time on Tob's channel.